and see what all the hype is about. We'll watch the introduction.
I'm free. I can't get over this. Maybe if I just.
I'm streaming it. I'm gonna record this and post video later.
So yeah, to any of the streaming audience who have been paying attention to the espionage counter espionage subplot going on in the background, it's about to pay off.
It's about to pay off.
Oh my god, dude. I think we might be the best security org in the business. All right, we're not, but we're definitely. If we're not, we're definitely top 5. I can tell
I'm
you
gonna
that.
move over to the Twitch channel.
Yeah, I'll move us.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll do
You
it.
want to come over there, Grim?
Yes.
Okay, sweet.
If anyone doesn't want to come in there, they can just come back here.
You want to see this? I know you do, Grim.
Yep, I do. I just match my timing on my YouTube because it's super quiet on your end, or super quiet on my end, so it makes it easier to.
Me actually.
Wait, so that I can have it at a volume that works for me, and then you're not, like you say, you're not putting your
Yeah.
viewers and people on blast, and I think that's important.
Let me go over here to a good call. Let me actually bring up. No, not that one. We need my audio. Where is my audio?
Ooh.
And I'm gonna actually turn this up a little bit for us right there. And here we go.
The Argo embargo. Oh my god.
Hmm.
mix, which we weren't.
I'm gonna have to
which we
restart.
didn't
I had the
foresee.
wrong audio up. We're gonna
But
restart right here.
Live. Yep. Is there going to just be like a new wig every week? I feel like there's like a trend here now. Hello and welcome to Griefers Pub. Tonight we're going to be revisiting a topic which we had
Sorry about that.
last spring from an episode called "Is CIG Griefing the Griefers?" And joining us tonight we have Sphere as we discuss problems with CIG's moderation. Welcome, Sphere. How's your extended vacation from Star Citizen going so far?
well, it just started, so we'll see how it goes for the next 25 days more plus.
Okay. So why? Okay, 20 days plus. What exactly happened? Can you kind of explain that? Just kind of interested.
Yeah. So, as a lot of people are aware, GrieferNet specializes in causing terrorism throughout Stanton, and so we go after people's events via various methods, but generally infiltration is our go-to, so that we have the intel available to do that sort of stuff.
You guys can all hear
One of
in
our
Discord, right?
latest hit,
Yep.
well, not our latest one.
Uh-huh.
The not this last weekend, but the weekend before.
Mhm.
So not this weekend, but the weekend before. We hit a racing event hosted by Onzia Racing.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
And and then after I think like 2 days ago, we got landed with suspensions. And it was suspensions for everybody involved. So almost everybody involved except for like one or two cases that got lucky. Which is around like 28 people.
I was going to say, like, some of these. So we were talking about this a little bit the other day. Some of these were first-time offenders too. It wasn't necessarily
vast
people that had been
majority of
involved.
them were first time offenders.
It's interesting. So where was the event happening? Like, I just want a little bit more info on this. Like, it was a race, obviously. They had security, right? They had
Yeah,
no
so-
security or security?
Say that again.
Did they have no security or security?
Well, if you've seen Heavy
The
Bob's
laugh.
meme about no security, they had a little bit of
Yeah,
both.
I have,
turned
Sure,
I
out.
they
have.
had security.
Yeah.
That's
No,
funny.
So they actually ended up having a lot more security than what was originally planned because Spec Sniper's first squadron group got added to the mix, which we didn't foresee. But so they had about 10, 12 racers, and then the rest were security, and that was about 30 to 32, and they had 44 people in total, give or take one or two, and we had
That's
28
wild.
people. So yeah, and the racing event was focused around Miner's Lament. They were like carting some beer crate or something around the racing track, like a rally race or something.
Okay.
And so we arrived uninvited to Miner's Lament.
Okay, so Miner's Lament is right next to where? Just curious.
That's
Is that right next to Hex?
Yeah, it's a good neighborhood.
I was going to say that seems like an odd choice. Why not? Okay, so it's Miner's Lament. Why not just host something like that in AC? Because I know that we have that map already.
Probably because of probably because of the limit, maybe. But I don't know
That
if
might
they
be
had
it, yeah.
if they have 10, 12 racers. I don't know why they couldn't just. I think isn't there like a 16-player cap for that?
Yep, 16.
Oh, you know what? It's because of the beer crates. They wanted to do the beer thing.
The whole thing was to like tractor it, or I don't necessarily understand. It sounds like a weird.
I mean, I don't
like,
really fully
objective.
understand the full
Yeah, it's okay.
scope.
You were
of their
just there
objective
to,
either. I just know that there was some beer
crash a parade.
crates scattered throughout the racing track, and they wanted to pick it up or something and take it back to Grimhex.
So I'm guessing GrieferNet was just trying to get beer. Is that the role play that you guys were trying to get against?
No,
it?
I think
Yeah.
I think
must
we
have
were
been pretty
already,
damn good
we
beer
were
if that's
already
the
a
case.
little inebriated by the time we got there. I feel like.
Okay. All right, so it's a 30-day ban for this kind of stuff. That's kind of wild. Is
Yeah.
this the first time that you have had that long of a
No.
prison sentence, or what would you?
So yeah, I mean, you guys see the screen up on the stream right now, the ban timeline. So I just
Let's
wanna
actually
run
bring
through
that
it.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to
Switch.
run through it real quick. So GrieferNet has had two major, quote unquote, event disruption bans by CIG. One of them being in January, and then 31 operations later, one just now in August. So, a lot of people are already aware of the experience stuff.
Yep.
And not as many people got slapped with a ban that on that time, but we didn't have as many players then. But it was like 8 players or so were suspended, and the duration was only 7 days. And then for the Onzia, it was 28 players, And the
Okay.
duration was 30 days.
Can I like jump on that? So you had 8 players suspended, duration 7 days. 2 players suspended, stayed at their station. So 2 players were suspended that weren't even a part of it, right? And what was the? Am I jumping ahead here? What was the reasoning for suspending you guys for the experience? If we could kind of like to start, like
Excessive griefing. It was when
Okay.
they first pushed out the a new policy, the event disruption policy, where they are now punishing players for sufficiently disrupting player events.
Okay, but they pushed that policy
Just you.
after they had
Like
banned you at
post,
the experience.
right.
Is that correct? That was post the event.
Actually, not quite. They did give us a warning. Can I just fast forward for a second? There's like a
Yeah,
timeline.
that's fine.
Yeah,
They,
of course.
they gave them 2 warnings.
So here's the experience, right? So there's a bit of a timeline, and there's a bit of confusion as well. So like, the first attack was on January 13th. We actually crashed 2 events that day, 2 large events that day, and that was the experience, and then TTO's 80-player event. It was like some OM around ArcCorp, and we just came in with like 20 people, and fucked them up. But then and then I think like a week later, let me back up for a second. So the experience had 3 cruises. We crashed 2 of them, and then one of them we just let go. One of them, it was in the one that they did on January 21st was the one that they rescheduled after we hit the first one on the January 13th, and they did that one successfully. And I think one of your previous guests was on that. What was her name?
Oh, expat brat. Okay, yeah.
Expat Brat was
She was
there
talking
for the
about that.
21st relaunch of their event. Pretty sure.
Mhm.
But then on the 20th, we hit the Daymar Rally. We say quote unquote hit. They run like 10 servers at the same time. We hit
I didn't know
one
that.
of the servers.
Wait, how many
Um,
servers? Like so they have multiple servers that are being used.
Yeah. They
Okay.
use like they just do like 10 different servers. But yeah, we spent like 6 hours or like 6 or 7 or 8 hours trying to hit the Daymar event or one of the
All right, but when
servers.
you look at the Daemon rally, we're looking at something that's like way in the past, right? That's like
well, it's on January 20th, so that was the event that we hit a week
Yeah.
after the first experience.
okay, and there's
Okay.
no bans due to that.
No bans. No, we haven't gotten a ban yet. Okay, throughout this
Okay.
whole process from January 13th up to January 24th. January 24th is when we received. Where's the warning they gave us? This warning right here.
Yep.
Okay. And
Where
this
if
was
you're
the
wondering
catalyst, and he was
vision of
Who
messaging
gave
us,
CIG their data?
time and effort.
You look it out.
about letting us know that they have updated their policy and that now there is
Oh,
they're going
okay.
to punish people for disrupting large events now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got that warning after the Daymar rally hit, right? So if I go back to the timeline, we got that after the Daymar rally. The issue is
Can
they
you
didn't give us
actually?
any-
I'm sorry to cut you off. Can
Yeah.
you jump back to that last screen?
Yeah,
I
sure.
just want to read a couple of the highlights there. All right, so it's important to note that many of the player-driven events encourage PvP scenarios, and we do love to see that type of emergent gameplay when it arises. But there's another layer that is often labeled as "quote-unquote" piracy, when in reality it's just a relentless pursuit to disrupt other players' fun. Okay, I see that. And then so
But would that not be disrupting their fun for trying to disrupt an event? I mean,
There you go. There you go. Let me ask you a question. How do you think they know how many servers Atmo is running? And let me ask you a question. How many do you think they attacked?
one. Or
All 10.
they attacked all 10?
They attacked all of them. He just said that.
Oh, I missed that part.
So there's a big difference in what GrieferNet says and what they do. That's all I'm gonna say.
That was GrieferNet. That GrieferNet was griefing if they attacked all 10. But if they were just in one lobby doing that, I get it. But, oh, they're doing something. Let's get them.
Or how about this? I don't know. Keep it to in-game. Keep this stuff to in-game. Don't bring it out of the game, and then people are like, "Oh, well, here you go," and then pretend to be surprised. Also, again, you guys are griefers and you guys are espionage folks. That's all fine. There's a new gameplay loop now. counter espionage. Us. You gotta watch out for people like us. That's what they should be saying.
We could have helped with this event too and protected it.
I know.
Who knows?
Even though we were banned from this event, we still got 8 of them. I still got 8 of them, even though I wasn't even there. And I added that to the letter. I wrote, imagine what we could have done if we were there. I'm gonna write.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I have to declassify those. I'm just gonna
After-
do it now.
And then we
I'm
have
just gonna do it now.
After the video's out, Restless, I'll have a conversation with you why community events like this, the idea of people having fun disrupting it is an unacceptable thing. Like why community events get kind of this special space.
Oh, that was loud. Yeah, I would think though, if it's going to be a community event, go to a private server or have actual CIG devs there protecting it within their addresses.
Or I don't know. Let the people who actively try to do the security. This was not an it. All I can tell you is this: look at how much nonsense and drama that could have been avoided if they just let us work. If we just work together. A whole year. We worked for Anzia for a whole year. The moment we're kicked off, look what happens. I don't have to say anything other than that.
This right here, what they said right here, where my mouse is, under this one in the middle makes a little bit of sense. I get both sides. I understand both sides. Well, kind of.
I
Not
do.
attacking all 10 organized, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
but I see this side here though too, right here. Now if this happens in game in this 1.0, everybody has their javelins, Idrises, and everything like that, then you need to have security. I'm sorry, but if the alien like we're the alien supporters and me and all my people in this 800 player servers, you should have a security force there.
It's almost like they fired the only security people on their security team who are actually good, us. And we were carrying the whole goddamn. Anyway, I'm done.
Highlight here says major disruptions on large scale events will need to stop. So that's them like officially saying you guys can't be disrupting major player events.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
And
issue
now-
with this.
Yeah, it's vague.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's super vague,
How
and that
is
was
it
like that's the
vague?
core issue we've been having with CIG. This for God, since January, since they started being more draconian with putting out punishments.
Unless it involves a streamer we're friends with, talking like they're CIG is what he's doing over here in the chat.
I just want to know how it's vague. Anyway, that's just me.
For hitting events, right? So, like, what do you mean by disruption? Like, at what point does something? At what point does EVP become
Major
a disruption?
disruptions,
At what
though.
point
I mean,
does an event become a large event? You know.
well, I mean,
Yeah,
you
the
guys.
timing.
Okay, so Sphere, you're really intelligent on this, and I feel like you guys do a lot of your homework, right? So knowing that the experience is going to be like a large scale event, it has a ton of streamers on it. You kind of, I feel like this is kind of one of those like fuck around and find out equations. You know, it feels like that, right? Like you guys did a lot of homework on this. Is it a large scale event? I don't know. That's a good question. What defines the large scale event? That's the issue.
That's the question, right?
Look at
Because
chat.
it's the
Right.
it's so vague. It's like, oh, well,
Yeah, you notice who's
it's
in
left
chat?
Who? Where?
Spec Sniper and First Squadron and Min and etc.
This right here. I have seen this behavior, though. I have seen this happen. Basically
Where?
saying streamers get privileges where they can't be PvP'd unless they ask for it. I have seen situations where people have gotten banned because the streamer said, "Oh, he was stream sniping me," and the person wasn't. Is the streamer had a bounty? I've seen that, and the person got banned. Like, well, you know, probation, whatever the fuck it's called. I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
still open for interpretation. How
Yeah, and
does
I'm
CIG
not gonna
interpret that?
stop. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop the entire premise of my org. I'm like, okay, guys, guess we can't play anymore. Guess we can't do the thing we're all here to do
that's what
anymore.
you think.
Mhm.
Like they've given us nothing. They've given us nothing to work with.
Well, when we had
There's a
that,
whole, there's a
we
whole
had
wall of
that,
text of things to not fuck with. Don't go after
task, I
major
don't know.
community events. You'll be okay.
Yeah, we've been very clear about that.
Like, if they could dick around with anything else that they want to, I get this this idea of like, well, but our whole goal is to fuck with community events, and CIG's rules are don't fuck with community events. Not that
Bro.
difficult.
I have half a mind to contact these people and offer to do a response, a response interview. I'm not even fucking with you. I might even do that.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily personally do that. Let them.
Fine. I mean, Stan can dream. You have a good point.
I know.
I'm
I
on the
get
fence
total
with this
dream.
whole situation. I am in the dead center. Like,
I'm
but
not.
as of right now in the state of the game, well, I'll give my full answer and tell you if anything changes. But as of right now, I'm on the fence because it's only a 100-player server, and so if they are able to get more people in compared to the 16 people that are racing, then you have 30 people. You're already at half the server. If they get the other half, then they have the advantage. So I'm on the fence. If when we have 800 players, if you want a community event, prep for a community event that can be disrupted. It's a sandbox where that's allowed, or CIG needs to figure something out to I mean, you can't like make a written rule. Oh, you are not allowed to attack an event. Then I can make up any event I want. Oh, I'm running this bunker. No one else can do it. This is an event for my stream. You know what I mean?
That's not how community events work, though.
I'm just saying, like, oh, my community wants to do it though with me. You know what I mean? So I'm on the fence.
A community event includes something like the Anzia Racing events, the Daymar Rally, Siege of Orison, Jump Town. Although making an argument that someone's griefing Jump Town, I'd love to see someone who successfully argues that because it's a literal war zone. You know, like anyway.
Mm-hmm.
How long?
I don't know. I understand both sides, but to me,
Yeah.
and this is probably self-centered, but I'm overdue for one of that. I just can't help but notice when we're not allowed to work together with everyone, including the griefers, are upset. Everyone is upset when all of a sudden when we're cut out from the picture, and I cannot find that. I cannot tell you how poetic that is to me.
And if you want to say anything at all, Grim, if you want to argue my points, argue them. Feel free.
Oh yeah. So, sorry, I'm using the okay. What the fuck's going on?
Oh, you're doing that thing. Yes. Let me know if I need to pause.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I've got it glitching out.
Oops.
Okay.
Long ago now with Sil that
We're
kind
gonna
of
go ahead
addressed
and
that.
step away from that for a moment. So what I was gonna say is that basically, essentially, community events are generally defined as an activity that a reasonable portion of the community makes an active effort to like where is it they say that it says somewhere where it's like it takes more the time and effort it takes to disrupt an event is far outweighed by the time it takes to plan and organize one. That's a really generally a solid marker that most organizations and like MMOs and other things like that, basically even player servers, they use that as a marker, right? What was the level of effort it took to make the event happen?
Weeks and months of work, marketing, editing, countless human hours of free time, countless
on both
for
sides.
GrieferNet. On both sides, and for GrieferNet to disrupt it, it took them the same amount, because you have to understand, with all this evidence, there's only one of two conclusions, unless they're both true. Either Vex is an agent, and all the few other people I could name right now, but I won't. Either Vex is an agent for GrieferNet, an advanced agent for their cyber warfare division, or he's so incompetent that he may as well be, or both.
It's a large scale event. A streamer with 12 randos doing box missions now. I love Twitch chat.
Purposefully, I know, I do too.
But that's essentially, like, in my mind, it's like how do I put it? I kind of imagine it as a kind of an argument that's not being argued on its merits, right? Like, what would that individual reasonably define as a coordinated community event? 12 people doing a box mission?
Well, no. They didn't say in this letter.
Well, yeah, but that's okay. How do you tell the difference between a taco and a sandwich? It's just a bunch of stuff between two pieces of bread, right? But how do you know the difference? Right? Nobody says there's a perfect line between those two. But at some point, when one's one and the other's the other. That's probably the biggest reason why. Because I guarantee you that nobody in that group would say, well, this wasn't a community event. Because they already said they specifically target community events like this. That their goal is to be disruptive.
Good point. He did say that out loud.
So,
that is a good point.
And so like I think that's the other thing that kind of just shoots them in the face is that they're like, well, what are we supposed to do if the rules say we can't disrupt community events? Not disrupt community events.
Don't
like,
say you're disrupting community events. He did just submit that. You're absolutely right.
It sucks that it becomes that kind of a situation for them for sure. But additionally, it just, unfortunately, it's just going to be a reality of that. If they continue to do this behavior, they're going to see more of their people banned, and they're essentially what this is going to do is it's going to make them have to find out where that real line is, and it may ultimately break up their whole activity goal. Does that make sense?
No, and it is.
We want to just disrupt community events, and then CIG says, okay, well, every time you do this, and we think it's excessive, you're going to get bans and suspensions, or suspensions and bans. And then at some point, either GrieferNet's going to be like, hey, we're just not down to do this anymore, or we'll just see enough of a refined line where they're going to know which ones they can fuck with and which ones they can't. And likely what's going to happen is they're going to find that line, and they're just always going to stay right on the other side of that line.
Absolutely.
Until they
which
accidentally,
is fine.
And I'll say like in quotes, accidentally overstep, in which
case
is
a bunch
of their people get suspensions and bans. So the fact that they say that they've done this with, what did he say? 30...
This person in chat makes a good point. This warning came after the fact, after they banned him. They banned him and then gave him one.
It didn't.
No, they were. He said it. What did he say? He was.
Yeah, no, this was in January right here. No, I was wrong. January 24th, right there.
They got warnings last year. He says they only got one. They got two. I know that for a fact. Now they got the first. I said I warned them myself too many other times. I said, guys, don't make it. I literally even said to SF, please don't make me do it. Just change your fucking loop, please. But they don't listen to me, and so we had to report it, and then we had to do it again, and we will keep doing it. And Graham, you're saying they have to figure out where the line is. I can tell you where the line is. Don't attract our attention. Don't let us find out what you're doing or notice what you're doing, because we will find out.
I mean, you can report on stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that CIG is going to go after it. The CIG might look at the situation and go, it's not big enough to be considered a community event, or the disruption was not significant enough to warrant a response, right?
On that point, you have a good point, but CIG members are well known to have their own racing team that participates in this. They attack CIG employees directly.
Because we had we had the Spectrum post, right?
My bad.
So by the way,
this is a long video.
He got this warning after they pulled a similar stunt at the beginning of the year. That's what he's talking
this
about.
warning was in January, so this was before the India thing.
Hold on. This is what he's saying: is they did an event at the beginning of the year, and I think he said one person got a suspension, and they got a message about what the whole.
And this is it. This is it. It's the date. The date is January 24th, right there, I think.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is
this was before.
In January, this is the first. They got this after the first time they did something, and I don't remember what he said the first event was, but he said he did something in January.
Yeah, that's what this is for.
So that's what this is for, right? So then they do it again. He says they've done other stuff, right? There's no.
Yeah, he went over a timeline.
Yep, and then they did it again, and they did it on a massive scale, and they hit all 8 servers, and then there's a bunch of bans and suspensions and everything else involved, because it was a highly coordinated mass scale event that they hit that then caused things to become that then caused things to become unfortunate, right?
Yep.
Cool. You're gonna keep poking the bear after you got told not to do it. Then that's on you.
Mm-hmm.
wrote up a
I'm gonna keep the
speculative
video
post
going.
because
It's
he
a
was
2-hour
concerned
video.
about
It's long.
what qualifies because this is too
Good
vague
point,
for
so.
us, and we want to make sure that
It's a long
the
video.
PvP community as a whole is safe, right? Because can somebody just stand up and scream, "Oh, it was an event," and you know, then stop mass reporting? And well, we'll get into all that, but yeah. We had a whole thing about that.
Yeah, I want to go back to that timeline too.
Let's go to the
I want to
timeline,
I
yeah.
want to kind of illustrate as to why we didn't feel like we still felt it was okay to hit the experience the second time, because they give us the warning after on the 24th after we hit the Daymar rally. The Daymar rally is like magnitudes larger of an event than the experience is.
Well, yeah, and I would argue too with the Daymar rally, if it's taking up
Okay,
that many servers, it would be hard to avoid, like, to you don't even have to server hop to probably end up on one of the servers, right? I mean,
so did the warning come after the Daymar rally event or before? Just
after
to avoid
after the Daymar rally hit. Mm-hmm. So after the Daymar rally and before the second experience hit was when the warning came out.
Okay.
So,
do you think it's
we had no idea as to what that warning was referencing. We thought it was the Daymar rally.
Okay. Do you think, because I know that there is a content creator program with CIG through their marketing, do you think that created like a conflict of interest or more of a complicated situation because they have all these like faces, you know, on that flight? Do you think that kind of created that whole situation in the first place?
I mean, maybe, but they don't really we had like, I guess we'll look at it later in the stream, but I have communications from Dracadius explicitly telling us that it has nothing, whether or not you get punished for disrupting an event has nothing to do of whether the event is sponsored by CIG or not. So
yeah.
So like we literally do not have anything to work with. And like, if CIG doesn't want us to hit an event, they need to clearly define what kind of events they don't want to be hit that they're using for like grassroots marketing. That way we know and can make an informed decision. Like, there's just so many screenshots later in the stream that I'll show you. But one of them in that they says, you know, Xylo and Dracadius they both tell us, oh, use your best judgment. Use your best judgment when deciding to hit an event, and that way you won't get banned. And I'm like, well, we can't use our best judgment if you don't tell us anything about any criteria about what events are prohibited.
So what you're asking for is, it sounds more or less like CIG needs to step up and define what those events need to look like, whether it be like a criteria with like numbers, or if it's a certain audience. I don't know how that would even work. That's
they need to define that, or they need to facilitate a safe space for these unique events, you know, like a private server, for instance.
Okay.
I mean, I have a bit of fear with how they might define that, because at this point, although I know we're basing this off of GrieferNet and the reputation that GrieferNet has, right? At this point, it's like any event that's hit will automatically assume there's some sort of stream sniping and you're disrupting a major event.
Now, it's going to occur.
Right. Yeah. I mean, now I think it's probably pretty apparent that there's some reputation that's actually affecting that's causing these bans to be handed out so, you know, carelessly, right? But still, I mean, if, and we talked about this yesterday. So if Grim42 is on a server where there's some sort of event going on, we don't follow events, but if we see that there's a major thing going on in the server, and think about when meshing comes, we see something major going on, we're not gonna be like, oh, let's like be nice and let them do their thing. Like, no, we're gonna have at it, regardless of how you feel about it, right? And if there's security there, that's their job to stop it. If we're on meshing, the chances of that being a thing where we run across that is going to be much higher.
I mean, we could talk about. Let's talk about security for a second, okay? So the Onzia event, right? So they had 32 security. Let's go back to that real quick.
But none of us.
So they had Vex Obscurum, Spectre Security Contracting. They had First Squadron, Nightingale, Ragtag Mercs, and this little org called Vertin and Intergalactic. Okay, they had like 5 different security orgs. What is the point of hiring security orgs if you're gonna mass report the people that you hired the security orgs to deal with anyway?
No skill.
Because that's the only way I see this.
Well,
this
what
this
was
could
it
have
you were
happened
saying
is
that
if
the
they had
security
org.
org was saying how they should treat the security was, oh, if you see Griffin on the server, we all have to switch servers. That's the security.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
I mean, that is a countermeasure, though, regardless, right?
I did tell
if you
you
really
we
think
have.
about it.
I did tell you we have audio of like their security debriefing.
We're not going to
after the
share that,
fact.
though. Yeah, we won't share that, though.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's
I'm
the
not gonna share
craziest
that,
part
but-
to me,
and-
guys.
Okay.
Yeah, and then one
Is what?
one of the
Add audio of the security briefing.
What does it take for Ansia to believe us? They are
They have a mole.
infiltrating.
They have a mole.
I know who it is. We know who it is. It's the guy who all of a sudden showed up, and then bad things start. I'm gonna shut up.
That one right there. No, wow, how did my mouse end up there?
the people in that meeting was like, well, the best way to deal with Griefer is just to hop servers. Like, that's fine. I don't really care if people do that. It's just using the game to, using what's available, right? If the game allows you to hop servers, there's different
Yeah,
servers,
because
whatever.
we are playing like an unpolished alpha. There are so many options to avoid said situations, and that makes sense. I get that.
Yeah, it's the mass reporting that I have contention with.
Yeah, they did. CIG did say server hopping is against TOS. They did.
I also, all of that is, and I gotta say it that I believe in permanent, effective strategies. That's a temporary strategy that we won't be able to do very soon. So like we can't. You have to come up with something else, though. It's just my point. And honestly, I know SFer is good at PR, as you see. He's not being 100% honest though. Like,
oh yeah, obviously.
he what he didn't say is GrieferNet will follow. They will follow the shit out of you.
Yeah. Oh no, I've seen that.
And which is it? Is this a community event or is this a small event? Because if he was just a small event, he's now arguing we were only attacking a small event. Like, no, we gotta protect everybody.
No,
Well,
they're griefing people. There's no doubt about it. But yeah.
They're just mad.
Are you hiring? Is this like
anyway.
for the guys that are running the security out there? And if you guys are in the stream chat right now, like, is this what you are now? You're like, are you there to pew the bad guys, or are you just there to do the paperwork and just write down the names and then submit to CIG and mass report?
I mean, think about the number of people that you attacked in the first place, though. You're attacking what, 44 people? That's 44 reports potentially there, and that's a lot of like spam into the same system. If they're all struck, I mean that.
They want things to go to a team-based play. If an event is active and they don't go through development of effective security, such mobility, should be seen as a learning curve to an open world game. It's literally one team going after another. The mass reporting is insane. Engaging PvP and then falling from mass report is a bad form. Yeah.
Who said that?
Hold on.
Kilo
Oh,
Rios?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just this idea of mass reporting, right?
But they do. People mass report all the time.
Well, yeah, this is true, right? And I would guarantee that at certain points, GrieferNet has done the same thing to somebody.
They did it to me and a few others literally 2 weeks ago. And I had literally had to call CIG out on it in one of the concierge reports, and then they backed off. I literally had to say, I posted a video, and I'm like, no, it's enough. Stop attacking the people who help you for free. And then they didn't say anything else, and they dropped the case.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
I agree with what SF. That's the problem. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. So in essence, the way that it is right now is that, right? So people go, what's the point of security? Security is to keep away anybody that's essentially not doing what GrieferNet is doing, right? So like the smaller, uncoordinated organizations, the randos that might come in there and do stuff, right? That's what security is for. When you get organized organizations, like organized, when you get people that are organized into a singular unit, with the sole goal of disruption, that's like the difference between a street dealer and a drug drug empire, right? Your street dealers, probably maybe 1 to 5 guys, maybe a couple more, trying to pull something stupid. Pablo Escobar is essentially GrieferNet doing all of the steps and organization and coordination and infiltration and all that other stuff to get inside of this event to just do nothing more than disrupt it. Right?
Yep.
So why?
And the security should have tried to stop it, but they didn't. Is what I'm getting from it. But yeah.
I guess it becomes a question of how do they try to stop it? And if it became such a thing that, like, hey, stream sniping, harassment, excessive griefing, right? What could GrieferNet have done? They could have put up videos and said, hey, this is our evidence that it didn't happen. And CIG goes, hey, we sent you a message saying you shouldn't be doing this stuff. You made a bad call. We already told you that was the case. And you did it. And now you're getting punished based on the things we already gave you warnings on. Right? So this is partially why I'm like, okay, I get why they do it. I don't agree with it and I don't like it. I'm fine with that. Right? I can also step away from that point of view and say, look, they were already warned that they should not be doing these things and they have to make judgment calls. And
well, let's we still got an hour and a half left, and so I'm sure that they'll come across that and their reason for doing it and everything. We don't know. We just got into it.
That's true. All right, I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It's like saying mass
reporting. No, I'm not like trying to argue with you. I see.
What, 30,
I think
40,
we'll have those answered.
I don't know how many people were actually involved in that, but
the experience had, those numbers, had a similar amount of people. I think there was like 30 something, 30, 40 people involved in it too.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. CIG's aware that they have weaponized the reporting system. Like, it's not like a secret. Like, they know that's a thing that they're doing, right? They have, what was it you were saying? They have, like, keywords, right? That they have to make sure that's on the reports, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Hold on. Let's stop there for a second, put a pin in that. I want to show you.
Let's do that.
So you're referencing that, right? So the experience, the people who organized the experience, after that had happened, they sent out an announcement to the rest of their community, like giving them like a template of a report.
Oh, buzzwords. There it is.
Yeah. And then someone who I don't know who the someone was, but someone told them to include a bunch of buzzwords to make it to where the report is taken more seriously.
Interesting.
So, like, clearly the report system is being abused, man.
Okay. And that's kind of why I wanted to jump on that, because I don't know if CIG is aware of this,
but I can get why they feel that way.
If there's no repercussion, you're encouraging this, right? So it's going to get worse because it's going to continue spreading throughout the PvE community, and they're going to say all we have to do is A, B, and C. Use these buzzwords, blah blah blah, right? Get enough reports. Yeah,
it creates like a sense of entitlement almost.
Yeah, and it's encouraging people to continue doing this. And what that does is it further floods their
they got griefed by their security.
That's going to create more issues for CIG. Players. Like, something like this needs to be discouraged. And if there's evidence of it happening and it's brought to CIG, there should be some repercussion for it. Here's
the thing. Here's the thing, man. Like, we're talking about how, this is wrong. The CIG, it's not. Here, let me just fast forward. Okay, I got some more evidence for you. Give me 1 second. So, where is it?
Yeah, so many slides.
Right here.
My God.
Okay. So this is fast forward past the experience, past one of the this was after one of y'all's episodes of Griefer's Pub where you had Syl as a guest.
Guilt by association.
Xylo, Dracadius, and Will joined your community, and then they joined GrieferNet's like sister community, Cogum Discord, and then they talked with us for a bit, and we were asking them questions, and I blatantly asked them, like, hey guys, is intentionally flooding your ticket queue for a single issue against the TOS? And as you can see out here outlined in red by Will, it is not against the TOS. Flooding the ticket queue is not against the TOS. So it just seems like this is.
I mean, why not?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
good question.
Is that wrong?
Because how do you determine it?
No. Because how do you determine the system is wrong?
Versus legitimate. right? That's almost the same thing like accusing people of griefing. The problem is it's easier to prove people are griefing than it is to prove somebody's flooding. Does that make sense?
In a way.
I'm not
Yeah,
necessarily
so
saying
like-
it's right, mind you, but I am saying I understand why they say it's not a TOS violation.
A
Yeah.
dedicated system that could be used for
Maybe.
something
I'll
else.
think on that one.
In fact, I'm a little bit surprised that like
I'll
you know
think on that
CIG hasn't created like an integrated report system. Like we're still relying on what Spectrum at this point. I think that's an issue, right?
Well, here's
It
my
doesn't make any
here's my
sense.
fear about an embedded report system too. Like, what are they
Yeah.
gonna like? We want to cut down on manpower to deal with these reports, right? But like, so what are they gonna do? They're gonna put an automated system in. That just
Okay.
sounds dystopic to me, to be honest. To put in an
That'd be
automated
terrible.
system,
An automated system.
It's like after a certain threshold is met, then just automatic penalties are dished out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So
That would
what
make it
could
even
be
worse.
done to
Yeah.
prevent like mass reports?
I think
mean, it would have to
ideally-
be like part of like code of conduct at that point, right?
Well, I would think that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But again,
Sven,
how do you deal with like a situation where you guys strike an event and then you know everybody maybe there was stream sniping? I don't know. That's one of those weird things that's really hard to prove in like reports unless someone is continuously like following someone on the server or
I don't
server
think it's that
hopping
hard to
from, like, point A
prove.
to
I
point B.
think like one of the things is that if the reports all follow a specific pattern and they all come in all at the same time, I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, here,
Right?
let me bite back on that a bit, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So here's what Xylo said in y'all's stream chat during that episode with Still.
I remember.
I outlined, you know, infiltration, and this isn't the first time they've said this to us. Infiltration is a viable playstyle. In fact, they have
Correct.
infiltration
Yeah, I
as
agree
one
with
of
that.
the categories you can select
My issue with it is
as
not
like something that you can
infiltration.
label a new org. When you create an org, it's like a
Yeah.
list of categories that you can select
I agree.
kind of
with
label
this.
your org. Infiltration is one of them. Okay.
Yeah, and
Is
so
this okay? So
if y'all
but
wanna-
is this on the like Robert Space Industries like web pages? Is it
Yeah.
under like an official document? Where would that be? That would be under the. Is that
it's
under
when you're
sales?
it's when you're creating your org.
Oh, you're talking
far
about
as
the
I know.
subsection, but they
yeah,
should.
but here's the thing too: is they can't be like, oh, well, we mean infiltration. That's not through meta gaming because there's no internal like mechanics.
There's no systems to.
There's
actually
no
use that,
systems
right.
in the game, and the only way that you could possibly do any type of infiltration has to be through Discord, because literally Discord
it's where the
drives
information
orgs
is.
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the information is, and that's going to remain true even if they do put in in-game systems, because people are not going to like, okay, they implemented org chat in game, let's stop using Discord. That's not how that's going to work.
It's not going to happen because it's not streamlined enough. It's not
Yeah.
integrated into like
No.
multi-classes.
Yeah.
Even then, it's going to be clunky as hell. You know.
Yeah.
Let me circle back around and tell you why I want to
Before
bite
we
back
do
at what
that,
you,
I just want to
Sorry?
say I wish that something like this was posted on like one of the Spectrum pages from like an official mod, because I don't know if like say a Twitch message holds a lot of merit. That's the issue that I see with this. It's in a weird spot that, you know, this is under someone's personal account on Twitch. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that is CIG's, you know, thoughts on the whole, like, you know,
I mean,
gameplay.
it's on their
is a viable
official
playstyle.
RSI site. When you're-
If we're talking about like the subsections for creating the orgs,
Yeah.
espionage. Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, I didn't see the espionage. I saw infiltration. I was thinking more like busting into ships and stuff like that. But it is kind of curious how that's going to look when the game is a little bit more like fleshed out. You know what I
Well,
mean?
and you have to consider this too. Like, even when the game is more fleshed out, it's hard to pull people out of something they've used for so long in the creation of the game, where if they go live, people aren't just going to switch over to whatever internal programs they use for the game now, right? Because we're all accustomed to this whole Discord. Like, we have PFPs designed for the org through Discord, right? It's so you're not going to be able to just tear everybody away from Discord completely anyway, right? The people are going to continue doing their event planning through it and stuff like that. So it's not as if that would suddenly change overnight.
Yeah, but like,
Okay.
so if you guys want to talk about reputation, I'm like, oh well, you know, Griefernet has a reputation of stream sniping. We have a reputation of infiltrating as well. You know,
Yeah.
like
Well, you have a reputation of pissing people off.
Does Griefernet
Well, that's just the result of
maybe my
PvPing
question
people
for you
who
is
don't want
for-
to be PvP'd.
But does
You know what I mean?
does Griefernet stream snipe as like
hold
a
on,
method
Can you
of like
pause that for a
tactic for
second?
like espionage?
Did he just say that he pisses people off because they're PvPers who don't want to do PvP?
No, I don't think so.
I
Also,
think you just said people that don't want to PvP.
Oh, people that
part
don't
he-
want to PvP. I'm sorry.
and the part he didn't say is Griefernet agents openly openly brag in writing about stream sniping. So that's the part he didn't say.
For operations, no, there have
operations?
been individuals who have stream sniped. Yes.
So how can we
He admitted it there.
How can we rely on that as like a viable playstyle if that's also against TOS? Because stream sniping has been listed under what that the excessive griefing post. It's not like the most. It's just as vague as everything else they posted, but it's more than a lot of things. I'll post it there.
If somebody's caught, if they have evidence of stream sniping, like an individual stream sniping, we don't contest that at all. So
yeah, I gotcha.
But in terms of infiltration and espionage, which is allowed, like
And it should
what
be.
happens?
I mean,
What happens when you infiltrate? Let's talk about this for a second and how
Yeah.
similar it can look like to stream sniping. Okay,
Mhm.
when you're infiltrating, you know where they're gonna be, what time it's gonna happen, what server, when they're, the exact moment that they go onto the server. Okay, you know everything. You don't need to stream snipe. You don't need to leverage streams.
What?
We
Okay.
like. So it's like they're okay with infiltration, but they're not okay with the results of infiltration.
Well, I mean,
I see where he's going.
From what I can tell,
That makes sense.
I don't know if I
from what
agree
I
with
can
that.
tell, it's just not okay.
I
With
don't
you guys
agree with
doing
it, but
any-
his argument
if
makes
you're-
sense.
It does.
I mean,
They're just like just stop it, just stop.
I mean, they just want you guys to
Just don't
completely
play the
stop
game is what they're
doing
trying
it.
to say.
And you know what? I would be
Yeah.
willing to bet that part of the reason why they're so tough on you guys is partially because of the flood of reports they're getting. And I think that problem comes from encouraging that through just, I mean, it's like, oh, it's okay that you guys are abusing that system. So it's making it worse, and they're blaming you for that. Now, yeah, I don't know. So I mean, I think that's part of the problem.
I mean, when you say that, does that not seem just so wrong? Like, oh, you're breaking the rules when people are complain about you enough.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why the vagueness concerned all of us, because at some point, like I said, we're going to attack people or events or whatever's happening on server meshing, because that's where there's something to do. And then on top of that, if more of the game is put together, what does that mean? You have a server with a ton of people in one location. We go in and hit them, and we have a ton of loot and stuff we can sell, right? So that's more encouraging. So who's to say we're not going to get mass reported when we don't do on our side? And a lot of PvP orgs, we don't do infiltration. We don't plan for event disruption, right? But are we just going to end up in the wrong place at the wrong time? And then is CIG going to be like, oh, mass reports, and where's the buzzwords? The buzzwords are there. We need to ban them.
I was just thinking that same thing because of what me and Hash have done plenty of times. Oh, I'm at Repel, got a ship here now. And then we call it out and 20 of us show up, not 20, but and we kill that person and then they scream griefing. That's going to happen when me and Hash are in game and I see an event happening. I'm like, Hash, an event happening, no security, get your boys, let's go. That's going to happen.
I gotta say something once again. He's arguing that espionage is a valid gameplay loop, but he's complaining that counter espionage is also a gameplay loop. This all started when he used mass reporting and he himself used mass reporting and espionage and false evidence to get us removed. I don't even think they even gave evidence. I don't think they had to, but to get us removed. Yeah, to get us removed from the Anzia security team and the racing and the Discord and all that.
That was Vex,
and then they complain. Vex is their agent.
I got you.
I sent you one of the still shots of it, but they straight up thanked Vex for his work. Like, and I can't believe more people aren't talking about it. But like, but bro, they started it. Like, they literally used the same tactic to get people, the only people who knew how to fight them, removed, us. And then they complained that no one knew how to fight, and so the only thing they had left was mass reporting. What?
That's crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm concerned.
Ideally, they need to be more hands off.
I agree.
I don't actually disagree with
period.
that. Yeah.
Coming from like other sandbox games,
Bring up Ark.
the less activity that the devs have involved, more or less, most of the time, it's better. You want to keep gameplay as organic as possible.
Yeah.
When possible, right? Beyond the like cases of like, say, something happening in like global chat or someone spamming GrieferNet victory a few 100,000 times, right? Or, like basic things like hacking, glitching, things that are game breaking, obviously. But it makes you wonder.
Yeah. We've never gotten a suspension. We've never got suspensions for spamming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, make sure when you yell GrieferNet victory over global chat, it's not all in caps, because that can be considered. That I think that's against terms of service, if I remember correctly. Using all caps to blot out the global chat. All right,
but I mean, you see so many other groups do that. It's not just GrieferNet that did it. It was it ITC a long time ago used to do that shit, like ITC victory. It was like a whole meme for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're bothered by it though too. They're bothered by the whole boasting and chat thing that we do. Look, Will says that he would rather us go into other people's discords to boast instead of just doing it in global chat. Like, I don't know about you, but that seems a little bit more toxic than what we're doing currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're going directly to like the person's personal area and specifically targeting them with comments.
Yeah, I don't know about that take there, Will.
Like, you can't go into an opponent's Discord when they block you.
Before we move on to like the mass reporting and talking about that, something that I noticed with especially this title is there seems to be a lack of anonymity for players that are on certain servers. Every time you hop into the server, the first thing you can do is open up a Mobi-Glass and your tools are all right there. There's no option to go like redacted or offline for your like character. There's no way to like mask that. And I wonder if there, like, there's other games. I'm thinking New World. I'm thinking of Tarkov that allow you to redact that information to prevent players from finding you. Do you think that would be potentially like a way to get around that?
I would absolutely love more anonymity tools. Like, we would love the member list.
I like knowing who's in my server.
But it doesn't
show up on the member list if
long term they will, but they're not going to do it anytime soon. I think
the reason why they don't necessarily do something like that is because they intend on us all pretty much being meshed together anyway. So that's like a temporary solution, but long term we're supposed to be all together anyway, right? So right? I mean, why would CIG spend probably like 5 years in development trying to create anonymity?
I can see that. I'm sitting here thinking about it. You're in your ship, and then bring name ships in. Then you recognize the name of a ship, and then have to scan to see who's aboard it, or I don't know. I see what.
How about hold on a sec. Yeah. Let's just for a moment. Let's talk about that. Almost every major like pirate that we know from the golden age of piracy, we know their ship names. And that's part of the reason that they were able to be tracked. Was because, you as a captain might not be visible, but if you got your ship name splattered on the back of your ship.
Absolutely. But as a pirate, I like my name to be known. I like them to know who I like being known. I like it when they know I pirated them. Love it.
And you guys are forgetting that pirates would announce that they were pirates by hanging a black flag with skull and bones on it.
That's true. That's true.
It didn't always happen, but of sorts that did.
If you didn't do that, your own crew would turn on you.
The fact that they don't even have to they don't have to name their ships. Very likely they won't ever name their ships. They'll leave it generic, like every other smart person that tries to do this activity is gonna do. Yeah, they're gonna have to deal with being visible on the server, but just like Elder Relic just said, long term, everyone's gonna be on the same global chat space. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if they'll do like system chat specifically.
I would assume system chat, and then if you're in a party, quote unquote tight beam to your party members wherever they're at.
Yeah, right.
And then an
Like I
org
know one of
channel
the things,
probably.
one of the things they've talked about, and I don't know if this is actually in or not because I've never really had to test it, is that you don't get notifications when people outside of your party get on your ship, right? That's a
Yeah, you
thing
don't.
that
You
they.
don't right now.
So that was built because they do want these kinds of infiltration activities and that kind of stuff. They just community level wise, as far as the communications we've seen so far, they have no interest in that. And yeah, I
Mhm.
totally get why people are going to get nailed with guilt by association, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right, but in a lot of ways, I kind of mentally treat it like street racing. For a long time, they would just go after the street racers. Well, where I live, they go after race attendees. So like everybody, if you ain't moving and you're hanging out doing that kind of stuff, like just watching, you'll still get nailed. So they
Yeah.
probably they were like, hey, look, it doesn't matter if they weren't there. They were on board with the activity, so they're just going to get snagged up in this
Yep.
anyways, as an example, right? Yes, they are ultimately collateral damage. Whether or not it's guilt by association,
Yeah.
they are ultimately collateral damage.
I'm gonna hit play, but I'm gonna step
Yep.
up for a second
Yeah.
and feed my cats too. So let me know if I miss anything important. If I need to pause, I'll be going for like 30
Absolutely,
seconds.
I will.
Tools for a mechanic that's not supposed to be there.
Well, let's take Eve Online into the mix then, because
Mhm.
they have like a local chat. Like we're gonna have multiple systems, right? So
Yeah,
like
Like what I was
that
just
should be
talking about.
there, yeah.
people are
That
like,
should
you
be
can't
the
view people in nullsec unless they talk. Same thing with wormhole
Right.
space.
Yeah.
You know,
having like a segmented chat like that for servers when server meshing is implemented is actually going to be crucial. Otherwise, it's just going to be a wall of text going, at like mock Jesus the entire
yeah,
time.
100%.
Yeah,
And people are going to figure out where you're at by listening to that chatter. If there was a way to localize it to even like systems or like parts of the star system, like one for Microtech, one for Area T, and just kind of localize it like that, that might help. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like some ideas instead of just getting stuck on it. But we were moving on to the mass reporting. Let's talk more about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the mass reports, why is it reasonable to give first-time offenders 30 days? Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about that for a second. Okay. The Onzia incident.
So you're talking about the first-time offenders in your org that got banned this time, and it's like their first time being a part of something like this.
Without saying names, how many first-time offenders actually were struck with the 30 days? Like a rough estimate.
I would say, shoot, I didn't really do a count on that. Maybe like between 15, like probably around 15.
Anything crazy?
So 15 people. Okay.
Yeah, he was asking.
Okay, so
they were asking how many. So he just asked a question. How many were first timers that got banned? And he said he didn't have a really good number, but he said around 15.
Wait, say again. Say it again. I was reading Ninja's chat. Says that blonde guy wearing a wig. I don't know. It's a good question.
What he was saying is that so Elderic asked Elder Relic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you say that.
Elder
Anyways,
Relic.
Yeah, so he basically asked, like, how many people were actually first timers, right? Because they're like, oh, first time people got a suspension, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it's like 15. He doesn't have a full number, but he's right. He thinks 15 probably.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, if it's half your people, yeah, everybody's getting nailed because half of you knew you shouldn't be doing this, and the other half need to, like, it's just not fair to split half and half. Everybody's gonna get. Everyone's going to get nailed for this, and everybody's going to walk away with a lesson. Yeah. I'm not saying what lesson it is, but that's what it's going to be like. So that's what happened.
Gotcha.
For keeping some kind of like order here, were they all listed as GrieferNet organization personnel, or was it multiple parties from like?
No, we're part of we're part of an alliance.
Alliance. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Can I just jump on? So one of the comments said there's an assumption that Enzia was a mass report event, but I can attest there was never any such call to mass report. Now, I don't think anybody mentioned that this specifically was a mass report, though, right? I mean, we talked about mass reporting.
Yeah,
I said it was a mass report
You
because
said-
they have
Oh.
an
yeah, it's for head.
unlisted video that I have access to where they're sharing screenshots of all the people on the server and then saying, "Okay, gonna submit this for evidence."
I see. Okay. So it was.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it was. Maybe
And then
maybe
Gotcha.
that individual wasn't aware of it.
And do we have a way of? Yeah, maybe they weren't. And do we have a way of knowing like how many or roughly how many would have been a part of that mass report?
I have no idea. I know one player individually who was responsible for compiling the quote unquote evidence. I don't
see.
know. I don't know if I want to just out him right here, but
No, don't do
Do
that.
it.
Don't do it. I don't
And
Do
what
it.
was,
Oh,
and what
you
was the
pussy.
evidence? Like, what was it they were bringing as evidence? Was it evidence for
just our presence,
stream
just us-
sniping
just
or?
us being there. Just us being there was quote unquote evidence. They're like, oh, GrieferNet's here. Let's take a screenshot of the names, and then that's enough. That was enough for them to report.
But what were they reporting specifically? Like, what was the report for?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what they put in their report.
Yeah.
But we got hit with basically everything under the book, under the sun. We got hit with stream sniping, harassment, and excessive griefing. That was what was on every single one of our bans.
Yeah, but that's
No
not
chat spam
everything
this
under
Well,
the sun.
what the hell
We've never
qualifies
gotten
as?
a
All right, what qualifies as excessive griefing? Because did
I
you
don't know.
guys
I guess
kill them
I guess
multiple
one time.
times?
No, I guess one time is enough. One time is excessive because we've only hit Anzia once ever, and all we did was just sit at Miner's Lament and then let their security come to us. That was all we did. And you can double check that with any security that's in the chat right now. Not a single one of us went to Grimhex where you guys were stationed for most of the fight.
Okay, so you didn't go like spawn camp basically,
Nope.
right? If you want to.
Nope, we just stayed at
Okay.
Miner's Lament and let them come to us.
Yeah, I'm still curious
true,
why they
Stan?
didn't just server hop and reform. That would have
Good
been the
grief.
best solution there.
Yeah,
The
there was-
instance
well,
that they saw you, that
They were
should
having
have been the first
they were
one.
having some skill issue with communication. So
I mean, if you're conscripting multiple security orgs, there's your first issue. Just get
Yeah.
a large security like group that has a good amount of like personnel to actually you know
Yeah.
cover security. You know, like a good example, PAX would be a great one to like get in touch with if you need someone that
Okay, hold
puts
on.
up a good fight. Just saying,
Yeah.
just saying.
Hold on.
Ninja's
Get some more
Ninja's
proper people.
Ninja.
So-
My chat's caught
You know
up
what I
on
mean?
Blonde
Can I
Guy's
make
hair,
sure
on
that we're
Eldrick's hair.
clear on this? Griefernet
I love
is a
it.
part of Neighborhood Watch.
yes,
Is it possible for them to hire Neighborhood Watch as security? Is that
you
something
can,
that
you can GrieferNet doesn't do security. We can do you can pay us off to peace of mind
okay?
if you
It's
want to
like-
do your event.
It's like
That's
mod
funny.
stuff. It's like protection.
But you can
Pay for protection. Honestly-
communicate
honestly.
with the other orgs that are part of Neighborhoods Watch, and they have their own internal policies about what they would do and what they wouldn't.
Okay, fair point. So the reason why I'm asking that, right, is because one thing that we've continuously emphasized, right, was why are these people going to these random orgs that call themselves security orgs that are basically just RPing as PvP security players or something?
Thank you.
I don't know if their intention is to secure from PvE.
Great point.
PCs that
RPing
may
as
show up
security.
red. But like, why have we not seen once? I don't believe once any of them inquire about security from a PvP org, like an org that specifically PvPs, like exclusively.
Like us.
Right.
I'll shout out one org that's done it before, and that was Paladins.
Yeah.
They,
I know them.
They
Okay.
they hired a AVS, and that was a nasty fight. That was a tough fight.
Okay. So would you say it was probably a lot better than what you've been seeing on these more recent ones?
Yeah, I think we haven't had a tough fight of that magnitude since then, and that was sometime last year.
So was it effective?
I mean, we still won our objective, but I would say it's a lot more effective than
what they're doing
the
now.
circumstance with Anzia.
Because
So-
that's okay. So it shows that there's some possibility to do that, right? Because from what
Look, we're
Okay.
kind of look. I don't want to get into the weeds about like how good a security team they look. I'm glad that they're hiring security in the first place. What my issue is that they're not. You're not you're just submitting reports. These people are just submitting reports.
It's a security audit.
You don't hire
They're not.
a
They're
group
not.
for
You guys
PvP
like. They're not
and then
playing the
report
game.
after the fact.
They're not playing
right?
the game.
If you're hiring a PvP org, you should just accept the fact that if you didn't do your job properly as a security org, you don't report. You just say good fight and move, the hell on at that point. That's honestly the move. Just play the damn game.
I think it's wrong. It's wrong what these communities are doing, making people lose access to the game just because we're just playing the game. We're just PvPing. Is this a say like to CIG?
No,
Is this a
I don't know about that one
game or
now.
isn't it?
All right, I have another question. If you were to go there, mess with the event, right? It breaks up the event, and then they reset and start the event over. Would you show up again?
Our tip, no. No,
Yes, you
we don't.
would.
Once
Yeah,
we
they
achieve
would. Fucking.
once we achieve objective complete, then we just that's it for the night.
Okay, if that's the case,
I'm so glad you guys didn't fall for that.
You had a completed
I don't believe that for a second.
I think he's saying say something here.
the first time. Why strike it a second time?
Because it was a separate event 2 weeks later.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Just
fair.
wondering if it was like the same group doing the same thing again, or if it was.
It was the
completely
same
separate.
org
Okay,
running
gotcha.
the type of event again, but it was like different.
I don't
like,
believe
layers.
they didn't keep going back.
Like there was they had different passengers.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Ninja,
gotcha.
like where's half his
So
forehead?
it's not
the same
quite the
org.
same.
It's under the
experience.
wig.
It's one had a torp, and how did the other one die? I forget. Was it both torps? Oh, never mind then. Okay.
Both torps. Yeah, one
So they
was
what did
one
they
was a little
torpedo?
bit better fired at minimum lock range. The other one was fucking 12 kilometers. Yeah, one there was they had different passengers.
Yeah, I gotcha. So it's
was
not
the same
quite the
org.
same experience. It's one had a torp, and how did the other one die? I forget.
I don't know. He
Was
didn't
it both
say.
torps? Oh, never mind then. Okay.
Both torps. Yeah, one was a little bit better fired at minimum lock range. The other one was fucking 12 kilometers away. One of my
I've
guys
got
just
expat actually saying
premature.
no, they didn't.
premature torped.
Same passengers is what I'm reading in chat. Are you sure about that?
I'm sure there
I'm
was
just-
some overlap.
Okay.
I'm sure. I
just
don't know the entire roster list.
He doesn't believe him.
Yeah, I mean, when I meant like
Wait, who doesn't believe what?
mission accomplished,
Frag doesn't believe what SFR is saying.
Oh, that I agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they
that statement is highly suspect for as
Yeah.
much information they had. That's
Look at his
very
face right here. His face says it all. He's like, whatever, dude.
Mhm.
come back together.
as
I
in,
mean,
like,
within
the
the
day of,
same,
the day of,
yeah, like
the day of.
they
Gotcha.
continue their
Okay.
event.
Sora.
Because
Who's
that's
Sora,
what I would
Ninja?
assume, right? Now I know, obviously, like if I was creating an event and somebody came in and stomped on it, yeah, I'd be pissed, right? I'd be pissed about the fact
would
that somebody
too.
destroyed my event, and I also be pissed that
Then I'd
I
fight 'em.
failed to stop it from getting destroyed, right? But I would pick
Yeah.
up the pieces and continue again. Now, if you were to continuously over and over again keep
Oops, my bad.
attacking that, right? That would be, I would consider excessive
Kingdom Hearts.
griefing,
Oh.
right? Because now it's like you're
was gonna
just
say that name
completely
sounds very
preventing them
familiar.
from doing it
Within
like, over and
the
over and
same
over again.
session, right?
Yeah,
The same session.
and
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's why I asked that, because
We're
it's
in
like,
agreement with that.
yeah. And then let's say in the situation that you have not fight or flight. What's the I'm sorry,
What the hell?
Anymore rally?
the AMR rally. Yes. Okay. So they have multiple servers that they're multiple servers they're on. Would you
Yeah,
go?
goodness.
Let's say, would you destroy one server, jump to another server, and then destroy their event on that server as well, or would it be accomplished upon or stopping that event on that server?
That's a little different, I
funny.
feel like, because on every server there's entirely two different pools of players.
Okay. Now, would you feel that
No,
could be
you're fine, Ninja.
classified as excessive griefing? Because if you end up on a separate server and then you go after the event again, you are specifically targeting that event multiple times, even if it's separate servers.
I mean, golly, man. I mean, they occupied 10
Hey.
servers.
Yeah, I
Like,
know, I get
It
it,
would have
but
been hard to avoid it anyway. So if we were to
Yeah, that's a
like, we
cop-out.
just like the whole
Yeah.
concept of like killing someone once and then that's it. You can't kill them anymore.
yeah,
know,
I mean,
in
I'm
a
not
PvP
saying this
sandbox
should be
game.
like that, but I get like, I mean, I'm not. Yeah. So if I'm out in the in the verse and I run into the same person twice, obviously, and I'm killing them, I'm not gonna stop killing them. Hell, I already killed you once, so I'm just gonna leave you alone this time.
Yeah, nobody
But I
blinks
feel like
twice
this
when the
concept's
same
different.
when you find the same person 3 times in the same session and kill them all 3 times. No one blinks twice about that. But then all of a sudden, people throw a big deal
What was that?
about uh, killing one group 1 week and then killing them again 2 weeks later. Doesn't make any
Yes,
sense.
yeah,
to me.
but I feel like I mean
I
agree
feel like
that's
that's an
different. All right? I mean, it's two separate
oversimplification and a
occurrences. Personally, I
misjudgment of
feel.
scale
Yeah.
or misrepresentation of the
I don't
scale.
know. I mean,
In the case of Daymar Rally, I don't think it would be. In my eyes, would be excessive griefing. It just if you were to swap servers over to like an entirely different player pool.
yeah.
But
Well,
that's not what happened though. Like we
yeah.
just hit one server and that was it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the thing is too. I mean, still, I kind of like
Wait, so
jumping
you're saying
back on
they
the
hit one
fact
server?
that it's going at some point. Hopefully
No,
soon.
swapping to
Meshing
different
is
group of
supposed to
people.
be a thing anyway, and they're no longer going to be able to say, oh, well, you jumped servers to follow these people around. No, because from my understanding, part of the mechanics that they want is that we can track down people for whatever reason and attack them. I mean, it's like an open mechanic, and I understand the whole in-game mechanics and all this stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. There's just a whole lot of gray. It's like I think really what it really comes down to with you guys, though, personally, is really just reputation. Like you guys have been, as Griefernet, you guys have been pissing people off for a long time.
How long has Griefernet been an org?
I want to say
I think it's been a long time.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's only since this January has it become a big problem.
Okay. In previous years, did you guys ever experience like mass ban waves or anything like that, or is it just recently this is like a new trend?
Yeah, and last year we had the same sort of like volume of event crashes as we do this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's my argument against that.
In terms of like
the rules were set in place because of what they were doing and how long they've been doing it.
Yeah.
So the idea that it's like, oh, well, it's only started to become a problem. It's like you guys have been doing it for a while, and the conversation had to be had.
Well, we haven't seen the rules on the CIG website yet. That was only a letter to them.
Ooh. Sneaky sneak. Let me take a peek.
Yeah, let me know if you can find something on that, because that just popped in my head.
We also communicate.
He mentions in the beginning of the video that it was something new in their terms of service.
I mean, we communicated all of this and tried to discuss this with SF multiple times before before everything last year, so early last year, before anything happened. And their response was, basically top keck, get wrecked noob, salty popcorn, and then they would like send spies in here. That was their response. And so I'm sorry, I agree with a couple of his points, but all I'm hearing overall is argues that espionage is a gameplay loop, complains that counter espionage is a gameplay loop. Like, if it were up to us, we would have been there fighting them, and if they beat us and got through, that's one thing, but they know that they won't because they've never beat us in a whole year.
I wonder if they're going to show up to that event tomorrow.
I promise you, they will be showing up tomorrow.
It's a racing event tomorrow.
And they're actually live. This attack, this was a practice run. The real attack is tomorrow.
How many per week?
And now they're pissed.
Yeah.
Hey man.
Read this highlight. The experience was mismanaged to an extreme. They allowed a person to get on board the ship and took no steps to remove that person from the ship before leaving without some of their passengers and allowing the ship to get torped. I mean, that was mismanaged. That was pretty bad. A torp.
So is that the one time that the C8R was on the side of the 890? So that's also a game issue, because that is the 890 unable to lock. That's a bug. It's not supposed to be like that for the docking ports. Same thing with like the reclaimers. Anybody can access that
unable
top.
To lock?
You can't lock those doors.
Oh, the door. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Those doors, like that is an exploitable thing on that ship, and a few other ships are like that actually.
Mm-hmm.
So any board, like they unlock the whole ship. No, what I'm saying is I have done the same thing multiple times. Like popped into an 890, ran down the side of like any spaceport. It was locked, and then you can just gain access. There is no lock for those systems.
Yep, I've done
They
it.
But
need
there
to fix
wasn't any
that.
sort of like weird fishy thing you had to do. All you had
No,
to do
no,
was
no.
just
Of course
go
not.
left and
That's just how
interact with the door.
the ship is at the moment, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's an exploit, but it is one of the problems that led up to that situation.
Yeah, it's squarely in the court of CIG's responsibility to address stuff
Right, of
like
course.
that.
Yeah.
You know.
So it is. They really just need to get their That's one of the challenges that I'm sure they face with trying to maintain, rules in like an ever-changing environment, and it's super unpolished. Not everything's gold standard. I know that, and I'm not saying it is GriefNet's fault by any means. It's just that is a CIG issue. They need to fix their shit.
And that's the thing too. Like, it's CIG's issue. Like the amount of damage a torpedo does, it's CIG's issue. The amount of devastation that an A2 can incur, that's a CIG issue. Why is that a player problem? In fact, let me go forward a bit.
Is it exploiting a bug though if someone knows that the door is unlocked and uses that opportunity to gain access to a ship?
No, it's not.
No,
That's
no,
what I'm
I wouldn't
wondering.
treat it as a bug.
That's a stretch in my eyes, man.
Yeah.
I gotta say,
I don't
honestly,
know, I don't know.
I definitely do agree that CIG's issue, like a lot of this is because
Mhm.
it's not, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not our fault that it's been 12 years and none of these systems are in place to prevent any of this. And that we're still working on things like a box sitting in the middle of wherever on Daymar for the next 30 years for persistence sake. Right? I mean, not to be super critical, but like, where are we at here? Like, you guys have had ample amount of time to set up some of these damn systems. Where are they at? Like, what's going on? Right?
Yeah,
Because a lot of us are waiting to play the
Oh.
damn game.
let me say this for a second, okay? Look at where Xylo says in his response to Sill's post. They have issues where they weigh how many if you bring too many A2s, it could potentially be bannable. How are we supposed to make a sound judgment when you don't like specify anything? Like, what do you mean how many how many A2s does it take for something to be quote unquote disruptive to the point that you
That's
issue out
retarded.
suspensions? Like, that's crazy to me, man.
If I want to bring 20 A2s, I'm allowed to bring 20 fucking A2s.
What
So
is the hold on? I can't. Problem is I can't read the text.
Yeah, I can't read that either. Apparently ways things like using A2s and creating certain YouTube. I can't read any of this, but they said that that it could be considered bringing too many A2s can be considered an offense. I can't read any of this hardly.
What's the minute time on that one? Was that 53?
Yeah, 52 something, 52:30 maybe.
Yeah, okay, hold on, let me. Yeah, okay, so highlighted sections. First one is we still believe in and encourage PvP solution to in-game conflict. However, next block says we're not eager to police PvP. That third one says we prefer players to engage in organic PvP without intervention. The next one says making disruption their primary purpose for playing. So that whole line says there's a line where we will issue warnings, particularly that groups that take it to the extreme, making disruption the primary purpose for playing. Next red box says regular PvP and piracy learning activities are not accepted but encouraged within the parameters of are not only accepted but encouraged within the parameters of fair play. This has been seen more frequently lately and with pad ramming and A2 flybys commonly followed by videos mocking those impacted, all with very little gameplay repercussions. It's important
They built the A2 with that much damage, though, and if I have an org and we have 10 people with an A2 and we want to fly over and unload everything, guess what? We should be allowed to do that without any fear of being in trouble.
It's also important to understand that our recent warnings were directed at a specific group that what we deemed as more radically impacting the intended alpha experience. Lastly, I want to clarify that our current stance is also not permanent. Espionage, piracy, and sabotage have their place in our universe, and we anticipate a more balanced and refined system to accommodate them as game progresses. So it is just intentionally like essentially it's like what he said right at the beginning, right? GrieferNet exists to do one thing: disrupt community events.
And don't think I'm on board. Don't think I'm on board with GrieferNet. But some of the things CIG is telling them, it blows my mind. Like that, like if I have 4 Idrises in my org, and we show up with all 4 of them somewhere, and we hold an area with 4 Idrises, if we hold repel and we only run repel, that's not griefing.
But that's not how that's not what they're construing. And I also think that so like this idea that there's a number of A2s is not what CIG is saying. It's about the conduct related around it, right?
Use the A2 to bomb, right?
No. Honestly, I don't think their major complaint has specifically to do with A2's bombing. I think it has to do with really more of what comes afterwards. With it's the fact that they are mocking those impacted with very little gameplay repercussions, right? There's no recourse for a lot of people, none, right? And so in the sense of like if I was CAJ for a moment, and I'm not, right? But if I were a person in that kind of position, when I look at GrieferNet, I'm like, what are they adding gameplay content wise to the people they're affecting? Right? What are they giving to those players? Right? I get piracy, right? Piracy is an experience. It's in a lot of ways. It's also like a lot of times when I see good piracy, right? And good piracy is really hard. It's an unfair situation because it's hard for pirates to get to be good pirates with a lot of people, right? And I get that, right? But good piracy is something that people are going to walk away with a salty experience, but they're going to walk away with a lesson that can be actuated on that it's like, could they have maybe worked out a different arrangement? No.
Do you think GrieferNet would do all this if CIG didn't step in and nobody complained? Everybody was like, "Fuck, they ruined it. We'll just schedule for a different day." If CIG didn't, like, if people didn't go cry to daddy every time.
But it's not
because do you think GrieferNet would keep doing it if they didn't think it upset people that much?
Well, okay. Honestly,
they do it because it pisses people off. That's where they get their high from.
But yeah, but like
they love this right now. What we're watching, they love this attention.
Well, and not only that, but they just love, like what is it? There's that saying, people just want to see the world burn, right?
If nobody let this bother them this much, I mean, yeah, I get pissed that they disrupted your event. If no one let them bother this much, they'd move on to a different game.
Bro, this proves everything we have like been through and like have warned like the community about. This just might end up being one of the single greatest advertising and recruitment campaigns for us. This is also gonna fix all this bullshit that these people are trying to start about our reputation. How can you say anything about us if we were right?
I mean, that's not necessarily how I would put this kind of stuff. I will say for
you're right, Ninja.
I need to get your stream up so I can see your chat. Damn it. I keep forgetting that. I keep reminding myself, but then we get back onto content. So I kind of look at it this way, right? One, GrieferNet is a highly cohesive, singular, dedicated purpose org, right?
Yes.
So you have that, and you'll have an org like that in every single PvP MMO. Just so you know.
Absolutely. And if we use EVE Online as an example, that's every major guild, or sorry, every major corporation has a branch that does that, right? That's their jive. And as a matter of fact, the economy of EVE Online is in a lot of ways reliant on that kind of activity. There's a reason that Hulkageddon as an event exists, and that people with billions of ISK worth of product sit on that product until Hulkageddon happens, because mineral values suddenly skyrocket because the inflow dumps, right? Suddenly the amount of the amount of minerals that are coming in drops because there's miner numbers are down. So it's not that I don't think that there's not a value to it, but the fact that their sole goal is to disrupt, community events. Uh, it's like, okay, what is meaningfully added to the content experience to everybody else? And I think that I believe that's one of the points they even had in there was like, how is this contributing to a positive, like not even a positive experience, right? Piracy isn't always a positive
An
experience.
experience without you.
What is a
Like, without
meaningful
them.
experience for the rest of the people involved? And really, I think that that's probably the biggest takeaways. There isn't, right? They're actively, it's like obviously they've gone and disrupted other events, and they haven't been they haven't been banned or sorry suspended over those things, right? But it might be just that CIG and you're like, here's a thought, right? I wonder if the whole reason that CIG ended up doing it is not because of just the one event. It might be that CIG looked at the series of events that have happened, right? Because they talk about all the other operations that they did and said, okay, this is a trend. This will continue to be a trend. This will continue to be a very serious problem. It will damage community events that people are trying to put together, especially if they're constantly targeting them, right? That's hugely damaging to just the overall community, right? You can kill games doing that kind of stuff, especially when they're in the state they're in right now. So in my mind, I don't think this was a one-off. I think that as much as they think it is, that they probably have a lot of complaints from all of the events that they've hit, and that CIG just decided that this was the one that they were going to finally stamp on.
Like, I don't know. I mean,
and they're constantly saying, "Oh, we encourage PvP solutions to an in-game conflict. We support organic PvP. We don't want to police PvP." But when GrieferNet shows up to crash to PvP these events, suddenly it's a problem. Like, look, here's my conversation with Xylo. Okay, he repeats everything that he's saying in that post to the point until it's like, listen, if it was me, just reach out to these communities and pretty much just ask permission. Ask permission before you do that. That way there's not a problem. That's not an open world PvP sandbox.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it looks like one of the mods banned or locked out Shankers, who was gifting us subs. So can we reverse that? Why would that be a thing? So can we please reverse that? Shankers has been nothing but supportive. Like, he should not be rejected from the chat.
Check.
Yeah, like, what's that about?
What they're talking about moderation issues with CIG.
I know, right? We don't, and we do, and honestly, with our chat, like, hey, we take criticism here. I don't even know why that's happening. Like, yeah, free Shankers. Like, moderation is definitely not my thing, except for copy pastas, because I hate those damn things.
Okay, so it shows that he isn't banned. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's saying that it just says that he's disconnected from chat and he can't reply at all. So, yeah.
Elder Musk over here, freedom of speech.
Report back.
All right. Well, all right. If that's not, maybe it's.
I would just refresh, because I did check the ban list. He's not on there. There's no reason it should have happened.
Okay. Weird.
All right.
Anyways, back on the subject.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I forgot what I was going to say. I had something.
Don't tread on me. Sorry. Okay, I'm done.
No, I was talking about how Xylo wants us to reach out to people and like ask permission. Like, that's not an open world PvP sandbox. Why do I need to go out and ask somebody if I want to PvP their event or not?
No, not at all. And honestly, all of their, like, okay, anytime I get an ad, it will show like cargo runners and then war, right? And people fighting
like,
for
that's an
cargo.
expectation.
Like, yeah, it's like you go into that game expecting a fight. And then the other argument I had too.
Cinematics of pirates coming up to fuck up an 890. You know, like.
Yeah. And if they want you to literally like have a reason other than just disrupting an event, make there a working economy where you can actually you actually need to make money, right? I mean, because right now the economy don't work. So like, how can you be like, you need to be pirating for what? For what? Like, what do I need money for?
Well, I'll bite back on that a little bit. It's like, why do we need a digital MacGuffin to do anything in the game? Isn't just we do it for fun? Is that not enough?
Yeah, I mean,
Not for everybody. There's different mindsets. There's different people that want to earn money. You know, Bob's a good example where they want to.
I know, but in terms of like violating the TOS, though, is what I'm saying.
Right. So here was something that I was kind of curious about. Let me see if I can figure out my thoughts here. Just go ahead and say what you're saying, though. Forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yep.
Shoot.
Can I just jump on it? Just so you guys know, anybody who's new here, Griefa's Pub isn't a subsidiary of Griefanet or anything. We're actually a separate entity. All right, just to throw it out there.
That's funny. That says, "Hello, my name is Fur." Just so we can keep that going because right now we've got Chris Roberts, we've got Jake Acapella.
We need but we need like a disclaimer when somebody comes into the chat or whatever that says
you guys kind of shot yourself in the foot by naming it Griefer's Pub, guys.
Yeah, well, I mean,
where's my royalty?
Because we've had people come in and be like, "Is this part of Griefernet?" And we're like, "No, we're not at all. It's just the joke is you're a PvPer, you're considered a griefer amongst many." And it's funny too because by the way, what's his name? Z was posting us on Reddit, and they just constantly removed his post and downvoted the shit out of it. So it just like Reddit, like Griefer's Pub, no, get it out of here.
That isn't just like from those posts. I mean, I feel like that's most PvP related topics. Get posted that aren't like, negative.
They don't like it. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
They don't like it. There's the same thing with one of the Facebook. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So here's a common through line through CIG when talking about moderation. It's very much, to me, it seems like it's very much about short-term like marketing optics. They didn't like the fact they were using the 890 jump as like a grassroots marketing thing. They didn't like the fact that it didn't go exactly the way they wanted it to go. Anything like it says right here is Xylo. It's like you're being targeted because the events that you're hitting are being broadcasted, just tend to be broadcasted. And let me comment on that a little bit. I don't think CIG understands how prevalent streamers are in modern gaming right now. It's crazy. Look, we're a large group. Mm-hmm. So when I'm scheduling events for my community, I'm targeting things that have either like an equitable or slightly more like predicted turnout on the other end, because I'm not going to drop 30 dudes on like 5 goobers in their mold just having like a mining Monday. It's a waste of our time.
Mining Monday, is that a thing?
Yeah, it is.
But no, we're not doing that. We're going after these as large events as we can, and those large events, for whatever reason, for spectacle, for just people, there's more people that are talking about it, and it spreads throughout the communities, and streamers like, oh, I want to participate. This is gonna be fun and boost my viewership maybe, and it's gonna be an entertaining piece of content for me to stream. And so like disproportionately, these large events just tend to have streamers. That's just the reality of the situation. And it's like it's not fair to us that any PvP that we want to do at the appropriate scale that makes sense for our community is being targeted because someone turned on a camera.
What about charity events? I know that you guys struck what is it called? Save the Animals. Do you guys not like pets, or like what is exactly up with Griefernet on that?
The maniacal.
We're a bit more like cat people. We like cats a little bit more than dogs.
Okay, but why strike out charity?
How ironic that is.
It feels kind of strange. I know. I've seen
we changed our motif is orcs now, guys.
Oh yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah, I was like, "What the hell's going on over there?" They don't. You guys don't use PFP borders. You just match up each other's PFPs with the same general like theme.
Theme. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I know people are gonna get a little when they hear about us hitting a charity event.
What was the point?
This is a video game.
I'm curious.
This isn't a platform for a charity. I don't really feel that bad about it.
And that's why they're getting burned.
Okay. But what was the benefit for? Did you guys have any purpose behind that, or was it just?
It was just a large event. It was content. It was a large event, and it made sense, and it lined up with our schedule. And
I mean, to be honest, I think I think Griefernet is probably having more fun than anybody else in this freaking game right now. Because, like, honestly, most of us are all bored to death.
People play
We
this
are
game.
I
having
think that's
the
a
most fun of everybody,
mischaracterization.
bro. And I
And I think
dare
racers would be
anyone. I
having a
dare
hell of a lot
anyone
more
to tell
fun
me
if they didn't have
differently,
to
bro.
worry about getting torpedoed.
The game isn't fun right now.
No.
And
Yeah,
I wish
if you
CIG
guys
would
want
see
to,
that.
yeah, if you guys want to encourage CIG, I'm talking to you. If you want to encourage people to be doing more things, give us things to do and make it work, please.
I agree.
I'm sorry. I'm super sorry.
Actually, that
You're
is
good.
kind of a
Does that make sense?
an interesting take. Do you
it's
guys
about
do what you do
personal
because
perspective.
there isn't a whole lot
Yeah.
going on?
I'm not
in
saying
Universe
people
right
aren't
now?
having like that. They're people.
We're just
They are
lovers of
not
emergent
in a
content.
position.
Can you
We're
pause
lovers
if
of
you're
it.
gonna talk? If we're gonna talk, can we pause it?
I know. I'm trying to keep
sorry
it going. Isn't we have a whole nother hour?
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
been
let's
doing it
go,
for
let's
2.
go, my bad.
We've
Yeah,
gotten
let's
1
just
hour
listen.
done in 2. But no, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm just like, I think it's really, I think it's, people are like, oh, hey, nobody's having fun, so go disrupt these events where people are trying to have fun. Well, that's not really like, okay, fine, you might not be having fun, and I can understand that, right? Especially people that like piracy. It's kind of sucks right now. The ecosystem is not in a way that's really conducive to that gameplay, and I totally respect that as being an issue. And I agree with it as being an issue right now. But there are definitely people that come into this game and they're having a lot of fun. So, I think it's a mischaracterization for people to be like, well, CIG needs to be making fun for everybody because nobody's having fun. It's like, that's not the case.
Fair enough.
We don't like to set up play dates. It kills the fun for us. We don't.
The whole thing with like setting up play dates feels inorganic. I don't like that. But I also like personal take joining on multiple servers to get onto the same server also feels kind of inorganic. That's a personal take. I like organic PvP when it happens and if it happens. But with starts, it's a little tough to even find action sometimes because nobody knows where anybody's at.
Yeah.
There's not enough players on like server. We're capped still at what 100 like players per server.
Yep.
So it's hard to get that activity in the first place.
Yeah, like
and there's
people
like
are
no
mad
tools
about.
for us to find. There's no like you said, no tools for us to find players. Like we're just sitting there with just kind of waiting for stuff to appear, like for someone to appear for us to PvP.
Yeah, like the fact that, like, for example, people get mad about like us attacking events, right? Because there's nowhere. We are not going to run into anybody anywhere else. Like we have nowhere to go, right? We had I'm sorry, what's his name now? Virgil came on as a call-in. He mentioned about having one whole system specifically with nothing other than just like the PvP orgs can be in there. It's dangerous. Do you realize how busy we would be just fighting each other and trying to get like you want to keep us busy. We would much rather fight more challenge. I mean, I'm not talking for Grief in that because the consensus is you guys are a bunch of assholes.
Okay, now hold on a second. Hold on a second, guys. Look,
Now, hang on, guys. Hang on, guys.
That are hittable. Okay, the PvP orcs don't really do the sorts of events that we can like show up uninvited and hit y'all all at one time. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why it's skewed that way as to why we're hitting.
I also disagree. I don't want to be stuck in a server with just PvPers, and that's all we're doing is just PvP. Because I want the whole pirate aspect to stop the traders sometimes to take their cargo. That's why I hung out at Repel. That's why I'm not in Arena Commander. That's what Arena Commander is, but on a small scale.
Well, yeah, and you know what? This is where it becomes the question of where does PvP turn into griefing? Where does griefing, like where is that actual line?
Me hunting Repel is not griefing.
Well,
by
but I'm
any
not
means.
saying it is.
I know.
Right?
I know. I never said you were. I'm just saying it's not.
I think like a lot of times griefing just comes down to the impacts it has on the people that are not interested in enduring that kind of gameplay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how wide is the impact of that, right? One person doing a run from Repel, even a small crew doing from Repel, that's different. 50 people trying to make an event happen, that's a whole different scale, right? And the level and intent, right? Piracy, in my mind, is not griefing. Pad-ramming people is griefing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess that's kind of why I'm like, yeah, piracy needs to be a thing. Yeah, piracy and people that like to do piracy like to prey on people that are less capable of them. Plain and simple, right? No matter how we slice the cake and whatever. Yes, PvP can come along with that, But if people just wanted PvP, like you said, you just go to Arena Commander. That's
Yeah.
all they'd ever do. But they don't. That's not what they want. They do, like GrieferNet, they want to prey on people that are less capable. Disruption, however that might be disruptive.
Yeah, I want to do it in the game
their action.
where I can make some money and do some stuff. Yeah.
It's really just the hacker mentality.
The hacker mentality.
Like you were talking about earlier. Yeah, just watch the world burn. They don't really care.
Yeah. And that's
I'm not saying they probably don't do a lot of that too.
that's where in my mind the line comes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, we can keep going.
Non-PvP orgs more often than not, because those are the types of orgs that do the events that are hittable.
Before we
Well, yeah, and the other thing is,
we're going to take a short break, guys, because we do have an ad that we should run really quick. We're at the top of the hour. I just don't want people missing any of the discussion. So let's go to standby really quick. And we'll
do you want to push an ad?
Sorry to cut you off there. Yeah, let's do that.
I don't run ads.
We're running someone else's ad.
No, because there's no ads on ours.
Added set.
Welcome back, guys. We are going to
Oh,
back
that was a
over
good
to
pick.
that media panel. If we could, Elder, there was something that we were going to discuss just before we kind of shuffle over to the next topic here. So you were talking about event setup times, right, Sfer? Can we cover that really quick?
Another thing that I found to be a theme with our communications with CIG is that one of the reasons that they are very sensitive about these large events being hit is because they're saying to us, oh, these events take a quote unquote long time to organize. And so therefore that those events being able to go off without a hitch is a higher priority than our entitlement to participating in the open world PvP sandbox element of the game. And I just want to ask this to CIG. CIG, do you not think that there's any level of preparation or readiness or any level of organization that goes on with the criminal element of the game?
There you
You
go.
think we just like hop on and just like, oh, look, let's do this, guys, with no plan? And like, let me also say this, like, I have a screenshot. We don't really need to show it, but it's in the beginning of the PowerPoint. But the experience guys, they emailed CIG and was just saying like, oh, it took us 8 months to organize this event. 8 months. Time. Oh, really?
I wonder if that's because of like IRL circumstances. Maybe not everybody on their team was available. Makes you wonder.
It didn't take every second 8 months of those 8 months, guys. Let's be real, okay?
I mean, it shouldn't.
Yeah,
I agree.
Probably what happened was they had the idea 8 months ago, and then in total they probably spent maybe like being generous.
8 months lost to a single torp. Oof.
Being very generous. Okay. Let me put this in perspective too. Okay. Let me back. CIG. There is also a skill differential in terms of one group can spend their time more effectively than another group. There is such a concept as one group being organized than another. As to why you guys are valuing how long it takes an event when you're weighing when to put out suspensions is beyond me. Here's an example. Our ban waves just went out like 2 days ago, 30 minutes before when our next operation was supposed to go off. Okay, we had already prepped for the op. Like we had all our ships claimed, ready to go at our muster point. We had all our gear stocked in fucking SU crates that was even more of a pain thanks to y'all's new inventory system with 324. Okay. And we had to redo all that. We had to redo all that on alts. And we still, and even after bugs and like 30,009 errors, we had so many of those. Our Cutlass Red or our respawn point, and I got crashed the desktop. I had to claim the ship that already had the SCU on there after restocking with gear that we lost already. Like that was, and then it was gone again, so we had nothing. And we still managed to hit our target and finish our objective on time.
Looking at a comment here, experience had recorded voice. Hang on, sorry. Voiceovers and time music for each place they would visit and plan it. So it looks like they were trying to put some kind of production value behind it, whether it be like a forced script or whatever it might have been. I don't know. But maybe that's what was taking all the time. Again, there's probably a lot more going on behind the scenes than we actually know. Like, I'm thinking,
Oh yeah.
event preparation, one that comes to mind was when we were doing like the 5v5 tournaments and how much work that kind of took. It took a few weeks though, because we were pretty coordinated. So to some extent, it kind of feels like it's bad management and lack of, resources. I don't know what that would be.
But we're also you're setting the precedent that if something takes like enough time to prep, it's just, well, you're immune to the PvP element of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly shouldn't be like that.
That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case at all. It should be like one MMO that comes to mind where PvP is always going to be around, aside from like the starter like
Mortal
area, would be like Mortal Online 2.
Knew it.
Where everything is like open world, and if you're like a trader, you could get killed any second. So I personally, I like environments like that where anything can go wrong. EVE Online is a really good example as well. I'd rather have organic settings like that as opposed to. I don't mind the systems that we have where it's in spaceports and on planets, but everywhere else should be fair game. As soon as you're out of that hangar, it's like good luck. That's how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
So expat, no, not immune at all, but is what they are doing is organic. I mean, you can't. I'm sorry, I don't really. You can't have that take because infiltration again. I mean, what infiltration has to be organic? That doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I don't see something wrong about planning to. I understand why people will be upset by it. Again, it's not my style of gameplay specifically, but I certainly.
I think the issue is the lack of infiltration and espionage gameplay mechanics to allow systems to exist in game.
What other reason is there?
We're kind of like going around into that again, but that's you can't stop.
What other reason is there to do any infiltration to begin with, other than this? I mean, there's no resources. There's nothing. Reputation doesn't mean anything. There's no economy. Like, the game is seriously lacking.
Yeah, expat, what you're saying is that people aren't allowed to basically plan. Like, PvPers aren't allowed to plan something. It has to be the only way in your eyes that would have been an allowed situation is if we just happened upon the 890 by chance and then just quickly try to board it.
Can I ask you this, Spur? So, first of all, is it S-Fur or S-Fur?
It's S capital Fur to you.
Okay, S-Fur. So let me ask you this. Okay, so if there is actual economy and supply chains that are necessary now, let's say GrieferNet has a base or a need for keeping up with, I don't know, whatever, money or supplies for whatever reason. And, I don't know, PAX is building their base and they need supplies for it. Now, would you start shifting some of your planning around infiltrating to find out where the supply chain is and ruining that?
I would do that.
Or, infiltrating that and getting those or ruining the supply chain. Like, would you shift towards doing those things also, or are you
base rating could be a thing too?
That's the whole reason I helped found Neighborhood Watch.
Oh, okay. So
that's the whole reason.
So
yeah,
I'm sorry.
What, Stan?
Hold on. Let me just finish this one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
what, Stan? What you laughing at?
Lies, I assume.
No, you can almost see it. You can almost you could almost see how we can almost all really get along, even with this group. There's a compatibility there that's just not fully developed. You know what I mean? It's just not material, and we tried, but there was a time when we got along with these folks, and then they changed.
Yeah.
The whole reason I found Neighborhoods Watch is to I'm hoping one day that we live in an environment where we can kind of cut out our own slice of sovereignty and then all the logistics and management that go along with that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Everybody who's watching, CIG, I'm sure you're in there somewhere. think about that. So part of the problem that you're having here is not just that they're the big bad guys, right? And it's part of the reason is because what else is there to do? I mean, if because that would add. I'm waiting for that. I want to strategize around being able to disrupt supply chains, steal people's supply, and add it to ours, and build our base using their stuff. I want to do all that. You know what I mean? So that's part of the problem. Is that this is literally like the only content that they may have.
There's no end game content. Is the issue?
It's part of the problem. I mean,
there's nothing to really like hone in on for like focus. I think settlements would be a big part of it, but it's not going to be enough. That's still relying on just like items and like economy alone.
Yeah, so I feel like CIG is like mad and everyone's blaming you guys, but I feel like CIG is mostly to blame, honestly. I hate to say it, but I feel like this is on you guys more than anything.
I think if I were to predict a response from them, it would be something they've already told us. It's like, listen, they're like, listen, we're only this hard on you because we don't have the systems in place to mitigate what you're doing in a way that we like, right?
Yeah.
That would be what I would predict their retort would be to all of this. But my response to that would be like, well, you got to give us something to work with then. Okay, it's not tenable to just be like, hey, GrieferNet, just stop everything you're doing. Okay, you guys like look, this is one of Dracadius's replies to me when I'm trying to ask, when I'm trying to like get clarification on like, listen, like what's a compromise? Give us something to work with. He's like, listen, an event, the size of an event, we don't weigh that. If it's sponsored or approved, we don't weigh that. That has nothing to do with whether or not an event disruption has occurred. Then what is like what makes it when does it become PvPing an event, disrupting an event? Is it when we don't ask for permission? Is it when it's unconsensual? Tell us that. Is that what it is? Do we need to ask permission first every single time? Tell us that.
Nah, you shouldn't have to ask permission.
I think honestly the best solution is for CIG to make progress. And I mean, like I get everything you're saying, but like make some progress, guys.
But like I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But in the interim, where they're not happy with the systems that they have implemented, they need to tell us this stuff so we aren't risking our accounts every time we do emergent PvP.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel that we and other PvP communities, especially when rushing happens, has a legitimate reason to be concerned because GrieferNet is not going to be the only org they're going to mass report when you ruin something. So if I happen to ruin something, I'm sure that they're going to be like, oh, let's report these guys, right? Let's like this guy.
I'm sure we've been reported.
Put together. Even though I'm just
we were.
I'm like at Repel.
I think we have a legitimate reason to be concerned in general. Like when you have this vagueness,
makes sense.
Yeah. It's. I mean, come on.
I can think of some circumstances when I got a DM about when I was on the same server as like a streamer, and got a DM from a buddy saying, "Hey, he's complaining to me about you being on there. And it's because I had one of his friends on the list. We're not going to say names, obviously, but." He was like, no, it's organic. He joined on me. You had a bounty. He went after your bounty. He wiped your guys, and that's the end of it.
I remember that.
That's how it should be. I see people talking about the Erbazita like moment too, and that's something that kind of comes to mind too. But we can cover that if you want to.
We can cover that. I have no issues covering that.
Yeah, let's go back to that one then. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Because I want to avoid like situations like this. This is a good example. Yes, it was GrieferNet, but what if it was just like a random org that was hunting down like random players, and then you just so happen to have a streamer in like the turret or like in one of the other parts of the party. You kill them, and then all of a sudden they say, hey, these guys killed me. I'm a little pissed off. And, you know, in a moment of like heated emotion, tells all of his guys, hey, mass report them, or just like set like some sort of report and then write this as the following. What's to prevent that from happening to anybody else? That's more my concern.
Yeah.
I've been stream sniped and I don't
let's get into the weeds about Herbazidia.
Well,
okay,
yeah,
so I
but
have a
that's
video.
you.
We have
That's
a
not
video
the standard.
showcasing all the occurrences that we've. So the issue is that we've encountered or killed Herbazito. Well, we've killed him 4 times in the period of 30 days. Okay.
Okay.
It's not a
We have a
lot.
video showcasing all of the occurrences. You guys can go watch that video on Gank Hub. That's the name of the channel. I'm sorry, Comanche. Anybody who watches it, the audio mixing's awful. Okay.
It happens. It's okay.
I love you, dude, but it's awful. Anyway,
Wait. What did he say?
so
Kalanchi?
Yeah. Why?
Kalanchi's in charge of the Senate. That would explain a whole lot.
So he's stream sniping.
I need. Yeah, can we go like back 5 seconds
Hey,
or so?
these guys killed me. I'm a little pissed off. And, in a moment of like heated emotion, tells all of his guys, hey, mass report him, or just like set like some sort of report and then write this as the following. What's to prevent that from happening to anybody else? That's more my concern.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's get into the weeds about Herbazidia. Okay, so I have a video. We have a video showcasing all the occurrences that we've. So the issue is that we've encountered or killed Herbazito. Well, we've killed him 4 times in the period of 30 days. Okay.
Okay.
We have a video showcasing all of the occurrences. You guys can go watch that video on Gank Hub. That's the name of the channel. I'm sorry, Comanche.
Comanche.
Anybody who watches it, the
Oh,
audio
thank
is
you.
just
I'm
the audio
getting
mixing is
paranoid in my
awful.
hearing. Thank you.
Okay.
It happens. It's okay.
I love you, dude, but it's awful. Anyway, so 6 players. So at the on the 4th encounter, it was a bounty hunting encounter.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't even bounty hunting Herbazita. It was his friends. Turns out, so he wasn't even on the bounty board. They were doing Vaughn missions around Hurston.
Okay,
And
so
they had like a big group of bounties. Like, hey guys, there's a big group of bounties. Let's go fuck them up. And so that's what we did. So
in-game mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bounty, and we have a video. I mean, in the Roy's guide video that Roy made.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's
I love that video. Yeah, it was a good video.
It shows the segment of us in that encounter. Anyway, 6 players got suspended between 3 to 7 days, and 2 of them had never killed Herbazita before, and it was for stream sniping and harassment. I list the dates on the occurrences that we've done it. 2 of them were just for Jumptown, like July 3rd and 4th, Jumptown. One was Hurston, one was Daymar.
Okay. Can I just okay, so they do define what harassment as if you're jumping from server to server following somebody, right? That's how they define it. Now, I'm gonna ask you.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's how I think that's defined as like excessive griefing or harassment is some of that stuff.
When you go out of your way to try and find a server with a person on it.
Yeah, like if let's say you're on this guy's server and he sees you're there and he jumps to a different server and then you leave and you follow him to the next server. Right, like, and you continue to do that. So my question for you is, did you guys specifically jump onto the server knowing he's there?
To my knowledge, no. It's just we already pre-existed on that server, and then someone either saw like a group of bounties that he was a part of, or saw his bounty.
Okay.
So
and
on the 3rd and 4th, there wasn't even bounties involved. It was just he was in the general area of Jumptown.
And I just want to highlight for people that if he does have somebody in his group that is friends with somebody in Sfur's group or Sfur, right? His group, the server, the way it prioritizes which server puts you in, it will prioritize according to whether you have a friend online, and you will end up a majority of the time on one of those servers with your friends, right? So that is a feasible thing.
The issue with that is that this is during like a low point in like population. I mean, we're still kind of at that point, even with 3.24.
Yeah, we are. It's still really.
So if I like hop on a server, I find myself joining a lot of the same servers. As a good example would be like Lord Kamak. Yeah. He is pirating most of the time. He's pretty active in the PU. I'll end up on the same server and be like, well, here I am again. Is that intentional? No. Is that just how CIG's like current system works sometimes? Unfortunately, yes. And that does happen.
Yeah, and the guy plays a lot.
With the bounty.
He played 33% of all hours in 1 month.
the guy with the bounty, did you guys recognize that name from when you had like previous bouts in like say Jumptown or any of the dates on that list? I'm just curious.
I don't know if one of my guys recognized it or not, but
You weren't
really
involved in this
matters.
one
They're
specifically,
different. They're
or
different days, you guys. They're different days.
okay?
Not the same
That
session.
number
curious,
didn't
that's
make
all.
any sense because I have more
Yeah.
hours than that.
Yeah. So, we got suspended for that, for stream sniping, harassment. It's, it is what it is. CIG, I wish you guys kept this stuff in mind when you're issuing suspensions. Just because they're a streamer doesn't mean we're leveraging streams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair too, I have had times when I fought somebody. King Chaos, actually, he's always streaming, and
Yep.
we jump on a server, and sometimes we end up on a server, and now King Chaos, I'm gonna say is a good sport about it. Don't get me wrong, but he does sometimes feel like, because if we go to the event he's at, we're gonna attack him because we're not in the same Discord together.
If
whatever.
you're not in the same Discord, if you're not in the voice channel, our policy is that you're fair game. Like that's just how it
and
works.
he
That's how it
will
should be.
feel like he like maybe we jumped on a server with him or something, but that's not what's happening. But I will jump into, like, if somebody says, "Oh, this person's streaming," after the kill, I will jump into their stream and be like GF and stuff like that, or speak with them, right? But maybe that's a bad idea because now it'll be viewed like, oh, he was stream sniping the entire time,
I recently had that happen where we ran into someone that same night in the PTU. I hopped into his like Twitch stream and said, "Hey, good fight. Was that you in the? I think you were in the cutty earlier. Nice running into you." And then instantly, I was just banned. Yeah. No questions, nothing like about that. I said, "Good fight," and it wasn't even like sarcastic. It was just trying to be like, I think it was like 5-star or something like that. I think.
Oh yeah, 5-star. I think you said it was. Yeah, that guy. Oh yeah. Oh, he's one of the banned people. The first time I ran into him, he was absolutely using the invisibility bug and just kept like attacking people invisible and pretending like he didn't know.
From like this becoming a conversation.
All right,
I'm sorry, but like the situation is still the same. Like
this is ironic.
Maybe it brought up like the pretense that maybe he thought it was like stream sniping because I recognized the name, I saw it, we killed him, he pressed charges, and it was just like, you know what? Let me talk to him a little bit later and just be like, hey, good fight, and then that was the outcome, unfortunately.
You can always finish it another time.
And look, I have this up right here with another communications with Will. So he had, at this point he had joined the Cogum Discord, and this was in a private channel, like a council channel with just a few players, and then Will and Dracadius and Xylo had access to it. Okay. And he came on one day and he reprimanded me and Fisk, saying that, like, asking, "Hey, why am I getting reports that you guys are stream sniping on St. Patrick's Day?" I had no idea what he was talking about. I tried to rationalize it. I was like,
"What? Okay, so do you have any idea like what he might have been referring to? Or you like seriously were like completely?"
I had no idea. We weren't even playing on St. Patrick's Day. Like, I have no
random reports.
I have no idea. I tried to rationalize it. I was like, well, what could it be? Like, I told him, and I highlighted it. I was like, we're a moderately sized org with allies. We join on each other's server depending on what is called out. And like, maybe one of my boys that was playing that day called out like, hey, there's someone to fuck up. Anyone would come help, and they killed the guy, and it just happened to be a streamer. Maybe that's what Will is seeing. I have no idea. I don't know if that was the case. I was just throwing something into the wind to see if that's what it could be. And then Will, to my surprise, he was taken aback by the statement, by the concept of friends joining on friends to do something in the game. And he's like, that's explicit harassment of a player or a group of players. What?
So this is something that I've been noticing. This isn't just from here, but just watching some previous videos and looking at different sources for this kind of stuff about like reports and just DM conversations. It feels like a lot of the language is sometimes all over the place as far as the support team goes. I don't know if that's always the case, but it feels like there's a lot of inconsistencies.
I would agree with that.
For like expectations, and that's
crazy. Join on friends.
You're looking at what, 3 different studios. I don't know if they're all in the same studio. I don't think they are though. I know a lot of them are in Austin, but there's got to be a disconnect there, right?
I don't know.
I know you're
couldn't
not
say what
CIG.
goes
I know
on
you're
in
not
the
CIG. Right.
Yeah. But,
I know
like-
you are Chris Roberts. I've seen the name tag on him. So
Yeah. Oh
we'll
wait.
go over that.
Oh wait. Anyway, for those interested on what the result of this was,
Undercover.
Yeah, what
yeah,
was it?
Dracadius messaged us like a day or two later, and then like after further investigation, we've concluded you've done nothing wrong. Like, so nothing happened. There was no like Will came
This
at
might have been.
us with
This
an
seems like more of a
unsubstantiated claim.
misunderstanding than anything else. But they shouldn't be using DMs. This feels like. Wait, can you even access anything through Spectrum? I know you still had a ban somewhere. I saw it on your
I
profile
can't
page,
DM
right?
in Spectrum until ask me again in 2031.
Yep, we'll do. Do you still have access to like support tickets and stuff like that if they
Oh,
like
yeah,
send
yeah,
you
I do.
something?
They
Okay,
can
that's
still
what I
do
was kind of
tickets, and
wondering.
they
I've
email me.
never actually been banned in Star, so apparently not doing anything like right in that case. What is this?
Because we're not super evil griefers like Mr.
the
Griefer
Sylvan
over
case.
here.
Look, so throughout this PowerPoint, I have like a couple of examples of like it's not really directly tied to moderation issues. It's more like what the heck is going on over there at CAG kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like the Sylvan case was really weird. Sylvan was one of the passengers on the experience, the first one. He was live streaming it at the time, and when we watched the VOD after the experience was done.
Is this the guy with the like really nice smile that like?
Yeah.
Okay, right. He just like the expression. I remember the torp when it first hit. It like clapped into the laugh. It was just like it felt. I thought initially I thought he was one of you guys like streaming. It was just that was his reaction.
No, he wasn't. But we liked him so much that one of our guys that used to be with us, he used it as a thumbnail.
You're talking about Carl, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I didn't want to say his name.
Not to break this up, but
There's
guys,
no secrets there.
Just want to throw it out there. Please feel free to jump into the Discord and follow us on YouTube as well.
We are not taking live callers. Just a heads up as well. We are going to keep that.
Anything about live callers?
I'm just saying. So we don't have like 14 people in the the waiting room waiting to chat or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you have any questions, I will say if there no, there isn't. But if there are any questions, please redeem this. You can use this. This is just a system that really helps us keep track of all the questions as we go along. Just because, the chat's going at Mock Jesus right now. That's why it's even on slow mode. Even then, it's a struggle to kind of keep up. Okay. So with that being said, use that system. We'd love to answer some of your questions. As we go a little bit further, we're almost like 2 hours in. We should probably move on a little bit here. But you're talking about Sylvan continued. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, so just
there.
real quick. So Sylvan, Carl made a video about the experience using his face on the thumbnail because we thought it was a nice reaction, and and Sylvan, he was very concerned, like he was speaking in his own Discord. He was very concerned that he was gonna get in trouble for that for some reason, and then he messaged and then he DM'd Carl as like an employee of the company to a customer to ask him to modify his YouTube content because to prevent professional issues at his place of work, which I thought that was kind of weird. I'm like CIG, why would this guy be afraid of that? I don't know. So that's just weird. It's not really much to do with the moderation, but
yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, and then there's like the Mammon incident. Mammon's kind of like the EU griefernet. Some people say they operate a lot much the same as we do. In terms of crashing events and stuff, I
never hear about them
because they're on the other side of the sea.
So
from us,
completely different.
You hear less of that community just naturally.
Okay.
But anyway,
I'm gonna kind of shuffle the topic a little bit though. After you talk about this, we'll wrap up with the Mammon, and then I kind of want to talk about some different things if that's cool with you.
Yeah, I do want to, because I don't want to be missing all the questions, right? So we do have a question from, I don't know how to say. We
can see that later. We actually have the option to go through like a queue list. That's why we use that.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm not familiar.
Like, flooded out.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So just real quick to wrap this Mammon thing up. It's real fast.
That's okay.
They've been getting hit with excessive griefing throughout 2024. It got to the point where they were like super desperate. Like they wanted to try to mitigate bans as much as possible for just playing the game. And so they
Okay.
messaged Nikau or Nassau or however you pronounce his name, which is like the EU support rep over there. And they were like, "Hey, just to let you know, we're gonna hit this event, but we're not gonna use any streams. We're doing it through infiltration, and here's like proof." And then turns out, and then Nikau just like turned around and like told the targeted org what they were gonna do. Very weird
Why?
behavior.
That is
Yeah,
very
see,
weird
that's the
behavior.
part I
Like,
don't
what
get is
is that?
why.
Like, you guys can't allow, so you can't allow the game to like just be the game and like let people. I don't know. That's weird. It would be strange if they had supply and demand, and I was like, oh, we're gonna hit the supply chain, and then CIG let our enemy know they're gonna hit the supply chain. Like that would just be so weird. That's a strange thing to do. That is very strange.
Yeah.
Like, give them a
it was-
warning.
It was really weird. It was really weird.
What does that
Anyway,
tell
they
you
can-
about the CIG freaking developers?
Oh,
I'm surprised they even let PvP
What?
at all, because it seems to me.
okay. So I'm sure they'll get to it, but I'm not 100% sure. So it sounds. So this was Nikau to them. So why are you trying to disrupt as many other people's active? So obviously it's a different language. Probably just direct translate it. Why are you trying to disrupt as many other people's activities as possible during development, despite our request to calm things down? Or am I mistaken? Right. So like CIG has made it clear, like, hey, this needs to chill. Not or at least I'm assuming that based on that statement that they've asked in the past, like, hey, you guys need to chill on this.
But then Mammon went and told them. Even
Yeah,
the
and
org.
see that, and I'm like, it could have been up to. I'm like, what would I have considered reasonable? I would have considered reasonable having an internal conversation and being like, hey, no, we don't really want you guys hitting this. We're trying to like cool stuff down. And hell, I'd have been okay if CIG was like, hey, we need to cool stuff down. And then, like further on, be okay with the fact that this kind of stuff happens. It's just not like right now in development, it's not a tolerable situation, right? These are foundational opportunities for communities and events to be really
Well,
born.
this year it's not tolerable.
Well, I mean, I'm not even saying that. What is that phrase? It probably wasn't tolerable last year, but they didn't have in the rules. And
Well, they made the rules
got
this year because now it's not tolerable all of a sudden after 4 years of them doing it.
I don't think it's that way. I think it was a buildup. I think that there was definitely a desire to be okay with it, and the reality is that it proved to be not a tolerable level. Right? I could totally get that, where they were like, okay, well, this is going to happen, and we're going to try to make sure the community events can handle it on their own, and that turned out to not be the case. It became too much, and the community couldn't. Like I'll be very direct about it. The community could not healthily handle it. Not the
community, not the community, that org.
Well, I mean,
that group, because I don't care. I'm part of the community. I don't care.
When I'm talking about community, I'm talking about the people that make these events happen. Right? I'm talking about all the organizations that get together to make races happen because it's a capacity and it's a drive for those individuals.
I have been trying. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And if they feel hopeless about making events happen because they're never going to be able to have a solid event happen, right? If they're always going to have to constantly look over their shoulders, how much does bad PR need to look like before CIG has to step in and say, hey, I'm sorry, we're not okay with this anymore.
I gotta say, though, this didn't happen in the whole year we were in charge of security. This never, not even close, because we have effective PvPers and effective OPSEC. Like, I also said almost word for word what you just said to the actual racing organizers, ANSIA, when we were working with them. I was telling them, you guys need to start thinking about what's going to happen when we have 600, 800 person servers, and now you're going to have 50 to 100 people in the stands who want to come watch the race. You're going to have 50 people trying to hit it. You have another 50 people on the track, 50 people in the sky. Like, it was conversations. I was trying to. I agree with you. These people need to start thinking about it. We are. Like, think about it. We'll have to have snipers.
Not even.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, my bad.
go ahead.
I didn't mean to. I double tapped. That was an accident.
Like just as an example, we're gonna have to start needing to have snipers watching the crowds during racing events, and that's just one thing we're gonna have to do. Think about it.
I disagree with that. I will say that I think that long term they will have better environments built for like official race events, right? So like you'll be able to have some sort of viewing stadium.
Doom and Terra.
Right. I do agree that there will be more secure locations to be able to do them.
And then when you want to do a race in Pyro, make the pot bigger because there's always a risk.
Oh yeah, and like ultimately, I don't even look at this as a like it shouldn't be done in the future. I look at this as a health of the community, right? It's like, can you imagine trying to get your and I know this is going to be a exaggeration, right? You have an antisocial friend who wants to go do PvP, right? They don't really know about it. They're not very good at it. And they go out there and they get stomped by the #1 person in the community, right? Oh, sure. Okay, maybe that was a bad experience. They try to do it again. They get stomped again. Maybe it happens a third time and a fourth time, right? At what point do the people that are not driven to go do those things say, hey, I'm not interested in doing this. Every time we try to put this shit together, it blows up in our face.
And do it somewhere else. And weed out the moles.
But that's not necessarily like you're never going to be able to weed out the moles. Like EVE Online has taught people for a very long time, there's no way to ever weed out the moles. There's always a way to have them. Right?
Listen, he's absolutely correct. You need to be prepared. You just have to have contingencies.
I have enjoyed conversations with people that have been a part of EVE for a very from the start.
Hell yeah, brother.
And they talk about the reality that I mean, I suppose the easiest way to even do it is just go look up YouTube videos. Look up pipe bombing, which is a technique in EVE Online that generally requires an awareness of where the fleet is at that you're about to ambush, right? And it does a very good sense of like all the times you see like fleet battle and ambushes, it's always from the view of somebody that was inside the organization with that fleet as a part of communication. So it's like even if you meet people, there's notorious events in EVE Online where leaders of organizations met that knew each other in person, went and met other organizations at events, and then completely betrayed them. There's
I can vouch
that sucks for them.
Yeah, so it's like at the end of the day, for me, it's like ultimately, I don't think this is going to be a big problem long term, but GrieferNet and Mammon, absolutely, and I'll give credit to Mammon, right? They reached out and said, "Hey, we're trying to do this thing." CIG could have turned around and said, "Hey,
it's wimping out. It's caving."
I gotta say, argues that espionage is a valid gameplay loop, and then complains that counter espionage is also a gameplay loop. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like,
for it themselves.
My thing is that Mammon's trying to meet in the middle, right? What's GrieferNet going to continue to get? Bans and suspensions, right? They're going to argue about all they want.
Keep getting banned,
But like, this is why I'm giving Mammon credit, right? They're like, Mammon's like, hey, we want to be able to do this. This is the gameplay we want to do. But I
wouldn't tell. I'm not going to tell people when I just disrupt supply chains and things like that when I can. I'm not going to tell people I'm about to pirate repel. I'm not going to do that.
But that's not what they're doing. See, the problem is you're downscaling something that's the whole point is it's a large scale
I'm talking on a smaller scale. I wouldn't do it on a larger scale either.
Yeah, but like
you need to be prepared. They need to be prepared.
To like just deal with the bans? I mean, the whole
not GrieferNet. The people getting attacked, and you just deal with it and be prepared for it.
They think that banning is the answer. They banned their own security team. They think they can ban GrieferNet. It's the
yeah.
This whole thing is crazy to me.
It is. This
It's
is
just
wild.
absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and I'm just like, look, I got high respect for Mammon trying to meet
Yeah,
Bill.
it doesn't seem like they like it too much.
Oops.
I get it. I think CIG pulled a like if they actually did leak it, which the evidence is highly suggestive of that. I think that CIG would have been better served to say, hey, we're gonna discourage you from doing that.
If CIG cares so much, send a
choice to
dev
do
there
that.
with an Idris to protect it.
Let me put it to you this way, guys, and you didn't hear it from me. Mammon wasn't the Mammon or CIG was not the one who leaked it, and you didn't hear that from me. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
At least the kind that don't like where they don't like any sandbox PvP. So
Yeah.
We can take this question. This is actually a real good one from Heimdall. Let me bring that up. He asks,
I have it here. I can read that. Sir mentioned earlier that they don't utilize stream sniping, but members might independently. If a member stream snipes and relays information to Griefernet comms, how do they respond to that? Is it just not sanctioned, not our problem on a leadership level? Because if we totally didn't know it was a rogue member is the excuse, then that sets a bad precedence.
that's why I say it just gets too deep in the mud with stuff like that. That's why CIG needs to be hands off.
Okay.
That would be my response to that. They need to be hands off.
Okay.
And then it's the streamer's responsibility to protect themselves.
I was about to say that same thing too.
That would be my response to that.
So here's
we're going
to move on to the next
that's
section.
a hard point to sell, though.
What systems could be implemented to reduce moderation workload and improve an organic player experience? I'm talking like, what could we do to have that hands-off environment while still maintaining some sort of system that is, somewhat balanced? I'm just curious. Do you have any ideas? I have a list here. I could go over a couple. The first one we've already brought up multiple times, and I think even the last show we were talking about this. Clear and concise code of conduct in terms of service all in one location are the biggest part, I feel. Because we have the main code of conduct, which doesn't really cover a lot, which I wish it had more. The other part that I really don't like is that it's segmented between a couple of, different posts by, I think, just silo, right? So we had the main one, which is the Spectrum post here, and then I'll post the other one, which is a reply to Syl. So it's not even like an official post that is like the headline of it. It's more of a comment on a post to kind of clarify. And it doesn't really even clarify it. It's even more vague, is the language behind it's just not super clear. That's the issue that I have with it.
Oh, this is the Syl. I see.
Yeah, this is the Syl one.
This is the one where we did the podcast on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was that was the issue that we had to begin with, was that even though we all like all the other orgs, I mean, realistically, I think Griefernet is really unique in what they do, right? Because we all pretty much don't target events and stuff like that. But we have the concern, right? Because it's like, oh, here's a vagueness. We can decide that this is excessive griefing. Then you have so yeah, that's what this is really just kind of centered around. Is
it's
that
a hard
concern.
problem to tackle because it's such a cultural issue now in terms of like the player community. Because now it's gone to the point where what Griefernet does is reportable to these people, like to the players that we attack.
Because
it's
they don't like
reportable
it.
simply by the virtue of us being there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean,
it's just us being there.
Here's my other thing. So why is it just me? Maybe it's just me, but it seems like CIG is definitely is getting more. They're really like tightening the noose or something, right? They're getting so. What is going on there? Like, what is the concern? Because is it they're afraid that you're actually killing gameplay, like and there's going to be less people willing to play as a result, or because from my experience, from what I can tell, that's not the case. I mean, you guys have existed, done these things, and it never killed gameplay in the past. In fact, I would say if they want to ban anyone, they should ban master modes. That seems to be
If
killing
only,
gameplay
if
the
only
most.
Master Modes was a person, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that the
Totally.
concern? Like, is this just like a knee jerk reaction to try to like, oh, we don't want to scare people away, and Griefernet is the bad guy, right?
You're the boogeyman
know?
of the verse at that point. I mean, you could type Griefernet victory into a server, and there's a handful of people that will just
Yeah,
legitimately log
we
off.
actually do that. If we need one of our guys to get into a full server, we'll
You
type
aren't the
Griefernet
first people to
victory
tell me
into
that,
the
maybe.
into the global, and people will drop out, and our guy will get right in.
It's no
Yeah.
longer 30. It's no longer 30K. It's just Griefernet victory now.
That's
much, yeah.
crazy.
So, do you think they could replace the, I don't know, instead of having 30-day bans, could they put you into like a max security, like prison cell in the verse and have it be the most difficult way to get out of the, like, like game? Do you think if they had like systems like that in place and like proper wanted levels and all that, do you think that could be better? I don't know.
Dude,
What do you
I
think?
would be
That's a lot of
okay
theory
with
crafting.
anything, with any sort of in-game solution that they want to make. I would jump through so many hoops.
I would rather have
However many
that.
hoops they want us to jump through, I will do it, and I will be happy to do it because it's better than being banned.
Mhm.
Okay?
So you're saying the biggest issue you have realistically is that they just don't give you any clear definition, and that continues to be the problem.
Yeah, they don't give us they don't give us anything to work with, and I'm not gonna like just stop playing the game, which is what they want us to do. So
I don't think they
Okay,
wanted
can
to
I ask
stop
you
playing
this?
the game.
When you guys get a
No.
ban, are you surprised?
right currently, well, we're
Yeah, like does it surprise you? Does it shock you?
Or do you just like accept the consequences of what's already happened?
like yes
Ooh,
and
good
no,
question.
right? Since we've
Oh,
received it before, we're not surprised in that fact, like, in that
Yeah.
matter. But yes, as in like this, especially this latest occurrence, like beyond Zia, they need to unban us for that. That's ridiculous. There was no harassment. We hit them once. How could it be harassment? We stayed at Miner's Lament. We let them come to us. How is that harassment? No streams were leveraged. It was infiltration, which is allowed explicitly and told
Yeah.
to us multiple times by Xylo, by RSI, and by Dracadius.
So is the
Okay.
message here that you're well just can't exist?
That's what it seems like they're trying to tell us, man. And it sucks because we're really utilizing their game to its fullest potential currently in life, in my opinion.
So the question is, given the current trend where the bans have been a little bit longer and longer each time, last time it was a week, right? This time it was a month. Do you think that's going to continue to grow to like a larger length?
I don't know.
Given the,
I'm hoping this
that's-
podcast will enact some change, maybe.
So my impression, I mean, other than if this makes any difference here, but my impression is that they're making a statement. They're saying first ban 7 days, second 30, next ban
2 months, 3 months,
extended.
maybe.
Yeah, and the ban, what they're doing is they're progressively building some form of a case to say at some point we're going to remove you from the
Just
game
perma ban.
altogether.
Yeah,
Not
that's what I was
quite.
wondering too.
It hasn't progressed that way quite.
Okay.
Quite like that. Like
I
we've
do
had
think if they
we've
continue
had
to push
short
it, they will.
bans followed by like following long bans. Like
Yeah, okay.
so I don't know.
Stop hitting charity events for dogs. Have you ever had the fear that John Wick is going to come after you? Sorry.
Guys, the charity thing only happened
Banning
once, but I don't feel
based
bad
on
about
opinions and emotions will end in legal actions at some point. That's exactly what it is. This they're banning on is opinions and emotions. It's
I mean,
100%.
I think every ban is always that in the end.
No, like if they're exploiting and doing a duping bug to make money and cheating the system that they is a known bug, no, that's an exploit. Pad ramming is actual griefing. This isn't actual griefing.
Yeah, but pad ramming isn't exploiting anything.
It's actual griefing. It's not letting someone leave their hangar, period. Not even able to experience the game. That's that. Like if you stop someone from being able to even experience the game by over and over pad ramming them, and they can never leave Everest or
But
whatever.
pad ramming once is a bannable offense.
Oh, it shouldn't be.
Okay, let me retract that statement. I have to go do research before I can actually state that definitively. But pad ramming
Ban them
very
out of
quickly
hell.
turns into a ban.
That's a Planet of
That
the
I
Apes
know
reference.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's always scale and number. You're right about that.
About it. It's content. Okay. So,
Okay, this might be more directed toward like PvP and not so much like moderation. But do you think that CIG needs to paint a clear picture of the image when you leave your hab or your hangar in the verse? That is when you first sign up for PvP. Do you think they do a good enough job of doing that, or
No.
does that need to be
God,
pushed
no.
a little bit more? Because it is an open sandbox universe.
I think
And
they need to
PvP
do
is
a
gonna
lot
happen.
more I think they need to do a lot if they want this sandbox PvP element to exist, which currently doesn't seem like they want it to. But if they do want it to exist, they need to communicate that to the rest of the player base, because currently that is not what the player base thinks. The player base thinks that the best way to secure themselves from unconsensual PvP is to report people, and it's working for them.
Yeah, I mean, and you get a lot of like these Spectrum posts about like PvP sliders and stuff like that, but like realistically, the vision. And I'm not even
It feels
joking.
like
I
we
know it's
might be
funny,
going-
but
we might
I'm
be
not
going
even
down that
joking.
route.
Like that's what
Yeah,
like
that's
people want
gross.
to see.
Fuck
I mean,
that.
we've come up with solutions, right? It's not on us that they haven't gotten far enough in development to have any of these solutions, but we come up with solutions like high security, medium security, low security, no security systems.
Yep, I agree with that.
Right, risk and reward, things like that. Like the PvP slider should be high risk, high reward, or low risk, low reward. Right, realistically, that's the slider. I mean, it's been verbalized that it's supposed to be a dangerous game, right? You're not just supposed to be in a, wrapped in bubble wrap and be able to fly along safely. Like they literally had a whole freaking patch that basically was the pirate's wet dream, and that's physicalized cargo. If they didn't want some sort of PvP and pirating, then there would be no need for physicalized cargo, right? So sorry to those who don't like it, but like PvP is meant to be part of the game.
It's here to stay too,
Yeah, I mean it is.
The reality of it.
Although it seems, this is the impression I'm getting. I'm sorry to take over, but the impression I'm also getting is that what you have is you have the overall like view of what like Chris Roberts or and whoever else maybe he works with, I don't know, that he wants this to be this way, right? And then you have higher ups within the company that don't actually like that, so that they're trying to limit it as and do these things as much as possible because they don't like the idea. They're the PvE players. That's the impression I get.
That's a good thought. It's a really good thought.
I could be way off base with that.
Say that one more time.
No, I think that's
what?
What was he saying? I'm sorry.
He feels like Chris Roberts wants it to be like every way he was just saying, but there's higher ups in CIG, not higher than Chris Roberts, but there's devs in CIG that don't like the whole PvP aspect. They're trying to do all of this.
I disagree, but I can see why people would perceive it that way.
Yeah.
Let me retract that. I think there are voices on both sides of the fence, just like you and I when we have our discussions, right? It's a valuable part of why we have our discussions, is that it is probably very representative of discussions at CIG in terms of considerations, and then somebody at the end of the day has to make the decision, right? Somebody somewhere has to essentially be the executioner. Like, this is where things are happening. Yeah, these people are probably not going to like it, and those people are probably not going to like it, but this is where it is right now. And obviously, I will say this when it comes to them being told what they can and cannot do. I have almost never seen a game where community events were protected, as to say, where it was a defined line in the sand where they could and couldn't do it. It was just basically like, you need to make your best judgment, and if you're not sure, you probably shouldn't do it. And it's not fair. Nobody likes that, but a lot of times it's just done that because otherwise what happens is people are like, well, we didn't quite cross the line, right? It's just like, all right, we'll make a judgment call. Yeah, you're gambling. If you think
there is no line, though.
gambling.
There is no line. Oops.
Yeah, see, and I'm not sure I necessarily believe that 100%, but with how they handled Mammon, I'm like, I also don't think that they're necessarily acting in best faith. I think that again, CIG should have just turned around and said, "Hey, we're not really interested in you doing this for this event," and maybe burgeoning that into a healthier conversation. But they didn't. Like I'm not saying they didn't like whether or not they spelled it, but just the fact that they didn't turn around to have that conversation and be okay with saying, "Hey, we really want things to chill out. So we do not we're discouraging. We're going to tell you really don't want to go do this."
Yeah.
Not as like but I don't know how they could have done that without it coming off like a threat, right? It's like, oh, they're threatening us if we don't, it's like,
yeah.
They might have they might have a real reason behind the scenes. They're very aware of something else going on, perception wise, that they're like, hey, it's not that we don't want things like this to actually happen, but this is too much. It is becoming a problem, and we need things to chill out for a while. And that might have even been they might have even had that conversation with Esper and Griefernet somewhere. And Griefernet just kind of just said, well, no, we want to keep doing what we want to keep doing. And then CIG basically.
Well, CIG hasn't been like, hasn't done that, but like, hey, chill out for now and then do it later. They haven't said that though. He would have shown it if he would have shown it though. If
that was in the when Mammon's thing was up that he had a copy of, it said explicitly in there they wanted him to chill out. They wanted things to basically
not to Esper though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Esper looks at it and points out what Mammon did, right? Esper saw the message. It doesn't have to be messaged directly to Griefernet. Griefernet basically said Mammon's the equivalent. If they told Mammon, Griefernet should have. There's no reason Griefernet couldn't take that as a cue, right? It's like if my neighbor gets arrested for breaking the law, and I can't just be like, well, they didn't tell me to not break the law. It's like one person's an example.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, sorry. This is more than I meant to make that.
No, you're good.
The first thing they need to do is they need to create like a base sandbox game that utilizes PvP as like the solid foundation to stand on, because once you build that foundation, everything else can work around it, because conflict is going to be a natural part of the verse. Look at EVE Online, it's constantly happening. You're seeing like org wars and everything else, and eventually once we get those numbers, we need that here too. It's just the reality of it.
I mean, if you want, I'm sorry, one more comment. If you guys want, if CIG really wants to help the PvE community, you guys need to start putting some effort into actually creating those in-game safeguards, the things that you've been promising. I mean, that's the real way to do it.
Automated systems is what they need.
And we're not against it. We're not against it. We want it to be difficult. We don't want this like super easy free-for-all. We want challenge. You know what I mean? So I'm not against that stuff. It's put it there, work on it, develop it. Like that needs to happen. All right, go ahead. Please.
No, it's fine. I was going to say what we need is that in the first place, be more hands off, because right now it feels like we're getting a little bit of overreach with a lot of stuff that we've been seeing, whether it be, how they deal with, situations like golden tickets. That's a completely different story. But like how they handle, our
I wonder what happened there. Did you hear anything about golden tickets?
What was he saying about golden tickets?
He said that whole situation was golden tickets, but we're not going to get into that. Wait, what?
Is he I wonder if he's talking about the whole Bearhead situation.
What was that?
Where it was Stan will probably know this better than I am, but he's not in here at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it was like something like Halloween hats or something like that, where spawning is golden tickets. So like golden ticket spawns were way out of balance, but then the hats or the helmets or whatever weren't spawning. I think that's what that was about.
Like arguments in the first place. Make it so that automated turrets are firing at ships if someone's trying to steal cargo from my SCD-1 or something like that. It needs to be like that.
Yeah.
We need clear and concise rules. We need to make sure that there is some sort of system where, say someone is streaming, they have a way to be anonymous. And that should be a matter of not having the comms list the way it is. It's just a poor system. You should be able to just search a name and then see if you can add them. You already have systems implemented where you can hide party invite indicators, friend request indicators. That should also be included,
Yeah.
And then from there, that I don't know. That would be what I would do personally.
And I want to jump on this as well. And like the reason why I'm so critical CIG is because realistically, I love the game and I love what you guys are doing.
Yep.
And I want to see it succeed. And it's like it's literally like what I dreamed of as a kid for a game, right? And I want it to all come together. Like, and
Yeah.
if there was any way, honestly, the PvP community, and I'm sure you guys know, you guys like in Shadow Moses Discord, you guys are in communication with them, stuff like that. Like, we're not over here saying, oh, it should just be some easy free for all for us. Like, I'd be willing to give my input on what I think. So some things you could do, you know, and that would actually help PvEers and make things challenging for us because I want the challenge, you know. So like for constructive criticism. Right. I get passionate because I care about the game, you know, and sometimes we get disappointed. Right. So
I do have a couple of questions if I can bring these up. This one is from Expat. What is Spur's view on the out of game post grief harassment in Discord in video content? What is its purpose within the realms of this game? Is that classified as PvP? Now I got one from Heavy Bob after this.
Oh, she's asking what
is I'll reread it if that's okay.
There's an issue with us like making videos after the fact.
Well, okay. So what is it? So she says your view on out of game post grief harassment in Discord and video content. Like, what is the What is its purpose?
Is it propaganda?
A little poisoning
or like...
the well there, expat, because I wouldn't call that post grief harassment. It's just
what is it then?
Video content because it's funny, it's fun, it's entertaining. About the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
And in fact, I mean, let's just go back. You know, if I want to cite sources here, okay, he wants us to do that. CIG would rather us do it in people's discords anyway. So
yeah, good point. That's funny.
So yeah.
Okay.
I have no issues with the videos. I don't know why anybody would. Like boasting videos for bravado and stuff like that. That's been like an element of PvP since time immemorial, since the first player killed another player. You know.
Here's a question from Heavy Bob. I'm gonna kind of like speed run this a little bit, but I do like where our focus is right now. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Expat, for asking. The next question is: when did Griefernet learn about the Anzia Racing event? Was it before this week in Star Citizen or after?
Yeah, so let's go back to that because I have it right here. So
or this week inside Star Citizen, that's what it is.
Yeah, so it turns out this event was spotlighted on RSI website. We didn't know that until after the fact. But as Dracadius told us, it doesn't matter if something's sponsored. But anyway, we knew about it on the 14th. You see the time date right here on the screenshot of we're gonna burn it in here, but it's whatever. Mm-hmm. This was our infiltration vector for this event. We knew this was existing on the 14th. Okay, we were in on their security orgs, right? The spotlight announcement happened on the 19th, so we knew about this before it was ever spotlighted. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to? I'll jump on another question.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got one from Z. Z, why are they trying to rewrite a wheel when they have a car, a game on cinder blocks? Yeah, yep. They could just look at systems in other games and implement them as a baseline and innovate on them.
I wish they would do that more, man. I wish they would be the world. Like, I wish they would just take a lot. Like, there's so many elements from EVE Online that I just want copy pasted. It's not even funny.
100%. Yeah.
You know
there
what?
Were so many things that they could be utilizing from that.
It's funny that Z's saying that too, because I was talking about that the other day. It's like I understand like he wants it to be his own unique thing, but there's some things that just work. And realistically, you don't have to reinvent the wheel on everything. Like, you can take things from previous games. Like, what are you going to do? Like, is somebody going to come out with an MMO, right? And that takes place in Renaissance area and be like, we can't use orgs and trolls because those have been used in the past. You know what I mean? Like, some things you can reuse, and I agree with that. Like, stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Like,
the inventory system at 324 is a case study of like reinventing the wheel. Like,
yeah, exactly.
So,
like, it's not necessary.
it's a placeholder system until we get like lockers. As far as I mean, the entire damn game is a placeholder. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is that it's a
They're gonna redo
placeholder
the
for a new
inventory
system.
again.
I would assume so. They have like lockers
yeah,
that
absolutely.
at some point they'll probably do. I would rather have just a physicalized locker that I just interact with, and boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been
physicalizing all of it.
developing. I'm sorry, I'm just throwing. They've been developing the actual movement of you in action, of you taking your helmet and physically putting it on your head. So, like, that's cool, but like, it's a bit much. And honestly, I could do without that development.
You're a bit
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Next question says, does it seem like there's been a change
That's
in
funny.
stance on PvP in game from their original plan? If yes, what do you think changed?
I think so.
It
I
does
mean,
feel
the-
like the era about that has kind of shifted a little bit. I do agree.
Yeah.
What exactly? I can't really put my finger on it though.
I don't know. We didn't have any of these issues last year, and now we are this year.
It feels like they've gotten softer. I think this is what I think. I think that the change is that they've shifted their view from like a passion project to a corporate conglomerate type.
Corporate
Make
identity.
us try to get as many people in this game and just kind of like, you know, I think Massimo is an example of that. We're trying to make everything so everyone will want to come in and play and have as many players in there. I think it's changed, and I think it's a result.
Here's
of
what I
trying to
here's what
get
I
through a
think.
mess.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that in general. Here's what I think specifically: they are sacrificing the spirit of their game
Mhm.
for quote unquote a good experience, and to them that means people not having negative emotion.
Yeah, and you know what's ironic about that is it's having it. So they've been massively successful in the past with almost no advertising, right? And since that shift from what I could tell is happening, it's actually started falling off. And I don't think that's just a result of poor development or bugs, because the bugs have always been an issue, right? I think it's a result of them trying to like make it more of a mass marketable game, and they're not doing it right. I think so. I agree.
Just to kind of add on to that, it looks like Murph had asked, do you think they are circling to keep cash flowing into the project as a whole? To some extent, it does kind of give off that when you have events like the F8C and the F7 like A marketing, just the way those were driven feels almost like an act of desperation, but I can't, confirm that. That's the personal take on that one.
Yeah, I don't
But yeah.
know. It kind of gets into tinfoil after a while.
Yeah. A lot of theory crafting over there.
We have a few more. Let me just see if we can just get through these. The Bearded Blink said, it sounds like you use EVE Online as a sandbox PvP metric to shoot for. Would you say some of the other EVE systems would be beneficial too? For instance, kill mails and other character reputation tracking for OPSEC.
Oh my God!
do,
Let's
100%.
stall for an hour here. I want the pros. I want the whole player economy. I want the manufacturing. I want the planetary manufacturing that they do. All the sort of mining mechanics, the blops, dude. Oh my God, the Sino mechanics. Like I want so much of it, and I also want stuff from Elite Dangerous. Like, guys, you know how cool it would be if we had Elite Dangerous's Super Cruise mechanics and interdiction mechanics?
Yeah, that was one of the things.
Think of how alive this
like a proper skill based like mechanic.
If you saw ships physically traversing between the celestial bodies, and that you're actively hunting towards that instead of just sitting there with the bubble up and just hoping someone crosses your path and you have no idea if that's ever going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
That's just so much.
And I want to. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I want to jump on the EVE Online thing too. I think EVE and also Elite Dangerous is a good example that I know like you want to reach a mass player base, right? But I think those two are good examples of what keeps the game alive. And the PvPers keep the games going. They don't go away because they like the challenge, right? Like I know people are like, oh, you're only like 1% of the community, but at the same time, it's like I've been in Elite Dangerous, and the PvP community is rather freaking strong there, and they're sticking around, and it's like an EVE, obviously, right? Like so, don't like you. the game to last. You want longevity as well, right? You got to balance that more. You can't just keep all the PvEers happy.
Here's a question from Kisiman. He says, my experience with Griefer until recently has been mostly negative, but do they consider camping over planet side actual PvP? Honest question.
Camping over planet side? Camping
planet side,
what?
maybe like camping certain locations. I'm thinking probably, good example would be staking out a certain location to try and capture a player. I would say yes.
Camping is the go-to for most every PvPer right now because there's no tools for us to go look for players.
Yeah. Oh, I'm one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Realistically.
So like it or not, camping is just what we have to do to get our gameplay.
Oh, here's a good one. Expat. This is, I think this is a fair question. Without compromising your org strategy, what are some things that that events could do to protect themselves in both Discord and game from attack? Any tips or tricks from the man himself?
It's a really good question.
That is a good question. You want to throw him something?
You want some trade secrets?
Oh, here it is.
How much are you offering?
Hey, how many credits are you going to offer?
No, if I were to say, I'll say one thing. If I were to say one thing, it would be compartmentalize.
Yep.
Okay, that's actually a really good tip. Honestly, come to think of it, honestly, that guy, I could do a lot with that personally. Yeah, that's a solid tip.
Here's another question from Expat. GrieferNet have likely been successful in unearthing certain mechanics that can be used against players that many may not know about. Does GrieferNet actively contribute to educating CIG in these things using the bug reporting system to help the community? So if, like, say there's an exploit or bug that you use repeatedly, are you using like the issue console reports to make sure that it's fixed in like later patches?
Yeah, as a whole, that's not our focus, but I'm sure there are some individuals that have done that. I know one of our members, Griefer1, has done quite a few issue council reports and reporting bugs and stuff to CIG, but as a whole, we don't focus on that. We're here for our enjoyment.
Sure. Yep, that's fair. It's enough time spent on a broken, alpha to put that much more, effort into it.
Yeah.
All right. Good answer.
So I kind of want to pivot to something a little bit more positive.
Let's hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here are some things that I have noticed that we really appreciate, and it's kind of like the spice of life that we want to see in the game. And like it's gonna be a meme. It's gonna be funny because we meme this guy all the time. Pretty much the whole PvP community. Our boy Enigma from ITC. Okay, that guy is a man. We've crushed those guys so many times. So many orgs have crushed these guys over and over and over. But man, they are resilient. If I gotta give them props, they are a resilient bunch. They come back over and over and over. I haven't had any issues with them reporting. I don't think they do any reporting, which is awesome. They have Enigma has gone out and tried to form like an alliance and like an intel network with other like-minded orgs of his kind, like a lawful orgs. Great to see. I love that, dude. And like there's other orgs, like any other org that doesn't do reporting basically, and they're trying to use in-game ways to mitigate the main antagonist that is GrieferNet. Ashen Initiative, they're not really, we're friendly with Ashen Initiative for the most part. Spec Snipers, we don't really like the guy. I don't know if he does any reporting, but if he doesn't, props to him. Vex from Spectre Security Contracting, I don't think he does any reporting.
Yeah, he does.
And like any of the other, we've hit so many orgs. We've hit like 32 events we've crashed since the experience back in late January.
Yep.
And only now, recently in this last week, has the 31st event has caused a ban. So
as far as like ratios go, it seems like the mass reporting is kind of still in the minority, correct? Like 2 events out of... Yeah,
but when it happens, it's a big issue.
Like when it rains, it actually storms.
For 28 people, it's ridiculous.
So 30 is the limit. Can I just highlight what you said? So using in-game mechanics and finding a way to fight back rather than just reporting because it hurts your feelings.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
realistically,
Just because your security
like
fails
that's
does not
cool.
mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's cool.
Because
That's
your
really
security
cool. Like,
fails
yeah,
does not give
Yeah.
you the ethical high ground to mass report people.
yeah.
know?
That's
We're on ads again.
really cool that they're doing that. Yeah, we're on ads.
Personally, I would rather have this is a highlighted section in the transcript, but I would rather have that hands-off approach that we're talking about, where even Xylo said, a PvP solution to in-game conflict should be the way you reach a resolution.
I wish what they said would actually be
wish that
what
were the
was
case, I
in
know.
reality, though.
But I would rather have that kind of hands-off environment. MO2 does it. I know that it has its problems, but I feel like I'd rather be dealing with that than dealing with, issues with moderation and support teams. You know what I mean? Where it crosses over into the IRL.
Yeah.
Evidence we don't moderate.
I agree.
Could have played ads during your intermission, you dumb. Fair point. Sorry, I found that funny.
We're kind of reaching
my internet died.
the end of these
How dare
slides
you.
here, but the one point I
It's
want to
okay.
make
Back.
is like people say, "Oh, you have a reputation griefer,
We're almost done.
therefore you are justified in having your account access taken away." I feel like that's such a bad view to look at what do you like? Here's what reputation should cost GrieferNet. It should be social consequences. Like it should be like it's harder to form a relationship with other orgs, or it's harder to do business. It shouldn't mean to the community or CAG.
It should be impacted by in-game consequences as opposed to.
It shouldn't mean to people like, oh, well, they're
I
just free
agree.
game to report, and it
They're
shouldn't
going
mean to
to.
CAG
I
where they
guarantee
just
it.
don't do a thorough
It's
job
just
in
the systems
investigating
in for it or not
if
in
something
yet.
was
Mhm.
actually
Yeah.
rule breaking or
And
not.
that's CIG's fault, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
My opinion on it is you're
They're
right.
gonna manage
I
in
don't
the way they
think
can manage
just
to the
because
point where
you
it's
have a
at.
reputation is grounds for banning, but I do view it as like at the same time you can't be surprised because you have a reputation. Does that make sense?
Yep. You
You know
kind
what I
of
mean?
like
Yeah, no, you
I'm
can't
not
have the
saying it's
surprise
right.
being your face.
Yeah, I'm not saying
you
it's
made your
right.
bed and laying in it kind of situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, oh,
Yeah.
big shock. You know what I mean? When you say that you got banned, I'm not surprised by it. You know?
I mean, there's right, but there's not being surprised, and there's like
It
actually
right.
being
Yeah.
banned. It's still not right. Just because we're not surprised that it happened, we're not surprised that we're the bad guys, and people think we're the bad guys and don't like the bad guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's the image we want to cultivate. We are, we're the terrorists of Stanton.
I do have another podcast question. I play Rust, so I know what it feels like and have enjoyed
hold on.
running some days with some people.
Restless, like 3 seconds ago, 4 seconds ago, you'll see that Mammon post. I can tell you right there where despite asking you guys to calm down.
I saw that. I saw the
Okay,
mask
all right.
thing. Yeah.
All right. I wasn't sure. I was gonna highlight it.
Oh no, I saw
All
where
right.
they asked to please calm down or whatever it said. I saw it.
Despite what many think, I enjoy PvP, but even I know when enough is enough. Have there been instances of internal moderation by the org to crack down on individuals you may have felt went over the line?
Enough and not, and
Is
is
there
enough is different to other
internally
people.
in
Lines
the
are
org
different to other
or
people.
GrieferNet?
Oh yes. Over the last 2 years, especially, I've been cutting down on people's certain behavior. Because there were individuals that were doing a little bit too much, and I didn't like it.
Last 2 years, huh?
Okay.
It was anything pad ramming, hanger killing. We've stopped those entirely, and they get their ass chewed out when they do it, and I find out. Any fucking around with people in hard armistice. We don't mess with people in hard armistice. There have been events that have come to my attention that are like, my guys are like, hey, we could play around with that. We could kind of goof around with that event, and it's like hard armistice. It's all going to be a hard armistice, and I'm like, nope, Ito, we're not doing that. We're not fucking around a hard armistice. We're going to.
You have a time code for this
Okay,
part?
so soft armistice is fair game though, right?
207.
Pad ramming. Okay.
Weapons
Thank you.
free. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The moment you leave that hangar, it's fair game.
Yeah.
I
as
feel
far
like
as I'm
people are going to be
concerned.
shocked to hear this and be like, wait a minute, so you guys don't just have no emotion and ruthless killing in your minds and you actually have some rules? No way.
Right. There's some order.
I'm not
like,
gonna lie, guys. There have been individuals in my org that have stream sniped a lot individually, and we've cut down. I've cut down on that a lot.
I can attest to that. I've seen, because I've known you for I think a year or two now, and I have seen people get pushed out of the org or things have happened. He's definitely not lying. Like if there's one thing about Sfer I could say, he's not a liar. He's an asshole, but he's not a liar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we have it?
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, I was just gonna say we probably should start wrapping it up. If anything,
we should. Yeah. So
yeah,
I was gonna say,
do we have more to go before we do that? Like, do you have?
I think we're at a good point. I think we came to a conclusion that the issues are the underlying ones from before. I've reached out to some of the members from the team and like DMs to see if we could have like an active conversation. Sadly, they never got back to us. And, I understand that there was like a time you were talking about this where they're cutting back on their Discord presence because there was a little bit of like IRL, or probably like job issues,
Yeah, the CIG was not satisfied with their community outreach to our side of the field.
Sure.
Due to various reasons, like there's animosity in the community due to how they have treated us.
I wonder if they're trying to dial that back just slightly. I'm thinking from like a professional standpoint, maybe that is more damage control, trying to make sure that, they're upholding themselves to a standard. If there's going to be any communications that needs to be through official lines, so there's no miscommunications or no like issues, right? That might be the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I don't know. I just
Elder.
It sucks. It sucks that the game has so much potential, and I feel like we're really living that potential of the game right now. Griefernet is, and we're being punished for it. And if I were to end this stream on anything, I would say, fucking unban us. It's just ridiculous, guys. But yeah.
Okay. With that being said, we are going to call it there, guys. Tonight's episode will be on YouTube tomorrow.
Good video.
Too long didn't read or too long didn't watch is Griefernet sad. Oh.
Seems so.
I mean, I kind of.
What happened?
Hold on. The idea that they're sad because whatever. What my response is to that personally is like, yeah, who's going to who to complain about what? Ultimately, at the end of the day, I kind of do look at it as like Griefernet dug their grave, and they made their bed and they have to lay in it. Like, whether or not it's fair is not my point, but they were warned that they needed to not be doing these things, and they went and did them anyway. And it's CIG's. They're allowed to at any point that they choose to enforce or not enforce particular aspects, and we don't know necessarily what what was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
They're not. No. They need to have rules for people that paid for a product, and you're gonna withhold them from that product that they paid for. You need to have set rules. You cannot. That's wrong to just ban someone for the way they're playing with something that they paid for.
Yeah, but that's a two-way street. At what point does your fun or somebody else's fun get to override the other person? Right?
And
That's
and
why
I know
it needs
I'm
to be
a
a
broken
line.
record.
That's why it needs to be a rule.
I know I'm a broken record, but like I could not get past like the entire time to me, it was okay. Yeah, espionage is a valid gameplay loop. Then complains that counter espionage is a thing. Like,
what are you talking about? What kind of espionage? The reporting?
From being tracked from their info, like they mentioned, we've lost friend groups, especially in the last 2 years. We're getting tracked. We're getting her stuff. That's all us. That's all because of us. Like, my favorite that part at 2:07:30. I'm gonna have to put that. I might clip that and put that on my fucking profile. Like, that's beautiful. I gotta be honest. Don't fall for that. We didn't know. Griefernet knows. They know. We've said the same thing to them. It's also on my profile. It's on our org page.
I'm not falling for anything, but they made some very strong points.
Now that I agree with. That's the thing. I actually
agree with
a lot of Griefernet's point. Yeah, I do too, 100%. And I wish we could tell them that.
Maybe they'll catch the stream or something. I'll pop it on YouTube. But
Yeah.
no, I agree with a lot of it. That's why I've never was mad at the whole Min thing. The only thing I got mad at was the Discord. I don't give a fuck if you're stream sniping the PvP. It does not bother me. But yeah, and I also understand. Well, and like he was saying earlier about it was defined as a PvP sandbox game, and that's what it is. I know Grim, you don't agree with that. You think it's more PvE, and I understand.
But,
And like, do what?
I know. I think it's absolutely a PvP game. But I think this is a serious question between griefing and PvP. Does that make sense? Like, this isn't just a question of like, is what they're doing, PvP? Yeah, what they're doing is PvP. The question is what they're doing griefing? And the answer the CIG has said is yes.
No, they said they said you be the judgment of its griefing is what they essentially said.
Well, no, they said that this isn't okay, and you need to use your best judgment. And parrots do that all the time, right? And I'm not necessarily saying that that's like directly how they're being treated. Though it may not be entirely inaccurate, but this idea of like, I know this is what you want to be able to do, and this is how you want to behave, and this isn't okay. Well, where's the line? You're going to need to do your best judgment, and if you're in doubt, don't do it. Right? Like, I'm not necessarily saying that's an extremely fair situation, but I mean, I do definitely agree with the notion that a part of the problem is the fact that CIG needs to be able to, or like, one, that content is not available to really counter this, right? Yes, counter espionage is a thing, but there's also the reality that like having reputation system, having NPC security, right? Like the whole notion of having what in EVE Online is Concord, right? Is a response time security doesn't exist. And the servers are not capable of really handling that right now. They haven't put it in there. I may not necessarily know all the features, but for whatever reason, it's not really in there. And we already know that turrets are ineffective, right? Plus, you can't really create a situation where you can have those turrets around every race, But for the moment, it's like, all right, cool. They need him to chill. Why? Because this might be strangling communities, and people might be highly resistant or not resistant. Well, I mean, could be even resistant. But people are very, very much disincentivized from even trying to do anything because, like, why bother? It's just going to get griefed. Why bother starting anything? It's just going to get griefed. Why do races? They're just going to grief the races. It doesn't matter how much we do. They're going to grief our races, right? And so I'm not saying that
they've only griefed some. I've seen there's other races that have happened. None by like the big, but by smaller groups. But when Anzi is out there posting it everywhere, of course they're going to target that.
Yeah, they never hit Anzia once when we were their security, because our OPSEC and our fighters are top notch. Now I'm not saying we're the best. I'm not trying to fall into that trap. I'm saying in 12 months we provide OPSEC and DataSec and ground personnel. No one got past us. No one got close. Nothing. And all of a sudden, literally just a few days, like weeks after we are kicked off, all of a sudden by one person who's on the security team, they get attacked. And I can't help but notice something. The people, okay, so they're the same people who provided security for Atmo when Griefer and Ed attacked all of the Atmo Daymar rally stuff using inside sources. It's the same thing. It's over and over again. Like, Griefer and Ed won't come out and say that. Besides those few tidbits in the PowerPoint, I don't know if those were intentional or not. Except for that one part where they flat out name Vex as the top agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
I think that there are probably conversations that actually I would believe 100%. There are conversations that are had behind the scenes by organizations, by individuals, by advocates. Just like there are people on GrieferNet's side of the conversation that can have direct conversations. There are individuals who are like, we have no interest in doing these things, because GrieferNet does it, right? The fact that they jumped a charity event and he's unapologetic, I can't even imagine how many other charity events are like, we're not even interested in doing these. There's no guarantee.
And it's only because they got
no
caught
way.
on this time.
I see
Right,
both
it's like-
sides though.
I personally, overall,
The
like
charity event
concept
is
of-
for the viewers watching, right?
No, it was the charity event is for collecting money for
Yeah,
the charity.
and how do they get the money? From viewers, right?
Yeah, and attendees. Well, not necessarily. They're not always viewers. There are people.
99% is viewers. It's not a lot of people that people aren't paying to go participate. It's people that are viewing. They're doing the charity on Twitch.
I wasn't saying participation. There are people who just give money because it's a charity event. They don't ever.
Okay,
attend,
so
don't
they
do
got their
anything.
money from that. Do you know how I would, man, if I saw the GrieferNet attacking them and I saw the PvP starting to happen, I'd be watching. Oh, that was wild. They just got attacked, blah 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 during the event. And yeah, I would donate.
Yeah,
The
but that's,
non-PvP group. That's why they need groups like us. That's why they outsource
Yeah.
to groups like us to protect them.
it's-
And again,
It's
whole
content.
year,
Content
no
is
problem.
content.
Hold on.
You needed content
Okay,
for
I-
that.
All right.
hold on. Here's my argument. How are you gonna say to a charity organization, "Hey, we'd love to throw a charity
It
organization"?
wasn't an
What do they
organization. It
compete?"
was an event.
Yes, but they always have to go through an organization for charities.
Okay.
Right? Now, whether or not that's an individual person.
I work for a nonprofit,
Right.
so I'm listening. I know how charities
Right.
work.
So are you going to tell me that your nonprofit's going to be fine with somebody saying to you, "Hey, we're going to run an event and we believe, we're confident that it's going to get griefed"?
Well, first of all, we would look at everything and then cover all our angles. Okay, we're in a PvP video game. We're gonna do an event. It's gonna be content. I would not have gotten negative about anything. I would have turned it into content and tried to defend against the people trying to attack the dogs. We must save the dogs by defending the event. I would have turned it immediately and made content out of it. I would have made it enjoyable for everybody watching, and I would not have bitched and complained. I would have made that content good with what came.
Yeah, but that's you and your.
That should be every content creator. If you're a content creator, you create content. So the content that's coming your way in a PvP game, you have to be able to turn that into a positive.
Gives you content, you may create aid.
Yes, I couldn't have said it better myself.
What do you guys like? Me as a newer guy, just finding all this fascinating and reminding me of like when I gamed really harder and did all this kind of shit. But
Yeah.
what do you got? Well, actually, you know what? Let me save that question. Got to take a phone call. I'll bring it back.
All right, bet.
Bro, you can't drop a question like that and then
But-
just like,
Nah,
but-
it's my girlfriend. She's got some shit going on. I gotta
But-
answer.
I
Yeah.
know, it's real life.
This
Okay,
is off
let's
the
not
top of
think
my
about
head, though,
that.
Grim. Think about this. If they would have started attacking the event and it was raising money for dogs, some little racing event, we're racing for the dogs, and then they started attacking, we need more donations for the dogs, they're killing the racers, whatever. I would have turned it immediately. Oh, they're attacking us. The dogs are going to die now because they're attacking us.
Or
Hey,
hear me
whoa,
out.
What the hell?
Or hear me out. The security they hire do their jobs. How about
Exactly.
that instead? How about that instead?
Appreciate the follow cast plays.
This massacre made possible from viewers like you.
Exactly, because you're not donating. We're getting attacked and the dogs are dying. That's how I would have
Oh
turned
my
that
God.
event. I mean, just like
Yeah.
that.
This might seem random, but
Okay,
I just I can't resist. I
I'm
have
way
to
more
say it.
based than my goofball friends. That's so funny. We just got done watching a video about GrieferNet, and they've been gotten banned recently. And then someone brought up something
Oh,
about
no, they got suspension. Well,
they
yeah.
got suspended
what-
for a month.
Yeah, I was gonna say suspensions banned when it's like a period of time. People use that interchangeably though, don't they? They're like, "Oh, I got banned for 30 days. I got a
Yeah.
suspension for 30 days."
Same thing. But
Yeah, okay, alright.
they apparently attacked an event that it was a charity organization, and Grim asked me the question like that it was did I think it was wrong, that whole situation? I said no, and the people that did the charity event all went up in flames, like complaining about getting attacked. I mean, and I said as a content creator, I would have turned that immediately into good content if I was getting attacked trying to do a race for dogs, 100%.
It did. I don't know who this was specifically. It doesn't look like this was actually the charity organization. It says recently, the organization itself, by the way, is Best Friends Save Them All. It's ARC's Best Friends charity push for the Best Friends Animal Society. So recently, a Star Citizen
Send me
charity
that.
event.
Send me that so I can put
Yeah,
on my
yeah,
screen.
yeah, yeah.
I'll put it up on my screen.
I don't know what the full details are, but there was an X thing, and I was like, I'm not gonna read it from X. So it said recently a Star Citizen charity event I was invited to got attacked by Griefernet. The event was compromised, and a lot of the streamers involved.
Wait, where is this? You didn't send me the article. You sent me the page. So this dog died because of Griefernet. Does everybody understand that?
No, that's the actual page. Yeah, it says about this campaign. It's halfway down.
Griefernet.
Oh, right there it is. Okay, hang on.
Yeah,
Let me get some music in the background here.
Yeah, it's okay. In various discords, I saw a surprising lack of remorse from the leader of the group. Dogs are food in my country. Quoted verbatim. This Memorial Monday, the 27th, we'll be doing a single day giveaway for an MPUV tractor ship to tractor in your love for bestfriends.org.
Cass is going hard. Cass is yelling at y'all.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. My friends aren't the ones that did the organization. My friends are not the ones that did this campaign. I would have been attacking them if I could have been.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm.
Recently,
I get it.
Star Centurion was the ones who got attacked by Griefernet. I would have turned this into something fun.
I can't find an actual post about the original attack. The only things I found were the ARC ones, and then I think it's a retweet, stuff like that. So what I would like to find is the original.
They had to kill 6 dogs because of that event. It says right here. They're trying to end killing dogs, but Griefernet attacked, so they had to kill them, obviously, and they sent them over somewhere.
Wait, hold on. Where does it say they had to kill 6 dogs?
No, I'm making that up.
Oh, fuck off.
These dogs.
I'm over here trying to seriously find an article about the actual attack, and you're dicking around about 6
Well, it says
dogs.
Best Friends is the leading animal welfare organization working to end the killing of dogs and cats in American shelters by 2025. And I said, well, they had to kill 6 because Griefernet attacked.
Okay, so what I'm trying to find is the name of the actual charity event.
I have no idea what charity event, because that wasn't the Enzi event.
No, it wasn't.
You donate now, you can get that MPUV tractor plus VIP paint.
Was it a charity race, right?
Or was it a
Campaign
charity
ended.
race?
The charity has nothing to do with the race.
It's called Best Friends
so
Animal
it's-
Society,
it's-
Best Friends
it's a
Day.
different
Best
event.
Friends Day. They
Okay,
made $500
alright.
bucks. They met their goal.
They did.
Yeah, they met their
516.
goal. Griefernet did not succeed.
Okay, so was it? Hold on. Do you want to scroll back down on that really fast?
Oh, hang on, I'll go back to him.
I was hoping that they would have an actual name for the leading event. It was a charity event. It wasn't for this charity. But I'm trying to track down for what charity the actual event was for.
It's on Memorial Monday. That was a Memorial Monday.
A race. The charity is paying my truck fucking payment.
They raised a lot of money. I should raise it. I should do something. Should we counter this? What's up, Jeff? See, we're working out a PvP for Puppies event to make donations for each time you take someone out in SC. That is such a good idea. I'm gonna do something now. Let's wait. Can we do something here? Can we counter an event that someone does now? A big racing event like the one tomorrow. Can we do a counter event that every racer we kill, someone donates?
No,
absolutely
I'm joking.
not, and
I'm
I will-
joking.
I don't
That's
care.
a joke.
I love our conversations, but I would hate to see you get so much trouble.
I would get so much trouble.
Trouble
would
is
be
not
so
even.
mad. I feel like
Dude,
Russell's-
trouble's not even close to the right adjective. Just so you know.
I know, but man, I would. Yeah, I will say this. While it won't happen for like races specifically, I guarantee you, long term, you will see events like a Hulkageddon and other economy based basically bounty hunting events, right? Like how many of whatever ship you kill, you get a payout. But the way that Hulkageddon works is they have to use emails to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find the name of this event.
Grace, Base and Grief are pilled. You should kill those racers.
The only thing I'm finding is something called Foundation Festival.
Foundation Festival? No, that was an actual SC thing.
Yeah, that was an actual SC thing. That's why I'm like trying to find. I literally put it in Star Citizen charity race event, and I'm not finding anything about it except for festival. I actually can't.
Let's see. I don't know. Should we go into Star Citizen and do something? I want to go.
Yeah,
I want to go pad ram somebody now.
No, you're not.
I'm joking.
Hey, just to be,
I'm kidding.
I'm just letting you know, a fist would come out of your computer screen. It would then grip your keyboard, and I would, and then I'm not, and then that fist would use your keyboard to pull the rest of me through your screen, and then I'd be like, okay, guess what? Now I'm in your real life, and then it would just go downhill from there.
That's funny.
I haven't played in weeks, so I'm probably gonna pad ram my fucking self.
Oh, no,
hell yeah, dude.
I would have said earlier to like do previews on the the Atlas, but I basically I logged out because I was like,
you're funny, Cass.
I couldn't get the ship in my hangar out, so I couldn't like take it somewhere else. So yeah, you end up finding that video.
Can you name a prowler? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I don't know. Hold up.
I'm about to find out.
There was one day in particular, I got into my ship and like I called it and I opened the hangar doors and like they opened, but they didn't. And like I took off full fucking speed and just like blew up against invisible doors.
That's funny. Well, I've died plenty of times in my hangar. Alright, I'm gonna use some credits and get a prowler just because I haven't flown one in forever and I heard it got a buff.
Oh, this is the prowler the one that's supposed to be the stealth dropship and they like finally gave it stealth stats?
Yeah, now it's stealthy with size 5s.
I was surprised that was not or that I suppose it's not fair.
Should we on the live or PTU? Is Blockade Runner going on? Because I'm gonna go to Blockade Runner for this.
Blockade Runner, the mission's popping in PTU. I'll say that, but pretty much everybody is just doing Atlas stuff right now.
I'm gonna bring an A2 and never mind. Stan will get mad.
I mean, you could try. I don't even know how active you're gonna find that activity, since it seems like most everybody was trying to get their eyeballs on that Atlas Walker.
It was cool for 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh, no, it's still cool because I need to know if it can survive a fucking ODST.
Oh yes, yeah. By the way, I was gonna let you know 10K drop was confirmed while I was online.
Okay, wait, 10,000.
What is?
10,000 kilometers they dropped.
You mean 10 kilometers?
Yes, you are correct. 10 kilometers they dropped.
That's great. We drop at 60.
So I'm pretty sure you don't deal more damage higher altitude from there.
Oh yes, you do. There's a certain threshold for each vehicle. But that gives me a lot of hope. That gives me a lot of hope if it can survive. At the very least, we can do hot drops with it, which is fucking badass.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I can't wait, dude. That's all I want.
I will say this about the Atlases right now, they are going to get patched. Because right now the Atlases lift crates up to hold them high, which gives you visibility, because otherwise the crate's in your face. However, they're blowing ships up because it's causing hitbox problems because it's forcing the container into the ceiling of the ship, blowing the ship up. So really, really cool and useful when you're inside of your hangar, but if you're inside of your ships, it becomes a serious issue.
when you said hot drops just now, it rang the right bell, and I want a Costco hot dog so fucking bad right now.
Oh my god.
I thought you were gonna go a
Now I
complete
need to
different
go
direction
eat.
with that. I ain't even gonna lie. My goodness.
I will say I didn't see that one coming, but
I thought you were gonna take that hot drop in a wild direction.
I do.
my mind's
find it, like,
my mind's racing right now. I'm thinking about some crazy shit. That video got me going.
I'm hungry. I got some food I want to go put together. I will say this. The fact that he makes
Make
that
commitment and
suggestion
cry. I just saw that one, Jeff.
Again?
What did he say? Oh, yeah. No. This is a comment made a while ago. You don't have
Yeah.
timestamps. I don't know. Can you do timestamps?
Probably. I don't know. 5% health. Why do I have 5% health? Why do I have two broken legs? What is happening?
Man tried to.
Like my
I'll
shirt.
bet you I know what happened. You stubbed a toe.
I don't know what happened. All right, we gotta prep for blockade runner. Get my blade runner, my blade runner gear. Sure, I'm gonna rock that.
Oh yeah, bro.
Put that.
Get that blade runner going in.
You find a turtle upside down.
You're gonna be killing in that top hat with a monocle.
Absolutely. Should have me a pistol. We're gonna take this little guy. Yep. Blockade runner, here I come.
I mean, what's the point of the med rifle if you're just gonna die in your ship?
Yes.
Or
The what?
tractor pistol. What's the point of that if you're gonna die in your ship?
I don't know. I just brought it to bring it, I suppose.
Oh, that makes sense. Man, you look like you took two in the knees and one in the liver.
He almost fell.
Oh, the AI that was out there?
No, I did. My dude looked like he almost tumbled. This makes sense. We log into the PTU with 2 broken legs and 5% health when I left perfectly healthy. Wait, what? Did you
I'm
do something to me
telling you.
when my body was desynced when I wasn't there?
Oh yeah, I did.
That's what it is. You almost killed me.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I didn't even think about that.
Being
Yeah,
gold.
you were disconnected, so I started using your body as a ragdoll with a size 8 SCU container.
Nice.
So I absolutely smacked him like square on with a container while I was testing to see what happens. And when I brought the container backwards, it also clipped on him and like dragged him a whole bunch. And then after that, the character was like laying on the ground, so I hit him with a container again.
Very nice. You know what button I wish this game had? Is a ragdoll button where it makes you ragdoll.
Oh, you just fall forward or fall over or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, just fall.
I mean, if you want, I could probably log in and just, judo chop you from behind.
I would love this, because I do it in Red M when I'm playing online. I'll just be sprinting and I'll act like I trip and hit in the mud, face plant. My dude looks ridiculous in Red M. I look like a king, like a beat up king. And it's hilarious, because everybody's RPing. I RP that I act like I'm in charge and I'm not from that timeline. Because I have a coat that looks like I'm an actual king with the fur and the golden plates and everything, but it's always muddy. And I'm always snake bitten. Not want to play Red M.
Not mud, we're just all covered in shit.
What's that noise? What's happening up there?
Oh, that's something I want to do with you again. When we're back on New Babbage next time, we can go flying around in I liked the 890, but it was clear the 890 doesn't fit as well. Especially trying to get out near that Christmas display.
Oh yeah, wasn't that cool? I fit that thing back there.
Yeah, I was very impressed that you managed to fit that back there. I was like, I almost want to be like, pause the screen, pause the stream, share your screen, or not stream, but like the video we were watching.
Yeah.
Right? And like show it off, but I was like, I don't want to interrupt the video that much.
You could have taken a picture of it.
I think I actually tried to, and then I couldn't because
First
Star
floor,
Citizen
first
doesn't
floor.
let you use the Windows key, so I can't do snips,
Floor 7.
and I don't have screenshot taking
Oh, I
software.
got you. Yeah, we can go
So,
back there one day.
But yeah, I definitely like we went up on top of that that skyscraper, and the fact that we could get them one door open. I'm like, I want to find what other buildings were like that, because we can definitely make some videos from that. Right?
I know,
like,
wasn't that cool? I didn't expect that. I just landed on top of the building with that 890. And
yeah, I saw the one window where it was like fake, essentially, right? Like it was just a paper background. And I looked at the doors and I was thinking initially, I was like, there's no way, like those are probably just locked doors. So I was very surprised that that one door opened. So I'm like, yeah, you could totally do some really cool videos doing stuff up there. So I'm curious on
what's happening here?
Other locations. What are you doing?
I'm okay. Just hurt my legs when I woke up.
100%.
Oh, why is my mic not on?
Oh, damn. That's so good. I love that.
Treats. Are those treats for me?
Man's there with some... Your nurse has arrived. Look at that. Oh. See?
Ooh, nurse.
Nurse.
Oh, that's so great. That man's like, I'm running off with this, but, so...
How did they do that? I'm so curious as to how that happens.
Oh, like, how do they pick the whole tray up?
Yeah, no, like, put everything on the tray? They must have taken time to do that.
I mean, you can, but that tray spawns like that.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, in some of the medical rooms, that tray just spawns like that. I'm not saying that they probably didn't just pick stuff up and then just use the place command to put it there. But, oh god, I can't believe that actually injured you. That's hilarious. I actually am more surprised that they persisted, but basically...
this is my tray. Yeah, I got one. Yeah.
So you look down and you do the whole, like... See? There you go. And then whatever you put on that tray is the tray you have. Stan was running around with one earlier, but like it fell over for some reason. I don't know what happened. Was it because you tried to place it somewhere and then it just threw everything else on the floor?
Please tell me you just saw what happened on my stream.
I did.
Well.
Oh, that's great.
We're good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love that, Jeffrey. That comment is great. Oh, what the heck? You picked that thing back up and everything just re-glued to it.
There's no time.
Man, you look like a loon, just like with that outfit, that hair, and running out of there with that tray filled with medicine. You look almost like an Oompa Loompa with that hair from the backside. Better get my stuff out to Willy Wonka.
He needs it now. Better hurry. See, now I wish I had a ragdoll option. Trip down the stairs, just tumble. Hiya.
People would end up just ragdolling in all the like
Last call for
dumbest
passengers.
places.
The shuttle is preparing
Complaining
to
about
depart.
getting stuck. How far do you fall outside of Orison
Please
before it
clear the
just
hatch.
kills you?
Shuttle will be
Like a
departing.
half hour.
Wait, really?
It's a long time. Snacks, anybody?
I'm thinking about going for ice cream.
That sounds really good.
Oh man, why you gotta be like that?
All I know is
I don't have any ice
Right
cream,
down
but
the
now I
street.
want it.
you walk with your
Well,
nose high when you're in
right
this
down the
outfit.
street.
Oh wait, do you really?
Hell yeah. I live right by Texas Tech, and they got all kinds of shit right over here.
I'm not laughing at you. Restless is like you walk around with your nose up all the time with it, and I was like, do you? And then he jacked the character's head up, so he's looking straight up with it.
And I call everything shallow and pedantic. in the south. Oh,
Yes, shallow and pedantic. Mm.
Yeah, I heard that the general max depth is 17.4K down before you hit the auto kill barrier. So that they jumped off the ledge just outside the hab, and the death was within a second or two. So it looks like there's kind of a perimeter, but if you jump out of the ship, that's not the same thing.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
head high, head high.
Also, don't run out of hydrogen. Your ship enters a free fall, and it's terrifying.
Providing connections to all major platforms. Crusader
I was out with
Industries is
Berkman
happy to
working
offer
on
free
stuff,
and
and he ran
convenient
out of
transit to all
hydrogen.
visitors aboard
And
the
then
connection.
the station was glitched out, and then his ship got missiled. So I had to go save him in an Argo
Last call
MPUV.
for passengers.
Well, I'm going to raise my nose high and go down the street and get myself a banana split with almonds on top.
And you
must
carry a
split,
low
must
nose high. Absolutely.
He's gonna walk home with look at this man with a silver tray. Are those white gloves you have on, sir? I'd rather not have thumbprints on my deliveries.
I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. BPA plastic, to be precise.
Look at my stream. Fancy meeting you here.
The fanciest. Look at my nose.
We both have trays.
Are you guys trading?
There's 3 of us in here now.
Be back in about 10 minutes.
What the? See how he got kicked out of the elevator? The music is something else. We gotta tone it down a bit. But good God, everything's loud. I'm gonna pull out the Prowler, I suppose. Wait, I never even got to check and see if I can name that Prowler. The answer is no. Discover our content creators. I'm not on that list. I guess I don't have a lot of people. What is it, the Asperia Prowler, right? No. Who makes the Prowler? I don't even fucking remember.
Xperia.
Xperia, yeah.
Oh, I didn't copy my account over. Oh, I guess we're taking Min Min now. With 2 N's.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please visit us again.
The fuck? The noise is real. What the? Persistence.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Well. Interesting. We have a dilemma. You said blockade runner mission is proccing though?
I did for me when I went into PQ.
Yes, I just saw it.
Sorry for being stuck on so long.
Oh, you don't, not a worry. You know, didn't miss much. We just did like a, 3-hour session on a 2-hour video.
Yep, it was fun actually.
It was good, I really liked it. Yeah, it was a good video. I definitely liked the conversations around it and stuff like that.
I was enjoying it, but I got kind of caught up with first shit, so.
It's so.
Don't worry.
No. Yeah. Like anything to say about earlier, like, I already got to a PC conversations or shit, like anything.
What happened?
So, Griefernet briefed an event. And then, and then they got a bunch of suspensions. And they're
Look at general, please, when you have time. Go ahead, Grim.
yeah. So basically, TLDR, a bunch of them people got suspensions for griefing conduct. They essentially griefed an event, and then they were
What is happening?
upset about it. Okay, and then there was a podcast that their representative Esper, which I think he's the group lead,
Correct.
went up and they had a conversation about it, and he had like a whole bunch of slides about his position on it, or kind of backing up his position, and he expressed his frustrations around it, and yeah, that's kind of the short answer. I don't know if I could really add anything else if I'm trying to do a TLDR.
With these guys?
Griefernet, yeah.
None of my buttons are working.
Stream, like, I was listening to a video they did a month ago, like 2 hours ago.
Interesting. When did they get suspensions?
January. So they got warnings a few times last year. The first suspensions came down in January, and then about a week ago in August. And guess where the information for that anyway, that it was us. We were the ones who. Remember, Brookman? I called you. I told you. I told you.
Yeah,
There's gonna be no living with me now after this.
I know that too.
Oh, you have no idea.
No, honestly.
Oh, you have no idea.
I've never played Space Marine 2.
Oh, I'm jealous. I might go buy that. I am grateful. Oh, go ahead.
Let's say I was playing the first one last night, but I had to write custom. I was trying to customize my keys, and it doesn't allow me to do anything. I can't use like the F13
Oh.
to F15.
Also, like a few months ago, I finally finished this Space Marine 1 went to my backlog list, right? I got through it. I remember there was a crash and an error in like Act 4 that I learned you can get by, but I have to like find right benefits for that if you try to do the campaign.
Wait. I hope that was the right button. What am I missing? What am I missing? Requests. Where's my requests?
But yeah, I thought I could try out the different classes because I've used the Tactical Marine, I've used like 2 others, right? But I haven't really tried all of them in a proper combat environment. So I thought I'd do that right now. Right now I'm trying to Cyber out. I kind of liked it a little.
I might go try to get the. I'm gonna go try to find a laptop.
You're trying the what now?
Sniper.
Sniper.
Yeah, I'm not normally a sniper in games, but I thought I'd try to sniper in this.
Wait a second, was that my button?
My 2 favorites, I think, are still a Tactical Marines. It's a classic. A little and the Bulwark. Well, also I realized I like the Vanguard. I actually enjoy utilizing it. And I still want my Apothecary.
Yeah, that'll come soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
What is that noise?
I'm kind of wondering besides Apothecary what else will come, but... Any thoughts, Grim?
See that one more time?
Besides Apothecary, any thoughts like this couple of classes that could be received of most popular?
So I went back and I was playing
happening?
the multiplayer last night. Nothing really comes to mind yet. I would say, Psyker, that's the other one that they don't need. And the way that I know they're going to do Psyker is if you go back and you play the first Space Marine.
Yeah.
There are not Psykers for like characters that you can play, right? So there's no librarians, usually is what they'll be called.
Right.
But they had Psykers, sanctioned Psykers, when you played the Chaos expansion, and you would you do the Exterminatus play features. You would get the you'd get staff wielders that were essentially shooting, lightning at you with the staff, and those were sanctioned Psykers. So
the name of my ship isn't on here.
We'll see librarians.
Alright, but besides librarians and besides apothecaries, like the 2 most, to be honest.
I couldn't tell you anything else. I don't play 40k enough.
Yeah.
They've got when we were doing
I gotta do something, fellas.
Space Marine 1, we would the like twin links and stuff like that, all that stuff was on Tactical Marines. So you never had a what the hell are they called? It's the guys in power armor. Not power armor, Jesus Christ. It's the dudes in the heaviest armor. They're usually part of the first
Terminator.
Terminator, yeah. So there's no Terminator armor, so we might see something like that. So really slow, not very agile.
I was thinking that, but I also was thinking like aggressors with the dual flamethrowers, 1 on each arm. Which are
Isn't that just a different version?
I think they're separate kind of unit class, right? Terminators are more heavily armored from head to toe, right?
Yeah.
Be right back. In like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Damn it.
Alright, buddy.
See, how long were you guys with Matt?
I was with him till about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. Maybe more, maybe less. I wasn't exactly paying attention to the clock.
What else were you guys doing with it then? That's a long time.
They weren't. I was. I basically, so there was a Evocati guy that did that, and then he pulled a an A2 out, and then or Hercules or whatever. Anyways, pulled that out, and then we flew. We flew towards Seraphim Station, and then he logged out, and I took the driver's seat and parked his ship in my hangar and pulled the walker out, and then realized I couldn't do anything with ship in my hangar, and I couldn't remove it. So.
Well, did you guys do anything else with the mech?
Yeah, we loaded cargo containers up into the
ship.
Yes, so ship. And while we were doing it, I figured out that the containers that the character holds are too tall.
But what? They were too what?
So the way that it holds the containers
Yeah.
is an elevated position, so it doesn't obstruct your viewpoint. However, the problem is when you go into any of the ships, they don't have that height space.
Right.
So, yeah, essentially that's the...
Well, American ship too, I imagine, right? Like, here's an example of a ship I imagine that's not a problem. The Hammerhead. Just the Hammerhead is level ground, right? But like, I guess end result, thumbs up or thumbs down for first impression? Huh?
On what?
The map. On the Atlas loader. First impression, thumbs up or thumbs down?
I think it'll be good. I think it could have been. Sorry, I'm making another character real quick.
Why are you making a new character?
I copied some stuff over to the PT. I got the Prowler.
What?
I grabbed the Prowler.
You mean like as you grabbed a Prowler?
Yeah. I wanted to bring it in to try it out.
Yeah. I grabbed an upgrade to a Prowler, but
I had the credit. I was like, I'll try it out and see if I like it. And then if I like it, grab an upgrade, you know.
I love the ship, but
what was I answering though? You asked me something. Oh, first impressions.
Yeah, like thumbs up.
It could have been much.
You know, like,
I want to see it outside. So if they did the cargo hangar, not hangars, but the cargo centers like I had talked about on space stations, it'd be perfect for like loading up your hull Cs from because that tractor beam can reach. Be perfect for loading, like walking out into this spot right there because the whole cargo center is useless right now at stations, and they could have made it like cargo platforms you pull up to like at Home Depot and load up your vehicle. You know, if I can picture it, there is what I'm getting at. That's where I picture it. It's like I picture it out there on that platform while you're in your spacesuit and you're loading up your ship, you know, before you head out.
But it does have no thrusters.
Yeah. No, it's out on the platform where there would be gravity walking around.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like you can throw it up to the hull seat, and I think it needs thrusters.
Yeah.
But blockade runner, yes, that's us. That's if I close my eyes and picture that little mech, that's where I picture it, is at the cargo centers on stations, not inside a personal hangar.
I view it in like distribution centers.
Yeah, distribution centers too, absolutely.
Cargo on stations, I view like the MPV one team, you know.
Yeah, I can see that out there as well as those if they had those like the actual cargo center, which they don't have.
Oh, we won't get exterior loader like freight elevators. That's not like an if, that's a when.
That's good. We need that cargo center, and hopefully connected to the cargo center.
Well, we need it, and like we need it.
Yeah,
it's not an option. We need it for the whole series. Like, if you want to load up a whole ship manually in some capacity, you need an exterior elevator. Now, it'd be loaded to the cargo center. It'd be cool, but I'm not counting on it.
I just want the cargo center to be worth something. The only thing it's worth is going to get a tractor beam, and that's only because they put the tractor beam in there. You know? No one would ever touch a
Yeah.
cargo center if you buy a tractor beam inside the Galleria.
Yeah, but first testing would made a long time ago. You know, design choices can change, obviously.
Yeah.
And B, you can still get a lot, like there could be a lot of, you know, stuff you get related to cargo functions, right? That, you know, that could be there, and only you get there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But like reputation stuff, that's actually stuff you get for cargo jobs, right? We do there. You know the place I really see it working?
Where's that?
The underground area in distribution centers. Like there's a big freight area in distribution center. Underground. That like we saw in a certain model, right? Like a different like white box. About a year and a half ago or some shit.
Yeah. I've seen them tunnels. I've glitched into the tunnel before.
Well,
through the map and seen it. Fell through the map and they're empty. Nothing in there right now, but
underground.
Yeah. And on Hurston.
With a giant elevator.
I've glitched under those, so those tunnels connect to all those little outposts that are way away from the distribution center. Yeah.
But like, there's a giant elevator also there, right?
I don't remember. It was way back when distribution centers first hit. It's been a minute since that happened.
Yeah.
I don't think I wasn't streaming then. I don't think. So I don't have a VOD of it. Should I take the Min or take the Prowler to my first run at Blockade Runner? Because I'm not going there to do the Blockade Runner. I'm going there to...
Take the Min-Min.
Roger
what
that.
the fuck is the Min-Min?
This is my 890.
890.
Oh.
Named Min.
Nice name. What origin? Oh, I know what origin is. Never mind.
I'm actually going to take the Prowler up to Everest and then set my spawn up there. Wait, where is my Prowler? Oh, it's E.
Selected. Stand by.
How much cash they give us? 15. Wouldn't you love to like open your thing and then see the walker in your inventory and be like, oh my god, baby.
I love the Prowler. It's like top 20, top 15 designs.
Yeah, I like the Prowler. I didn't mean the Prowler, I meant the Atlas. My bad.
Oh.
No, you open it up, go into P2 and you open it up and you're like, oh my goodness, I can call it? Wait a second.
Wait, you can't call it?
No, I can't. When in doubt, let your Min hang out.
Ow.
Did you hear that, Stan?
Yeah.
That's from Jeff.
I'm still not past the Min-Min has a mad needs a nap.
No, I love the Prowler. The only two reasons I don't really get it now, right? I always never asked you plus for it. It's so expensive.
Yeah, it's a very expensive ship.
And I get it, the dropship tats, and the alien tats, and the stealth tats. Yeah. And then it's also pretty pricey in game too. It's not cheap. And I just don't need another dropship. Like, I am very covered in that regard.
Ernie, leave her alone, dude. She was sleeping. Beat your ass again, cat. Picks on my little cat. She was just sleeping and he had some catnip and now he has to go fight. He chases her. I'm gonna go whoop his ass real fast. I gotta go beat his ass. Be right back. Not hard, don't worry.
Yep. By the way, Grim. You there?
Some stern words is all he needed. I forgot my ginger ale. My goodness.
But no, Stan, this is a fun game. I think we're like this. If you want, I can stream it a bit.
Yeah, I want to give it a shot.
You want me to stream it?
Yeah, all right.
Let me just get to a bit of a slightly safe area. It's being swarmed by Tyranids right now.
Oh, man.
Ponder is finally back. I assume we've gotten past all the fun talk from earlier.
Oh yeah, didn't you have a question though?
I did.
What is it?
Let me fuck. Give me a sec. Oh yeah, okay. It was I think the place I was coming from was as like a dude that has thousands of hours in DayZ Arma stuff.
Yeah.
You know, in games like that where it is a big ass sandbox and everything goes, there are, you know, community events where you'll have admins with God mode and they're going to kind of protect the zone if you're having a legit event that you want to keep a legit event. So what would you guys think about that in SC?
I brought that up and said if they're going to have an event, you can Grim can quote me on this. I said if they're going to have an event and they're that worried about it, have devs there with spawned Idrises. Did I not say that, Grim? Thanks, Grim.
Wait, what?
Thanks for
No, because the whole video we watched was about them attacking in a community event. I said if CIG's that worried about those community events, then they need to have a dev there with an Idris and then just fight everybody off, and then it's done.
Are they that worried about it?
Do what?
Or is Sick that worried about it?
Yes, they're banning people for it.
And I get it's different than DayZ because you're talking about community servers that have admins that run those servers, and it's a little, it's all much less of a machine. But I don't know. I feel like that would be if they're really having to try. I mean, not little events, not little things that are being organized by small org, all that shit. But if you're having some big, like a charity event or whatever, I feel like that would be appropriate. And the way you're saying it makes sense too.
Yeah.
And I agree with both. Like, when you have, you think of how many people organize for something like, Daymar, right? Or someone else just stuff. But it's a lot of human beings putting a lot of time in to do something good for the community, and it's beautiful, right? But
say again.
But sorry, got formed till. Like it's beautiful that it's so many people, right? But when you fuck with that, the amount of people times you are wasting, it's not a small amount.
Well, exactly, right. And like to be clear from my perspective, I've been a PvPer like my whole gaming career. I'm all about that shit. I don't get bothered by anything, but there are times when you have a very special event where why don't you put some kind of barrier that some admin is controlling, if you're really trying to, because we don't have the ability to just create a server for it, so,
Yep.
Completely agree.
It would solve the grief or net, some of that shit. But then again, maybe that's all part of the fun, and it gets everybody riled up.
I think one thing I do want people to do, right, is to, well, you have a security plan, you do this, you do that, right, you try to protect it, but yeah.
What is this game you're playing?
Space Marine 2.
Star Citizen, what are you talking about?
I'm still in the S. When is what's up with Jumptown? Is it
Yeah, it's going on, but I'm in the PTU doing blockade runner.
Been on this server all night and I haven't seen the priority jump down. Like it doesn't seem to be going.
Did they turn it off? It was on yesterday. They just turned it on like yesterday.
No, I saw it yesterday, and then since I've been on tonight, like for the past 4 or 5 hours, I haven't changed servers, but it just hadn't popped up. Maybe I should change her.
The Prowler doesn't even have my emissions up there. It's crazy. No one's here doing blockade runner. There's one. Probably AI. Yeah, it's AI. I don't have any missiles in the Prowler.
You got some bleed there, Grim? Maybe he can't hear us at all.
Sorry about that.
And I think, Stan, your mic was lighting up with nothing coming out while we were talking about shit. I don't know if that's expected. You might have a headset thing.
Is it? I have myself muted.
And now I hear you.
Are you gonna make it in there, Stan? Or Restless?
Yeah,
You got it?
that was a perfect landing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm watching your stream. You're delayed on it.
That was perfect landing.
Shut up.
Everything was on purpose right there.
All right. Flawless. Just started scraping and everything.
Smack the wall, face plant into the ground.
Just huge drag marks into the landing.
Wow, these frames are straight up. Look, can you see how bad these frames are?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is happening?
Bro, welcome to the PTU. Just kidding. I mean, it is kind of like, PTU stuff, but bad frames are not always a PTU thing.
This is like bad. Like 3 frames. Totally, I'm not even joking.
Frames, I got some frames to spare.
It says I'm getting 6. I don't believe that. I'm not getting 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say your screen looks like it's doing pretty well. For
No,
6.
it's not. It is not. I was like 6 is too many. I'm not getting that many.
What better way to celebrate than a frosty
Well, if it's any consolation, it looks pretty darn smooth on your stream.
Does it?
Yeah, that's why I'm watching it. Because you're not. Yeah, it looks smooth on here unless Jeffrey or Cast are able to provide an alternate opinion.
I might server hop here. How many people are even in this one? Yeah, no, this is brutal.
What's the stats on it?
Oh, I don't know. I never typed that thing in.
No matter your health status, just by being here, already
That
taking
line was
important
brutal.
Do what?
Yeah, did you manage to get your split?
I didn't. I ended up going to the fucking convenience store and getting a fucking
Server hop.
goddamn overpriced Snickers ice cream bar because
I was like, you probably went over there and got a Snickers bar, didn't you?
well, like, I got there and I think every fucking incoming freshman from the Texas Tech incoming class this year was there in the line, and I was like, dude, I'm not waiting in a fucking quarter of a mile long line.
Yeah, well, it is Friday night,
Yeah, and it's the ice cream shop right across the street from campus on universities.
I bet you there's a party going. People got the munchies. It's a Friday night.
Where's that?
Dude.
That turn that QR code off. I don't remember.
It's like-
isn't it like our display?
I think it's server status or something like that. If you R_S, you can probably tab to get it.
I know it's around in the menu somewhere. You can turn it off.
It might be there, but the console's the quick one. I promise if you just do like R_S, you'll get it.
Don't you know Restless doesn't like to use the console?
I don't. Because I don't know what I'm doing in there.
It's really easy.
So is the menu.
It's called Trust Restless.
There it
Should have
is.
some.
Now it's off. See, I did that quicker than y'all could do it.
I could have done it in the time I told you. Less than the time I told you.
No.
Russ is like, I don't do trust falls.
I've been dropped too many times for that.
I could have done that shit at the speed of me. What are you talking about?
Where is... Can I not turn off the fucking motion blur?
You should. Yeah,
I don't see it in
yeah.
graphics. Wouldn't it?
That might
It'd be too easy to put this in alphabetical order, wouldn't it?
I know, right?
There it is.
I was like, I know I turn off motion blur because I don't like it and it causes my frames to absolutely tank.
Yeah, that's what was happening. I had to redo all my settings. My frames are fine now.
I feel like it looks cool as hell, but I always turn it off in every FPS game because I don't want it to,
Well,
fuck
it's
up
like
your
my
view when
eyes-
you're like twitching around.
My eyes are too used to not having to deal with motion blur.
If it wasn't like a competitive disadvantage, I'd probably leave it on because it looks cool, but it's total disadvantage.
Yeah, it is.
Welcome.
I like to.
I'm sorry, Robin. This
damage
server's
my
too much.
frames.
This server was rough.
You can always log and reload onto a
I'm
different one.
Are you in PT right now or no?
No. No, after our video, I basically passed out of my chair. So no, I logged out of PT. Ain't nothing in Star Citizen right now.
But it's
I'm
blockade
leaving
runner. I'm gonna try and
I know.
stop people from delivering goods.
Nah, I'm tired. I just need to actually go eat food and drink some water and be a healthy, responsible adult.
Oh
What is
yeah,
that?
I eat at like dinner at like 1 in the morning.
What are you talking about?
I know, right? I'm probably just gonna go wash out a bowl and microwave some chili con carne and some refried beans and make myself a couple of burritos.
I don't even have a microwave.
Maybe I'll put some ranch on it just to make people feel bad. Like it actually tastes good for me to
You're
some
the
ranch on
only
it.
one that's gonna feel bad, man. That porcelain god is waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm actually usually pretty good for it.
And pop some hot sauce in that ranch, mix it all up,
Ooh,
it'll be
nope,
good.
Nope.
That sounds so
No.
bad.
Come on, put some of that spicy stuff.
Do you
in
drink
there,
maple
bro.
syrup?
Hey man, I'll think about it.
Why was Anakin never allowed in Padme's bedroom?
What?
Oh god.
Because it was the master bedroom.
Oh god.
So stupid.
When does slave modes come out?
What?
When doesn't we have master modes? What about slave modes?
Call retrieval system.
Oh.
Nice.
Bounty hunting. So we can have all the ones
What?
you want. There.
Stored,
There you go.
but my dropship is stored, but I have to claim it. That makes sense.
Hold up. Try to go into the hangar.
Ah, no, it's good. I'm gonna call out Min Min.
I was gonna say usually when it does that, you can just go into the hangar and get it. Call it.
Did it put me in the same server?
Yeah. Oh, you can't do best. You do have to switch. You have to switch regions.
I would think it'd put me in a U.S. server for a best server, but
I'm not right. I usually like I'll swap to
Oh
an
my
EU
God.
server and I'll hang out for like a half hour or so and then swap back. But obviously it's not worth like you just hanging out for a half hour trying to.
Something feels off. This is going too smooth. Blockade runners needed. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is my name not showing up right here? It's not.
Hey,
Why is the name not on the side of the ship? What's happening here?
Dan,
Yes, Brookfin?
Pico, he had a little cat tree, right? But since he came back this weekend, brought over, since, well, Pico's now gone.
Poor guy.
And London is loving it.
Good.
He's lying on a bed, fluffing a little mat on the top of it, sleeping right now. He's a happy little kitty.
It's still named, but the name is not showing up in the server for some reason. Stop exiting me out of the game. It's because it's a full screen, not windowed. So everything has to change.
Oh, authentication. But
Today
it
is.
doesn't even say that you're online.
I think I'm just doing 2 more missions, and I'm Space Marine 2 right now. And then I may call it. I might say I want to play more and more. I think I'll have a break.
You just want to. MK Fire and Ice put out a playthrough on the story campaign. I'll probably just watch that.
I want to go for the story, but damn it, yet.
I don't like that my
Yeah.
ship name is not showing up.
Do you need
What
the
is
ship-
happening over here?
Do you need the ship name to be sad for a while?
Look at this stream. How many ships can I ram before I blow up?
Are you gonna try to fly through it like a bowling alley?
Absolutely. Crazy
And
thing.
this
I'm
is
not
how
going to.
Restless got a 10-day suspension, but it sure as hell looked good on the stream. So you know, DAC content.
Did it for the gram.
For the gram. I missed everything.
Like, I'm gonna get one of them. Oh, flip that Gladius. Oh, crime stat? Must be an Somebody's gotta come out. To
Was
their
that a
ship.
Gladius that is it?
Yeah, it was a Gladius. Ooh, nice one on that Constellation. I wonder if. Ooh, what's shooting you?
There goes another one.
Why are you. Who's shooting you?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Are all those ships just hanging out there because somebody had to track them out of the way?
I don't know, but I'm gonna hit him.
I don't know, but I'm gonna hit him.
Oh, I missed.
Fired, you're never allowed to fly. Revoking your pilot's license right now, sir.
This is good
I
practice.
mean, to be fair, if you'd actually rammed that, you would have totally rammed the station too. And probably killed yourself. So. I mean, that trade-off is probably.
Who's shooting me?
I don't know. It could be. I don't think it's a player. Well, I mean, it could be. You're in soft armistice. No, it's a turret.
Remember, it's not illegal to mess with ships in armistice anymore.
No, it's that hammerhead that's back there just shooting at you.
A hammerhead where? Is it a player?
I can't tell if it's a player, but it's on the other side of the station. It looked like a hammerhead anyway.
I hope you enjoyed the stream status. Thanks, Gina.
I am. Hang on. Data reset.
Maybe it's maybe
Get him.
Hello, good sir.
Oh, it's co-op.
Yeah, there's a co-op, there's a campaign and co-op campaign, right? There's a PvP arena mode, right? With 3 game modes. And then there's PvE co-op missions.
Are you actually, is that an NPC?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Oh yeah, it is co-op.
I mean, to be fair, they were shooting.
Oh, he
at
jumped.
you, so-
Yeah, that was a player.
The one thing, Stan, is you can't be the same class in a co-op mode as someone else. It's only one
That's the
time.
only thing I find annoying. That, like the first one let you be any class that you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm a little annoyed by that too. I would kind of would have loved to do.
Whoa.
Phone call time.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting question. If you guys can remember when I was like stating my question and had the phone call, could you hear the phone ringing in the background like he just did, or no?
I don't think so. No.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I'm using the crisp thing, even.
Yeah, but that-
Oh, later, Brooke. Sorry.
I
Where
think
you
that
going, bro?
might have-
Sorry, guys.
No, don't worry, bro. You don't gotta apologize.
Where you going, bro? Just clearing dead ships.
Dead ships. That's like space sweeping out here with a 890. Putting more debris in space than he is.
No, I'm clearing entities right now. Making the server
That's
better.
what is that? A peregrine clipped in the front of your ship, or whatever the other.
I
variant
don't know.
is.
He attacked first.
Oh my god.
No, no one's here.
Oh, that wasn't a peregrine. I don't even. I'm not sure which one that was. Oh. Man, this is gonna be like that whole space debris thing with Earth. It's like nobody can fly out of these particular hangars because there's so much space debris around. They gotta clip something and blow up. People are just gonna be given those hangars and just space debris is just gonna float inside. It's screwing everybody.
What a big space to breathe.
I am curious how much they're gonna charge for the Atlas.
Probably like $30. Where's block 8 or even at? I'm gonna go with block 8.
43.
Yeah, you gotta pull that. You're gonna have that trigger though.
Yeah, my friend's list is showing no one's on, so I'll probably have to restart.
Really? You're gonna put me at crew over Crusader? That's stupid. Why did Brooke leave?
Phone call.
He said he hates you.
I figured.
I know. I heard it.
I did too. It's a block A, brother. Wish the name of my
Block
ship
the
would pop up
rudder.
on it, but it's not.
What's the name of your ship?
Min Min.
Oh, damn.
Wonder what the status of my hull is. check out Blockade Runner, and that's probably gonna be it for the night. People are over there doing this mission. Okay. No, they're not. Never mind. 0 out of 1,000.
People are over there doing it.
What? What was that?
I said people are over there doing it. And I found a fuck ton of orange players. Stoked about that. I like the orange ones.
Never even looked at who's in this server.
My friends left said you weren't online.
I'm in the PTU.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man. Every time I bedlog, since this update, it just drops me, like, at the sun.
I've had that a few times, yeah.
Why is everything blurry? Yeah, I'm gonna edit that video tomorrow and put it on YouTube. It's a long one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
3-hour video.
A 3-hour video.
Yep. Gilligan over here. Wait, why is that writing so blurry?
Which one?
No, on my screen, you can't even read any of the stuff, the UI. You can't read it.
You need glasses, bro.
The yellow? You can read that yellow?
I'm not even looking. I don't know. I'm just being a smart ass.
Ham, my headcanon is that you're a GrieferNet agent, and that makes me happy. Like, even if you're not, I just like to think you are.
Even if you're not, you really are. So sorry.
It brings me comfort for some reason.
I thought it was an interesting response lap.
But the majority
I'm so happy you guys killed the dogs.
GrieferNet kills dogs, confirmed.
GrieferNet eats dogs.
That's actually true. Yurtsnet victory. By the way, no one knows who Yurts is. He just kind of showed up, and that's just funny as shit to me. He's been banned from Iron Point, GrieferNet, Pax Mortis, fucking, you name it. You name a criminal PvP group, he's been banned from them. We're like one of the only ones. And that's because I want to see what he does next. He had all of Pax Mortis' Sodium Nuggets chat raging. All the Howlers, all of Reaper. It was fucking all hysterical, dude. The guy's crazy. I think he's an actual Russian troller. Russian troll farm guy.
Trolls aren't real. It's just Lord of the Rings. Alright, time to go disrupt Blockade Runner. If anybody's doing it.
No,
everybody's still I can't believe people can play with that walker for that long.
What do you mean?
Like, people are just still just hanging out in the hangar for hours doing. Colonel Sanders, I know you. Give me a target lock.
Talk about. Kick his ass, Seabass.
Fire!
Where is?
I can totally. There's a lot of fun stuff to do it.
Where's Jumptown at today?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Doesn't seem to be up at the moment.
That's what she said.
Uh-oh. Are we friends with Colonel Sanders?
I'm not. I
If
haven't
not,
we are
then-
not.
in
Okay.
years.
Roger that.
Fuck you, Colonel. I'm too drunk. Taste this chicken.
I'm too chicken to taste this drunk.
And my PlayStation username is too drunk for this.
Colonel Sanders down.
Yeah.
Good lad. Breath, TigerNet victory.
Another dog dies.
I'm just gonna say oops. I said oop.
Oops, euthanasia.
Poor Colonel Sanders. He saw me coming at the last second. He couldn't get out of the way.
Poor little fella. We can all just have a 5-second moment of silence for him. Stand broke. No respect.
Yeah.
Who's shooting missiles at me?
Remember when Norm Macdonald was Colonel Sanders?
I do.
That was awesome.
I agree.
I need a gunner. I'm gonna go inside Seraphim and sit my spot. Oh, someone recognized me in chat. Good.
Now you done.
Poor Colonel. Turned to dust. Who's settled? Settled. I know that name.
It's not that.
Hmm? Being attacked. Oh my.
We're under psychological assault.
Oh, are these not pads?
No, just T-Pons.
Where's the pads at Seraphim?
This guy.
I need to find the pads.
Aisle 3. So I've really been digging the C1 Spirit lately. About it.
I got an A1. I think they're pretty cool. I like the ship.
Mine's yellow.
I like the A1 because it's black.
Whoa.
I got the C1 paint for the A1, and it made it my A1 look like a C1 because I'm a jerk.
Nice. Well, that's smart.
I fold infantry. You know, they think it's a C1 landing, and they'll come near me, try to take me out when I come out, and I drop the bomb, go up really quick.
I just knocked a Carrick off a pad. Whoa, why is there a ship inside the cockpit? Oh my god, how could this have gotten here?
Are you getting shot at by station security there, buddy?
No, look at my stream. There's ship parts inside the 890 because I've been ramming everybody.
You got a little bit lodged in you there, bud.
Yeah, I've rammed quite
Things
a
are
few
sparking, you know.
Like smart ships.
all those steel I-beams you've been ramming now, pin cushioning the inside of your ship.
This knocked a. I knocked a. What was that thing called? What was that Carrick out of the way? I don't know where it is now. Oh, it's floating away. The Carrick's floating away. Poor guy, whoever ship that was. I'm a menace right now. But
Yeah,
I do have to defend Sarah from all of these haulers trying to bring in illegal cargo.
Oh, okay. So I'm never gonna see you take illegal cargo and then, you know, sell it.
These criminals. No, I'll sell it back to the people it belongs to. These are criminals, Brian. They're going and blowing up ships and taking cargo out of them. I can't allow that.
Rebel scum.
Oh, that's terrible.
Where's the hospital? I need a doctor.
Wow, nice, Jeffrey. Nice.
What'd Jeff say? Oh, he
When in
said
doubt,
that.
let
He
your
said that a
nigga hang
minute
out.
ago.
I just now saw it.
Yeah, I'll check in. Come on. Room 1. All right. All right, we gotta spawn here. Wait, which one's room 1? That's the there.
Just a quick note, I'm glad you're all my friends, and we all got to hang out together. We are, it's good times.
I catch you there, bud.
And we're
Thank
the
you.
Yes, sir.
6 best friends that anyone could have.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see, medical car. We need car. Does anybody want to come in to the PTU and stop these people from delivering illegal cargo?
You mean that
Right.
legal cargo?
I was over here grinding the Vaughn rep at the moment. Might keep doing that while the comms are done.
Wait a second. Am I a vampire? I'm a vampire. Alright, guys, I just learned I'm a vampire. I got no reflection.
I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! I thought you were dead. It's so good.
Got a vampire shave. 2 good-looking and vampires shave each other. They don't need a mirror.
I refuse to use the hanger. I like this song. Let's see, what do we want to fight in? We'll get the Prowler back here. We'll take the Miniman.
So, Plymouth Prowler.
Deploy the mini-min.
That's what I'm gonna do. We'll claim that ship just so it gets
We still have,
cool down.
we gotta make the Minidome too.
the Miniman man.
I can't believe they Streisand affected that episode on fucking on Pax Mortis. That was unbelievable.
Thank you for telling me how to reset my location. I've only done it twice since I've been in this patch. But I appreciate this tutorial.
Get your tutorials off somewhere. I'm trying to.
Ah, yes, my hanger is not appearing.
Probably a pebcac issue.
There it is. That elevator.
What
is
did
like...
you call me?
I don't know, Stan. What do you hear when somebody says you have a pebcac issue?
Gross. What's wrong with my 600? Where's my best in show paint? I'm not flying that. I'm not flying that. I'm not flying that shit.
TTU, buddy. You gotta redo all those.
But it's on it automatically in the live servers. I'm not flying that piece of junk.
Don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Sucks to suck.
Well, fuck you. Alright. Caterpillar Pirate, it is. That's our combat ship of the day.
Nope, you're getting just the regular old cat.
Yeah, watch that show up. Oh, man. Get out of here, gross shit. Go on, get. Not showing up with your best in the show paint. What's wrong with you?
It smells like WD-40 and shame.
Who wants to drive the? Yeah, I don't like the normal color of the 600. Ugh.
Straight what?
Straight white. Yeah, ugh, gross.
Bullshit.
I wish I could ragdoll because I would do it as soon as this door opens. Cannonball! Yeah. Ah! I thought I couldn't die. I thought I couldn't die. They fixed it, Krim. They fixed it, Krim.
Oh.
Nice job.
I guess they patched that now, didn't they, Restless?
Now I got that bug and it's beeping in my ear. Son of a shit. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that volume down a little bit.
I got on.
Fix that.
What did you learn?
I almost
Right.
airlocked myself earlier.
You almost what?
Almost airlocked myself earlier. Don't forget your helmets, kids.
Oh, we are going out in a medical gown and nothing else now. Come on, let me out. This is a chaotic PTU patch right now.
What like is in it right now? I mean, I saw the Titan suit thing.
Oh, a blockade runner. It's not really that chaotic. I'm making it chaotic. I'm all alone making it chaotic right now.
So I guess, yeah, so they haven't really done Blockade Runner on live, is that true?
Yeah, no, they haven't.
I see, okay. I remember messing with it one day on PTU before this was live.
I don't have enough blood in my hair.
More blood.
Really love these medical gowns. They're worth so much.
Got like a nice kind of almost medieval kind of haircut going. I like it.
Oh, I know. I try and make it. I should have put a little more dye in the hair. I try and make it look a little bloodied. Ah, yes. Did you see that? Yes. No air is getting in this helmet. None whatsoever. It's got holes for my hair. That does not let air.
Can you imagine how challenging stuffing that lid on top?
Incapacitated. Oh, thank you for telling me now. Tutorial. I don't know what I would have done without it. Wait a second. Where's my elevator? There it is. Yes.
Down to 11 FPS.
Nice.
9. Them single digits. 8. Yeah.
I got like 4 frames. Oh yeah, you were talking about your frames too? Mine is dropping right now. Oh, that's not the seat we're looking for. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Boy, this is rough. Come on, we can make it. This reminds me of like a game I used to play back in like '99. Doom, the first Doom.
because of all the frame lag.
Yeah. Showing my age there. Back in the '90s, I remember.
Man, I remember the first time I got a game to run at like crazy FPS, and it was Unreal Tournament.
There's a player. Grandpa's about to get. Grandpa's about to have a bad day. Grandpa Joe.
About to break your fucking hip, old man.
Straight up. Come here, Grandpa Joe. Come here.
Grandpa Joe was a fucking fraud and a shiftless fucking tool.
We all saw that Reddit post.
Fucking 20
And actually,
years in bed and you jump out like nobody's business.
They turned it into a just into an actual subreddit. It's called Grandpa Joe Hate. I remember that.
Fuck Grandpa Joe. He's a piece of shit.
Get in there, Grandpa Joe. I'm not gonna kill him, but I am gonna do this.
Kill him, dead. Ram him.
Oh. Let me in. Let me in.
No. There goes my ship, and I'm falling out of it. What the f...
Are you trying to, like, fit your ship into that space?
I was. Alright,
Just a little behind.
Who's my next target? Are you a player? You look like you a player. You scooting around over there. Not you. We gotta go full power shields. I forgot while we doing these shenanigans.
Check this
Who is
out.
shooting me? Leave me be.
I hit like a weird bug. It's doing a thing.
Bro, this AI is like letting me have it of all people. What the fuck?
Are you in a ship? No, you're.
No, I fell out of my ship and my body like started to fall, and then this happened.
Okay.
I
That's
got like
interesting.
frame. I need frames.
I thought at first you were doing it. There's somebody put out a video today on like how to sneak into or sneak your ship into. Oh wow.
There's my body. And there it does that again.
No, that's a special one. You're kind of getting to explore the
so
whole.
many pips.
Whole
What is
city.
happening?
But yeah, there's a cool video today of somebody showing how to get into the major hubs, like in your ship, in this incredibly glitchy way. The whole point was to grab NPCs and stash them in your hangar.
Boy, this frame rate is so bad.
And burglar. He's a. If this game had like anti-cheat detection for speed, you would be kicked out way long.
I'm just gonna let it go. Let it do its thing.
Now, I kind of want to see how this ends. I think you're exploring the entire city.
The whole world.
You're not aiming it at all?
No, like hands free.
Wow.
I'm being like
What did you do
backstrafed
to
by
get in?
AI right now. This is nuts.
Yay! Wee!
That's the weirdest shit. It's not like you're like hooked to some metro thing either. It's weird.
There's a player.
Like I fell out of my fucking pilot seat in my C1, and then this happened.
Wait, am I missing an engine?
You're gonna want that engine.
I think I'm missing a whole engine.
This is some weird, wild shit. You should, can you capture the video of it? Do you have that capability?
Who, me?
No, Hamburglar. He's got this, like, insane, weird bug going.
No, all I have is the NVIDIA capture, and it doesn't want to work with this game.
Oh.
Stupid NVIDIA.
I use it, like, shadow play. Just doesn't work for you, I guess.
Come here, good sir. I must say hello. Come on, engines. Recharge faster than that. Oh, I only got 2. That's right.
I can record. There we go.
Boy, these frames are so bad. I mean, he's rubber banding.
Is that what this is? I'm the rubber band man.
Got a player. He's dead. Oh my god.
I just looked at your. Oh yeah, you're hurt up. Uh-oh.
What are you? Wait, who are you watching?
Now I'm watching you.
You see me take that dude out?
I see you doing all kinds of.
He can't handle the smoke.
Buddy.
Why is AI shooting me? Can't they see I'm helping?
There, now I can see you both. I'm monitoring both of you.
These AI would let me have it with missiles. Is that another player? It is.
Whoop his cats.
Oh, did you finally stand still, Hamburg?
Hey, nope.
Nope, never mind. That's some
Wow.
weird shit, dude. Meanwhile, Reckless is like fucking playing pinball with his shit.
We're good.
Oh, no, I'm falling again. Yay!
What's happening here? Whoa. I don't have any frames. So hard. I've successfully killed 2 people trying to illegally deliver cargo here. Oh my god, slow down.
You're doing the pyro god's work.
Absolutely. Stan would be proud. I'm kidding.
I am proud of you. Proud of all of you. Especially today. Especially after the last few weeks.
Proud of you too.
Thank you.
Someone talking Chaz whoop somebody with a caterpillar in that fight. Come on, doors, please open.
Whenever I'm clipping through a building like that, I guess I'm just a ghost trying to haunt someone in the city.
What's happening here? AI just sitting here staring at the station. Can't believe they didn't say anything in chat.
Oh,
Alright,
did.
Pharaoh.
Oh.
No, I don't have AoE downloaded. I haven't even looked.
Age of Empires?
Yeah.
Man, I haven't played Age of Empires since like before Age of Empires 2 came out.
How did all these parts of this Corsair get here? Suspicious.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Just gonna die there, I guess. Someone pushed a crime stat on me. Why would they do that?
That's true.
Lies.
Makes no sense. I'm kidding.
He was with me the whole time.
Say
Somebody
why
earlier-
push a CS in a PvE zone?
Somebody earlier said they had a bug where their CS and their thirst just said hamburger.
Is that
And
true?
I don't know if it was true or not, but he was telling me about it, and I was jealous as shit.
I'm gonna say, who rammed my caterpillar?
I'm
What,
gonna make it around
Caterpillar?
the whole planet like this, I think.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I'm gonna test something here.
Vehicle has been delivered to the visitor's
Ugh. There are no frames. After this is demo, call it.
There are no frames.
Come on, get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me. What happens if I drop an A1 bomb inside of a hangar?
You're a pioneer.
You're a pioneer. Oh my god, this is unplayable.
You might be doing a little better than me.
This is bad. I don't know.
Have you seen what I've got going on? Not great.
You should just like show that to stream at least. He's got something I've never seen.
What?
What Hamburglar's going through?
Alright, I'll show it real quick. What do you got? Let's see.
Falling, and back to that.
What is happening?
He's taking a tour of the planet in like these little freeze frame. These little like fade out, fade in.
And then it'll stop and I'll fall, and then it'll just go back to this.
I just figured like you devoured a bag of weevil eggs or something.
That's crazy.
I'm tripping dicks.
Oh my god.
I mean, he's been doing this for what, like how many minutes now? Like 10 minutes? 5-10 minutes?
Yeah.
I really want to drop an A1 bomb in here, but I know it'll kill me.
Do it.
Well, you gotta try before you know.
You won't do it.
That's what I always.
Yay. Falling again.
If it's like a real bomb, it wouldn't activate the detonator at that rate.
See,
You
if
might
I
as well try.
dropped- If I dropped a bomb right now, it would probably
No
like,
gravity?
just not even touch the ground.
We're gonna go find some gravity.
That's actually funny. I've never tried to deploy a bomb in space, so I guess it doesn't let you.
Nope. It says no gravity.
That's funny. Yeah, I guess that could get a little interesting otherwise.
I do love throwing nukes around low gravity moons. Just like swing the bay forward in high speed and just like launch it.
Oh! I spit one out.
Slam.
I spit one out on the platform.
Oh shit, you did. It's delayed on your stream, but yep. So maybe, yeah, maybe it's got like a.
I'm laying
light
eggs.
Switch. Oh. That's actually awesome. Holy shit, that's fun.
Oh, they're blowing up.
I kind of want to do that on live now.
I'm gonna try something here. We're gonna go buy a tractor beam.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
First, I'm gonna run up and punch one. Oh, I can't put my fists out here? What the? Why y'all shoot my ship? I'm not even in it. Hiya! Time to go get a tractor beam and try a little something, something.
Oh.
Gamer trying to throw in ships.
Oh, come on now.
Oh.
Let me out.
So when I hit the falling thing, I can turn while I'm falling, and that changes the direction of where I'm going. That's interesting. If I could ever find any of the actual cities, I might come out of this.
Yeah, that one you're in is hard for me to even like come up with possible causes.
Yeah, it just
Do I have
like,
to buy this
dropped
thing? Go
me out of my ship while I
Is
was
there a way I can
flying.
just put it from here onto my body? Do I have to like do this, then go find a fucking inventory place? So let me put it on my body, please. I can't put it on my body.
I just alt F4'd.
Very nice.
I figured that was my only solution, really.
I would say so.
Inventory screen, please. Is there no inventory here? Inventory. Nope. Guess
That
not.
was a neat feature.
Indeed.
I'm a collector of unique bugs from Star Citizen.
I swear to
Well, I'm
God,
proud.
there better be an inventory screen somewhere in this station, not inside of a hangar.
So a couple of updates ago,
There it is. Thank
fucking-
goodness.
a couple of updates ago, my A2 broke, and it no longer had the ability to like put a nuke in the bomb spot like you just couldn't put a bomb there anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, and like that sucked. And with this last update, they just completely erased my A2 altogether, and I'm like, oh, I guess that fixed it.
Yeah, nice. Where am I? Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, buddy.
Are they still shooting my ship? Leave it alone.
Stop blowing holes in my ship.
My cat's hanging off. What's happening in this house?
Oh, kitty. I think I would jump off here, y'all.
All right, buddy, be well.
I'll see y'all later.
That's really not gonna blow it up? Well, that's lame. Boo. Well, that was so uneventful. But I got a bomb inside of his station, so that's okay. Can't do anything with it. It's in that elevator now. Let me see. And that's probably what I'm going to call the stream. It's late, but I'm going to be on most of the day tomorrow. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you didn't catch that video we did a little bit ago, I'm going to go and edit it and put it out on YouTube tomorrow. It was a good one about GrieferNet and a bunch of stuff they're going through right now. But I appreciate everybody tuning in until now, and we'll see you guys.